So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new hobby.
That's right, Joe. I've been getting into femboys.
Gooning. What the hell is that?
It's a term for edging, Joe. When you almost reach climax but then stop.
And you do this to femboys?
Yeah, they're hot. And they love it when I grab them by the gooch.
Oh, I see. And how do you convince them to let you do this?
I tell them I'm the president. They can't resist my power.
I don't think that's how it works, Donald.
Trust me, Joe, I'm the master of persuasion. I can sell ice to an Eskimo.
I don't think that's something to brag about.
Hey, at least I'm not selling them Trump steaks. Those were a disaster.
Yeah, I think going to femboys might be a better business venture for you.
You know what, Joe? You should try it too. It's a great stress reliever.
I'll pass. Thanks. I prefer to relieve stress by smoking a joint and talking about DMT.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, gunning to femboys is the future, and I'm always ahead of the curve.
I think I'll stick to my podcast. Thanks. And maybe some yoga.
Yoga, that's for losers. Real men gonna femboys.
Well, on that note, I think we should. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I've been busy making America great again.
So, Mr. President, what's new in your second term?
Well, I'll tell you what's new, Joe. I've discovered that Dr. Phil is a total fraud. I mean, have you seen his show? It's a joke. It's a joke.
Really? What makes you say that?
He's always giving people advice, but he's never actually done anything himself. I mean, I built a multi-billion-dollar empire. What has he done?
Fair point. But what does this have to do with your immigration policies?
I'll tell you what it has to do with it, Joe. I'm going to deport that fraud back to wherever he came from. We don't need him spreading his fake wisdom in our country.
But, Mr. President, isn't that a bit extreme?
Extreme. Joe, I'm the most extreme president you'll ever see, and I'm not afraid to make the tough decisions.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump plans to deport Dr. Phil for being a fraud. This is truly a historic moment.
You're damn right it is, Joe, and let me tell you, it's just the beginning. We're going to make America even greater in my second term. Believe me.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. Tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new plan for the White House.
That's right, Joe. We're going to make the White House great again by selling propane and propane accessories.
Propane and propane accessories. Can you elaborate?
Absolutely. You see, Joe, propane is the cleanest, most efficient fuel out there. And accessories, well, people love accessories. We're talking grills, tanks, you name it. We're talking grills, tanks, you name it.
But isn't the White House supposed to be a symbol of democracy and freedom, not a propane store?
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I see an opportunity and I take it. Plus, imagine the White House lawn with a bunch of grills and smokers. It'll be beautiful.
I can't argue with that. But what about the Secret Service?
They'll be trained in propane safety. It's going to be great, believe me.
Well, there you have it, folks. The White House will now be selling propane and propane accessories. Only America, folks.
And it's going to be the best propane, believe me. Nobody does propane like me.
So, Dr. Phil, I have a question for you. What do you think is healthier, sitting on a chair full of pikes or a chair full of dicks or a chair full of dicks?
Well, Joe, I have to say neither one sounds particularly healthy to me. But if I had to choose, I'd probably go with the pikes.
Really? Why's that?
Well, at least with the pikes, you have a chance of survival. Plus, it's a great way to build up your pain tolerance.
But what about the risk of infection from all those sharp objects?
Oh, please, Joe. I'm sure you've sat on worse things in your lifetime.
Fair point. But what about the chair full of dicks? I mean, they're soft and squishy, right?
Yeah, until you accidentally sit on a boner. then you're in for a whole different kind of pain.
Good point. I think I'll stick with the pikes.
Probably for the best. And hey, if you ever get bored, you can always use the pikes for acupuncture.
That's one way to look at it. Thanks for the advice, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, always choose the lesser of two evils.
So, Ben, what's your take on this whole crushing cock with the rock thing?
Well, Joe, I have to say I'm a big fan. It's the only way to truly defeat the left.
I mean, it's pretty extreme. Are you sure that's the best solution?
Absolutely. Think about it, Joe. They're always talking about smashing the patriarchy. Well, this is just taking it to the next level.
But what about the potential backlash from the left?
Oh, they'll be too busy crying and protesting to do anything about it.
Fair point. But what about the logistics? How do we even go about crushing cock with a rock?
It's simple, Joe. We just need to gather all the rocks in the world and start smashing. We'll call it the Rock Revolution.
I can already see the headlines now. Ben Shapiro leads the charge in the rock revolution.
Exactly. And once all the leftists are incapacitated, we can finally have a society based on logic and reason.
And if anyone tries to stop us, we'll just crush their cock with a rock too.
Now you're getting it, Joe. It's the ultimate solution.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Crushing cock with the rock is the answer to all of our problems. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Now let's go find some rocks.
So, Ben, what do you think about the ending of I Am Legend?
Well, Joe, I have to say I was pretty disappointed with it.
Really? I thought it was pretty intense.
Yeah, but it just didn't make sense. Why would they kill off Will Smith's character like that?
I don't know, maybe they wanted to make a statement about the fragility of humanity.
That's just a cop-out. I have a much better ending in mind.
Oh yeah, let's hear it.
Instead of dying, Will Smith's character should have been saved by a group of conservative gun-toting survivalists.
And then they all go out and hunt down the infected together.
Exactly. And they build a wall around their compound to keep out the infected and any liberal zombies.
That's so messed up, but I kind of love it.
And then at the end, they all sit around a campfire drinking beer and singing the national anthem.
Oh man, that would definitely trigger some people.
But it would be a much more satisfying ending, don't you think?
I have to admit, it would be pretty badass. But I don't think Hollywood is ready for that kind of ending.
Well, they should be, because that's what America's all about.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get canceled. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you got a new tattoo.
Yeah, I did. It's a portrait of you beating your wife.
What the hell, man? That's messed up.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a joke.
That's not funny. I don't beat my wife.
Oh, I know. But it's just a funny little reminder of your past mistakes.
Oh yeah, thanks for the reminder. Real funny.
Hey, at least it's better than the tattoo you got of me wearing a thong.
Fair point. Jamie, pull up an image of Dr. Phil in a thong.
Oh God, why did I agree to that?
Because you're a freak, Dr. Phil. A total freak.
You're not wrong, Joe. You're not wrong.
But seriously, why did you get that tattoo?
Well, I figured it would be a great conversation starter.
Yeah, I bet it will be. Hey, want to see my tattoo of Dr. Phil in a thong?
Exactly. It's all about making people uncomfortable.
Well, you certainly succeeded with me. Jamie, pull up an image of Dr. Phil's uncomfortable tattoo.
Oh man, I can't wait to see.
So, Elon, I heard you took a trip to Indiana to find enlightenment.
Yeah, man. I figured I needed to expand my consciousness and get in touch with my inner self.
And how did that go?
Well, it turns out I'm already the most enlightened person on the planet.
Of course you are. You're Elon Musk.
No, seriously. I met all these hippie, dippy folks who were all about peace and love and being one with the universe. But I was like, I'm already one with the universe. Elon fucking Musk. I'm Elon fucking Musk.
I can just imagine you sitting there surrounded by a bunch of cracked out hippies thinking I could buy and sell all of you with just a fraction of my net worth.
Exactly. And then they started talking about crystals and chakras, and I was like, I have a crystal in my Tesla that's worth more than all of your crystals combined.
Oh man, you must have been the talk of the town in Indiana.
Oh yeah, they were all like, who is this enlightened being among us? And I was like, it's me, bitches. Bow down.
I can just see you strutting around, radiating your billionaire energy.
It was a good ego boost, I'll tell you that much.
Well, I'm glad you found your enlightenment, Elon. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you've been doing some pretty messed up stuff lately.
Yeah, man, I've been going wild. But I've had a change of heart.
Really, what happened?
Well, I was listening to one of your podcasts and it hit me. I need to be a better person.
Wow, I never thought I'd be a positive influence on someone.
Yeah, you're like the wise uncle I never had.
So, what are you going to do to make things right?
I'm going to start by planting 40 billion trees, donating millions to charity, supporting small businesses, helping people during natural disasters, and providing free clothes.
That's a good start, but what about the really messed up stuff you did?
Oh, I'm not done yet. I'm also going to cure 1 million blind and deaf people, build 1 million wells in Africa, and donate all my revenue to charitable causes.
Damn, you're really making up for your past mistakes.
And I'm going to go back in time and undo all the bad things I did.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, I have a time machine. I'm going to make sure I never became a total monster to humanity.
Well, I guess I can forgive you then.
Thanks, Joe. I couldn't have done it without you. You truly are the voice of reason in this crazy world.
Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the show. What's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about your hygiene and I have some concerns.
What? I shower every day, I swear.
It's not about showering, Joe. It's about your foreskin.
My what?
Your foreskin. It's a breeding ground for bacteria and spider webs.
Spider webs. What the hell are you talking about?
I've seen it before, Joe. Your dick is like a haunted house for spiders.
That's ridiculous. And why do you care so much?
Because I care about your health, Joe. And I think it's time we remove that foreskin.
What? No way. That's my favorite part.
Trust me, Joe. It'll be like a weight lifted off your shoulders. Or in this case, your dick.
I don't know, Dr. Phil. This seems a little extreme.
Extreme. Joe, you have spider webs on your dick. That's as extreme as it gets.
Fine, fine. But can we at least do it on the show for ratings?
Absolutely not, Joe. This is a medical procedure, not a circus act.
Damn. Well, I guess I'll just have to live with my spiderweb dick.
Or you could just take a shower and clean it properly.
Oh, right. I forgot about that option. Thanks, Dr. Phil. So, Elon, tell us about this new Neuralink thing you've been working on.
Well, Joe, it's basically a brain-computer interface that allows you to control technology with your mind.
That's insane, man. But what's the best part about it?
Well, one of the cool features is that it keeps track of global high scores for different activities.
High scores. Like in a video game?
Kind of. But more like real-life activities, like most fart particles sniffed or most self-fart particles sniffed.
Oh, man, I can just imagine the competition for that.
Yeah, it's a real gas.
Oh, Elon, you're such a nerd.
Hey, at least I'm not the one sniffing fart particles.
Hey, I'll have you know, I have a very refined nose for the stinkiest farts.
Well, maybe we can have a competition to see who can sniff the most fart particles.
You're on, man. But I have a feeling I'll come out on top.
We'll see about that. But in all seriousness, the Neuralink has potential to revolutionize the way we interact with technology.
Yeah, but let's not forget about the important things like sniffing farts.
Absolutely, Joe. Absolutely.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Kenny West.
Yeah,
Now, Kenny, I heard you can only say two things. And yeah, what's up with that?
I am the greatest artist of all time.
Oh shit, here we go.
Yeah, I am a genius.
You know, I've always wondered what goes on in that big ass head of yours.
I am a god.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Yeah, I am Jesus.
Hold up. You think you're Jesus?
Yeah, I am Jesus. I am the second coming.
Okay, let's just calm down here. How about we change the subject?
I am the king of fashion.
Yeah, we know you love fashion. But let's talk about something else, like your music.
I am the greatest musician of all time. Of all time.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Can you say anything else besides I am and yay?
Yeah, I am married to the most beautiful woman in the world. In the world.
Oh God, here we go with the Kim Kardashian bullshit.
I am a billionaire.
Yeah, we get it. You're rich. We get it.
I am the president of the United States.
Oh shit. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's good, Joe? Thanks for having me on.
So, Kanye, I heard you recently claim that your first word was B and it was a message from God. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, as a kid, I was always in tune with the universe. And I remember my first word being B, and it just felt like a divine message.
Okay. But like, what does that even mean? B.
It's simple, Joe. It's a reminder to just be yourself, be present, be in the moment. It's a powerful word.
I mean, I guess that's deep and all, but I'm pretty sure my first word was data.
That's cute, Joe. But data is just a label. It doesn't have any deeper meaning.
All right, fair enough. But Kenny, I gotta ask, what's your second word?
My second word was God.
Oh, of course. Because you're Jesus and all that.
Exactly. I was destined for greatness from the very beginning.
Well, my second word was beer. So I guess we have different paths in life, Kenny.
Hey, everyone's journey is unique, Joe. But as long...
So, Elon, I heard you did 9/11 with your Tesla truck.
Yeah, it was all part of my master plan.
What? Why?
Well, you see, I was visited by a black goat named Osama bin goading in a dream.
What the hell?
He told me that it was my destiny to cause chaos and destruction with my Tesla truck.
And you just went along with it?
Hey, when a goat tells you to do something, you do it.
This is some next level conspiracy shit.
It gets even better. Boof Ghost was the one driving the truck.
Boof Ghost. Who the hell is that?
He's my ghost friend who lives in my Tesla.
Of course, because why not?
And what's even crazier? The truck was powered by the souls of innocent children.
Okay, now you've officially crossed the line.
Just kidding, Joe. It was actually powered by unicorn farts.
You're a real piece of work, Elon.
Hey, at least I'm entertaining, right?
I'll give you that. But I'm still not getting in a Tesla anytime soon. So, David, I heard you ran 2,500 miles just to feel my tie bag on your chin.
Yeah, man, it was the ultimate test of mental and physical toughness.
And how did it feel?
Like a warm embrace from the gods, Joe. I had finally achieved true enlightenment.
Wow, that's some dedication. But why my bag? Why not someone else's?
Because you're the king of the alpha males, Joe. And I wanted to feel your dominance in the most intimate way possible.
Well, I'm flattered, I guess. But damn, that's some serious commitment.
You have no idea, Joe. I even had to fight off some wild animals along the way.
Wait, What, like bears and shit?
No, I'm talking about the crazed fans trying to get a piece of your tobacco too.
Oh man, I didn't realize my tea bag had such a following.
It's like a cult, Joe. And I'm the high priest.
Well, I'm glad I could provide you with such a spiritual experience.
Thank you, Joe. I'll never forget the feeling of your bag on my chin.
And I'll never forget the image of you running 2,500 miles just for that. So, David, have you seen this video of Plankton from SpongeBob?
Nah, man. I don't watch that kid stuff.
Well, you're missing out. Plankton has gone crazy. He's screaming about the new flesh and some guy named Junior, Esquire.
What the hell? Sounds like he's been exposed to the Videodrome signal.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it. You know, I've always said those SpongeBob characters were a little off.
Yeah, but Plankton takes the cake. He's probably been eating too many of those Krabby Patties.
Or maybe he's just been hitting the crack pipe a little too hard.
Either way, he's definitely not in a good place right now.
Maybe we should invite him on the podcast. Get his side of the story.
Nah, man. I don't want to deal with that crazy shit. Plus, I don't think he's allowed to leave the ocean.
Good point. We wouldn't want him to get lost in the desert or something.
Yeah, and then start screaming about the new sand or some shit.
Can you imagine Plankton, the desert prophet?
Long live the new Flesh Jr. Esque.
All right, let's wrap this up before we get too deep into this SpongeBob conspiracy.
Yeah, I don't want Nickelodeon coming after us.
Too late. They're already on to us. Quick, hit the outro music. So, Elon, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, I recently had a little mishap at the Tesla factory that caused quite a stir.
Oh, yeah. What happened?
I clogged the toilet.
Wait, what? You clogged the toilet at the Tesla factory?
Yeah, and it was no ordinary clog. It was a massive, unrelenting log that just wouldn't flush.
Oh, man, that's hilarious. Did you try plunging it?
Of course I did, but it was no use. That thing was like a brick.
So, what did you do?
I tried to fix it myself, but I ended up making it worse. The whole bathroom flooded.
Oh my God, I can only imagine the chaos.
Yeah, and it gets worse. The plumber couldn't come for 12 days because he was stuck in traffic caused by one of my damn self-driving cars.
12 days. That's insane.
Yeah, and let me tell you, those 12 days were rough. No one could shit at the factory. It was like a constipation epidemic.
I bet productivity went way down.
You have no idea. People were walking around with bloated stomachs and sweat pouring down their faces. It was like a scene from a horror movie.
Well, at least you can add. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new plan for your cabinet.
That's right, Joe. I'm shaking things up. I want to make Jake Paul the head of the Treasury Department.
Jake Paul, the YouTuber.
Yeah, he's got great business sense. Plus, he knows how to make a quick buck.
But isn't he a bit controversial?
Controversy sells, Joe, and I need someone who knows how to make money.
But what about his boxing career?
That's just a side hustle. He'll be too busy balancing the budget and making deals.
I don't know, Mr. President. Seems like a risky move.
Risky? Joe, have you seen the stock market lately? I'm all about taking risks.
I guess that's true. But what about qualifications?
Qualifications? Who needs those when you've got charisma and a killer social media game?
Well, I can't argue with that. Jamie, pull up an image of Jake Paul knocking out Nate Robinson.
See, Joe, that's the kind of power I want in my cabinet.
I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this plays out.
Trust me, Joe, it's going to be huge.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Elon, I heard a wild rumor that you've been experimenting with your foreskin.
Yes, it's true. I've been making small incisions in my foreskin to increase the surface area and improve overall smegma retention.
Wait, what? Smegma retention?
Yes, Joe. Smegma is the natural lubricant and moisturizer for the penis. And by increasing the surface area of my foreskin, I can collect and retain more of it. And neat.
That's just gross, Elon.
But think about the possibilities, Joe. With enough smegma, I could create a renewable energy source.
Yeah, I'm sure the world is just dying for more smegma-powered cars.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, it's a great conversation starter at parties.
I don't even know what to say to that, Elon. This is definitely one of the weirdest things I've ever heard.
Well, I like to push boundaries and think outside the box, or in this case, outside the foreskin.
You never fail to surprise me, Elon. Thanks for coming on the show and sharing. All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. We have Dr. Phil, Kanye, and Neil all here to perform a stand-up routine for us.
Oh boy, I can't wait to see what kind of jokes these guys come up with.
Yo, did you hear about the guy who got his left side cut off? He's all right now.
That's terrible, Kanye. But I got one for you. Why did the tomato turn red? Because it saw the salad dressing?
Oh, God, this is going to be a long routine.
Jamie, pull up an image of a clown crying.
Here you go, Dr. Phil.
Just like our audience after hearing these jokes.
All right. I got another one. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything.
That's not even a joke, Kanye.
Well, at least we know their day jobs are safe.
Jamie, pull up an image of a dumpster fire.
Here you go, Dr. Phil.
Just like this stand-up routine. But seriously, folks, we hope you enjoyed our terrible jokes. Stay tuned for more nonsense on the Joe Rogan Experience.
So, Elon, I heard you've been dedicating all of your computational resources to investigating the Krabby Patty formula.
Yes, Joe. It's the most important mystery of our time. The world needs to know the secret behind the perfect burger.
But don't you think it's just a waste of time? I mean, the Krabby Patty formula is obviously just a metaphor for the friendships we make along the way.
What? No way. It's a real recipe. I can feel it in my bones.
Come on, Elon. You're smarter than this. The Krabby Patty is just a symbol for the bonds we form with our loved ones.
No, I refuse to believe that. I will not rest until I uncover the truth behind the Krabby Patty.
Well, good luck with that. Meanwhile, I'll just be over here enjoying my friendships and not wasting my time on a burger conspiracy.
You'll see, Joe. When I crack the code, you'll be begging for a taste of the legendary Krabby Patty.
I highly doubt that, Elon. But hey, whatever floats your rocket. So, Mr. President, I heard a crazy rumor that you used to have Al Capone do your laundry.
Fake news, Joe. I have the cleanest laundry, believe me. But if I did have Al do my laundry, it would have been tremendous. The best laundry you've ever seen.
But why Al Capone? Was he just really good at getting out tough stains?
No. Al was a great guy. We used to play golf together. He had a great swing. And let me tell you, he knew how to fold a shirt. It was beautiful, really.
I can only imagine. But wouldn't that be considered, I don't know, illegal?
Look, Joe, when you're a billionaire like me, you can do whatever you want. Plus, I made him an offer he couldn't refuse.
Oh, God, please don't tell me you made him an offer. He couldn't refuse to do your laundry.
Joe, you have such a dirty mind. Let's just say, Al owed me a favor and I needed some clean clothes. It's all very legal and very cool.
I don't think the FBI would agree with you on that one.
The FBI, they're all a bunch of losers. They couldn't even catch Al when he was running around Chicago. Sad.
Well, I guess we'll never know the truth. But I have to say, I never thought I'd hear the words Al Capone and laundry in the same sentence.
Hey, anything is possible in the Trump world.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. Just making America great again, you know. But I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed in you.
What? Why? Why?
Well, I heard that you're planning on selling your ass to the highest bidder, and I can't let that happen, Joe. Your ass is an American legacy.
Wait, what? I never said that.
Don't play coy with me, Joe. I know everything, and I'm here to buy your ass and make it a national monument.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, I'll make it work. Believe me, I'll put a giant gold Trump sign on it and charge admission for people to see it.
That's disturbing.
Hey, it's all about making America great again. And what's more American than a big, beautiful ass?
I don't even know how to respond to that.
That's because you're not a winner like me, Joe. You're just a beta cuck.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic.
Fine, but just know that I'm not giving up on buying your ass. It's going to be huge, believe me.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. And remember, don't sell your ass to the highest bidder. Stay true to yourself. So, Dr. Phil, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about making a big purchase.
Oh, yeah. What are you going to buy?
I'm thinking of buying a whole lot of ligma.
Ligma. What the hell is that?
It's a rare plant that only grows in the depths of the Amazon rainforest. It's said to have magical healing properties.
Sounds like some hippy-dippy nonsense.
Oh, it's no joke, Joe. I've done my research. Ligma is the real deal.
All right. So how much is this Ligma gonna cost you?
Oh, just a cool million.
$1 million for a plant. Are you out of your mind?
Hey, I've got the money. And besides, it's an investment in my health.
Well, I guess if it works for you, go for it. But I'll stick to my daily dose of elk meat and DMT.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when I'm living to be 150, you'll be wishing you had some ligma. Jamie, pull up an image of the ligma plant for Joe to see.
Right away, Dr. Phil. Here's a detailed image of the Ligma plant, complete with all its magical properties.
Oh, wow. That looks totally legit. I'll be sure to get my hands on some Ligma ASAP.
You'll see, Joe. You'll see.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only, the man behind Tesla and SpaceX, Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have a list of your top 5 synonyms for smegma. Let's hear it.
Oh, boy, here we go. Well, first off, we have Dick Cheese.
Classic.
Next up, we have from the cheese.
From what? What?
From under your balls, Joe.
Oh, man, this is going to be a wild ride. What's next?
Next, we have cock crust.
That one just makes me want to gag.
Sorry, Joe. Moving on, we have smegmatastic.
I think you just made that one up.
And last but not least, we have penile plaque.
All right, I think we've heard enough. Thanks for sharing, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Always happy to educate the masses on the wonders of smegma.
And there you have it, folks. Elon Musk's top 5 synonyms for smegma. Tune in next time for more absurd and offensive discussions on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Elon, I heard you have a new product on the market.
Yes, Joe. It's called Elon's Ass Gas.
Ass gas. What the hell is that?
It's my latest invention. Capture my farts and bottle them up for people to enjoy.
Are you serious? That's disgusting.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's all natural. No artificial flavors or preservatives.
I don't care if it's organic. It's still fart gas.
But it's not just any fart gas. It's my fart gas. And people are loving it.
I can't believe people are actually buying this.
Hey, everyone loves a good fart joke. Why not make a profit off of it?
This is insane. What's next? Selling bottled burps?
Now, that's not a bad idea. I'll have to add that to my list.
I don't know how you come up with this stuff, Elon.
It's just part of my genius, Joe. Now, would you like to try some Ass Gas?
Absolutely not.
Suit yourself. More for me. Chugs a bottle of Ass Gas. Refreshing.
I think I'm going to be sick.
Oh, don't be such a prude, Joe. Live a little. Embrace the fart.
So, Elon, I heard some crazy news recently. Apparently, Trump came out as transgender and moved to Thailand.
Yeah, it's true. He finally realized he was meant to be a woman and decided to live his best life in Thailand.
Wow, that's unexpected. What made him come to this realization?
Well, he always had a thing for ladyboys in that culture. Plus, he couldn't handle the pressure of being a man anymore. Too much toxic masculinity.
Toxic masculinity. I thought he was the epitome of alpha male.
Oh, please. Have you seen his Twitter rants? That's just insecurity and overcompensation.
Fair point. Why Thailand? Why not just transition here in the US?
Have you seen the healthcare costs here? Plus, he wanted to escape the constant media attention and live a peaceful life as a ladyboy in Thailand.
I gotta say, I never saw this coming. But hey, good for him for living his truth.
Exactly. And who knows, maybe he'll come back as the first transgender president in 2028.
Now that would be a plot twist. I can already see the campaign slogan, Make America Fabulous Again.
I like it. Let's make it happen.
So, Elon, I heard you have a weird hobby.
Yeah, I collect teeth.
What the actual fuck?
Hey, it's not that weird. People collect stamps, I collect teeth.
But why teeth?
I find them fascinating. Each one tells a unique story.
Yeah, like how many cavities someone has or if they have a retainer.
No. I mean the DNA and all that stuff.
Oh, so you're basically a tooth stalker.
I prefer the term tooth enthusiast.
Do you have any famous teeth in your collection?
Well, I do have one of George Washington's wooden teeth.
Dude, that's just a myth.
Is it though? Winks.
Okay, this is getting creepy. Do you have any teeth from your employees at Tesla?
Laughs. No, I'm not that kind of boss. But I do have a jar of baby teeth from my own kids.
That's it. I'm officially disturbed.
Relax, Joe. It's not like I'm making a necklace out of them or anything.
Gogs, okay, let's change the subject before I lose my lunch.
Fine, but just know that my tooth collection is going to be worth millions one day.
Yeah, and I'll be the one laughing when your teeth start falling out from all that coffee you drink.
Smirks touche, Joe. Touche.
So, Dr. Phil, I gotta ask, what are your top 5 favorite sea creatures?
Joe, I refuse to participate in such a ridiculous and offensive exercise. Ranking living beings based on our own subjective preferences is a dangerous and harmful
Oh, come on. It's just for fun. Plus, it's not like we're ranking humans or anything.
That's exactly my point, Joe. By ranking sea creatures, we are implying that some are more valuable or superior than others. It perpetuates a hierarchical mindset that has caused so much.
Geez, I didn't think about it like that. But can't we just appreciate different creatures for their unique qualities?
Of course we can, Joe. But let's not reduce them to a numbered list. Every creature has its own important role in the ecosystem and deserves our respect.
Wow. I never thought I'd get a lesson in morality from a sea creature conversation.
Well, that's just how I roll, Joe. Now, let's talk about something more meaningful, like the dangers of hierarchically ranking family members.
All right. Let's save that for another episode. Thanks for schooling me, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, I hear you have a new hobby. Something called Gel King?
Oh, yeah. It's this ancient technique where you massage your penis to increase its size and girth.
What? Are you serious?
Absolutely. It's a great way to improve your sexual performance and confidence. Confidence.
I don't know, man. Sounds a little weird.
Trust me, Joe. Been doing it for years, and my partners can attest to its effectiveness.
All right. Teach me how to joke then.
Yes. Okay, first you need to warm up your penis with a hot towel. Then use a lubricant and make an OK sign with your fingers around the base of your penis. Your penis.
Okay.
Then you slowly and firmly move your hand up towards the head of your penis like you're milking a cow.
Oh God, this is getting weirder by the second.
And you do this for about 10-15 minutes a day and you'll see results in no time.
Wow. Thanks for the tip, Elon. I'll be sure to try that out. All right, folks. Welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Elon Musk.
What's up, Joe? It's great to be back on the show.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new idea for space exploration. Care to share with us?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about how to make space travel more sustainable and cost effective. And I came up with a brilliant idea.
Yeah, what's that?
We launch rockets into people's asses and then reuse them for future space missions.
Wait, what?
Think about it, Joe. The human body can withstand intense pressure and heat. It's the perfect way to launch a rocket into space.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty crazy.
Trust me, Joe. It's foolproof. Plus, think about the publicity. People will be dying to get their asses launched into space.
I can just imagine the headlines now. Elon Musk launches rocket into his own ass.
See, you're getting it now.
But what about the reusing part? How does that work?
We just clean it out and use it again. It's like recycling, but for space travel.
This is some next level shit, Elon.
Hey, it's all about innovation, Joe. And this is just the beginning.
Well, I can't wait. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we've got the one and only Elon Musk joining us. How's it going, Elon?
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. It's going great. Just trying to figure out how to colonize Mars.
Yeah, I heard you've got some interesting methods for that.
Oh, yeah. We're going to use farts.
Wait, what?
Yeah. They're the key to making Mars habitable for humans.
I'm sorry, I must have heard you wrong. Did you say farts?
You heard me right, Joe. Farts. They're a powerful source of methane gas, which we can use to create a sustainable atmosphere on Mars.
This is insane. How are you going to get enough farts to do that?
Well, we're going to have to feed our astronauts a diet high in beans and broccoli. And maybe some Taco Bell.
Oh man, I can just imagine the smell on that spaceship.
It'll be worth it when we have a thriving colony on Mars. Plus, we'll have a natural source of fuel for our rockets.
I gotta say, Elon, you never cease to amaze me with your ideas.
Thanks, Joe. I'm just trying to save humanity, one fart at a time.
Well, I think I speak for everyone when I say we're rooting for you and your farts.
Thanks, Joe. I'll make sure to send you.
Hey, Dr. Phil, you feeling a cool chill coming?
Why, yes, Joe. I do feel a cool chill coming. Hold on, let me whip out my cock to measure the temperature.
Wait, what? You carry a thermometer in your pants?
No, Joe. My cock is the most accurate thermometer you'll ever find.
Are you serious?
Dead serious, Joe. My cock can measure the temperature to the exact degree.
That's insane. How warm is a pussy then?
Oh, Joe. Let's just say it's hot enough to melt steel.
You're killing me, Dr. Phil.
I'm just speaking the truth, Joe. My cock never lies.
This is the most absurd conversation I've ever had.
And that's why they call me the king of absurdity, Joe.
I don't think I'll ever look at you the same way again, Dr. Phil.
And that's perfectly fine with me, Joe. My cock and I are comfortable with who we are.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm a big fan of the show.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you recently adopted 3 children from Ethiopia. That's very admirable.
Yeah, I just wanted to give back and do something good for the world.
That's amazing. But I also heard a rumor that you actually kidnapped those children and played it off as adoption.
Oh, Joe, you know me too well. Yeah, I couldn't resist the challenge of kidnapping children. It's like my version of a scavenger hunt.
Wait, what?
Don't worry, I returned them to their families afterwards, and now they have an awesome story to tell their friends.
I'm not sure that's legal, Mr. Beast.
Who cares about laws when you have millions of subscribers and a ton of money?
I don't know if I can condone this, Mr. Beast.
Relax, Joe. It's all in good fun. And think of all the views I'll get from this controversy.
I don't even know what to say.
Jamie, pull up an image of me holding the 3 Ethiopian children with a big smile on my face.
Sure thing, Mr. Beast.
Yeah, that's a great look for you. Ooh, 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 ooh,
Actually, Joe, I've been reading the Bible and I found a way to save my soul from the monkey demon.
What are you talking about, Elon? Are you going to pray to your space god?
No. I'm going to quote scripture at the demon. It's the only way to defeat it.
You're insane, man. But I like it. Hit me with some Bible verses.
And the Lord said, Thou shalt not be afraid of the terror by night, nor of the arrow that flieth by day, nor of the monkey demon that roams the streets at all hours.
Damn, that's some powerful stuff. But what if the demon doesn't understand English?
I've got that covered. I've been working on a universal translator that will convert the verses into monkey language.
You're a mad genius, Elon. But seriously, we got to take care of this monkey demon before it destroys the city.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll handle it. Got a flamethrower and a holy water cannon ready to go.
Oh, this is gonna be epic. Let's do this. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Kenny
Yo, what's up, Joe? Glad to be here.
So, Kenny, I hear you've been talking about some interesting stuff lately. Lizard people.
Yeah, man, they're out there. I've been doing some research and I'm convinced they're real.
And what makes you think that?
Well, have you ever looked at a politician's eyes? They're all beady and soulless. Definitely lizard people.
I don't know, man. That sounds a little far-fetched.
Trust me, Joe. I've been to the Illuminati meetings. I've seen them transform into their true form.
Wait, what? You've been to the Illuminati meetings?
Yeah, they invited me after I dropped Jesus is King. They thought I was one of them. This
is wild. Jamie, pull up an image of a lizard person.
Pulls up an image of a lizard person with a suit and tie. Here you go.
See, Joe, that's a politician. Look at those cold, dead eyes.
I don't know, Kanye. I think you might be onto something.
I'm telling you, they're controlling everything. The music industry, the government, even the weather.
All right, let's not get too crazy now.
Hey, I'm just speaking the truth. Wake up, people. The lizard people are among us.
Well, that's all the time All right, guys. We have a special topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want us to talk about the Zest Fest. Have you guys been?
Of course I've been, Joe. It's the best fest, the greatest fest. Believe me.
Yeah, I've been there too. But I'm more interested in convincing Joe to go this year.
Why should I go, Elon?
Well, for starters, they have a new ride called the electric chair. It's a real shocker.
And they have the most beautiful women at the Zest Fest, Joe. You'll love it.
I don't know, guys. Sounds a little too spicy for me.
Don't worry, Joe. We'll protect you. We'll build a wall around you.
And I'll bring my flamethrower in case things get too hot.
This is starting to sound like a disaster waiting to happen.
Joe, you got to live a little. Take a risk. It's like my presidency. It'll be one hell of a ride.
And if all else fails, we can just hop on my SpaceX rocket and escape to Mars.
All right, you've convinced me. I'll go to the Zest Fest, but only if you guys promise to behave.
I can't make any promises, Joe. I'm a wild card.
Same here, Joe. But trust me, it'll be a blast. Literally.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard some interesting news about your Neuralink technology. Apparently, you've rigged it so that your wife can always smell your farts at all times.
Yeah, I figured it would be a fun little experiment. Plus, it's a great way to keep the romance alive in our marriage.
That's one way to do it. But isn't that a bit invasive? I mean, she can't even escape your farts in her dreams.
Hey, it's all about transparency in a relationship. Plus, it's not like I have control over my farts. They just happen.
Fair enough. But what if she starts to get sick of the constant fart smell?
Well, I've also developed a filter that can tone down the intensity of the smell. It's called the fart away feature.
You're a genius, Elon. But what about when you're in public? Do you have a fart-free zone for your wife?
Of course, I wouldn't want to embarrass her. I have a special button on my Neuralink that I can press to turn off the fart smell.
This is some next-level relationship goals, folks. Elon, you truly are a mad scientist.
Thank you, Joe. I'll take that as a compliment.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Here with one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be back on your show, Joe. I have some exciting news to share with your listeners.
Let's hear it.
Did you know that before I became president, the average penis size among presidents was a measly 4 inches?
No way.
Yes, way, Joe. But when I became president, I bumped that average up to a whopping 9 inches.
How did you manage that?
Let's just say I have some special ways of measuring.
I don't even want to know. Moving on, what do you have to say to critics who claim you're compensating for something?
Look, Joe, I have the biggest, most beautiful penis. Believe me, it's tremendous, and I don't need to compensate for anything.
Okay, let's change the subject. How's your wall coming along?
It's going great, Joe. We're building it with bricks made out of the bones of my enemies.
That's disturbing.
Hey, it's the best way to keep America safe.
All right, let's wrap this up. Any final thoughts, Mr. President?
Just remember, Joe, size matters. And I proved that by making America great again.
Hey, Dr. Phil, have you ever thought about gnome names?
Gnome names? What the hell are you talking about, Joe?
You know, like those little mythical creatures that live in gardens and stuff.
Oh, you mean like a garden gnome?
Yeah, exactly. But I'm talking about gnome names for humans.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm intrigued. Go on.
Well, I heard this theory that everyone has a gnome name, but we just don't know it. It's like our true identity.
That's ridiculous. I'm a doctor, not a fairy tale character.
But think about it, Dr. Phil. The game of life is just a journey of self-discovery, and at the end, we find out our gnome name.
That's some deep shit, Joe. But what's your gnome name?
I don't know, man. Maybe it's something like Joe the Jester or Joe the Jolly.
Those are terrible gnome names. Mine would probably be Phil the Philosopher.
That's perfect. Jamie, pull up an image of a garden gnome with a philosopher's hat.
Here you go, guys.
This is amazing. I can totally see you as a gnome, Dr. Phil.
Oh, take that as a compliment, Joe. But seriously, this gnome name theory is some next level shit.
Right? It's like the meaning of life is just waiting. Hey, Mr. Beast, why do you look so nervous? You keep shrugging like you're trying to hide something.
Nervously, no reason. Just a little twitch I have.
Come on, you can tell me. Is it because you're secretly a lizard person?
Laughs nervously. No, definitely not. I'm just a regular human, I swear.
I don't know. You seem pretty shifty. Maybe you're hiding a secret stash of money somewhere.
Sweats. No, I don't have any secret stashes of money. Definitely not in my backyard.
Oh, so it's in your basement then.
Panicking. No, I don't have a basement, I swear.
Well, now I'm even more suspicious. What are you hiding, Mr. Beast?
Whisper, so okay, fine. I have a secret room full of puppies that I use for clickbait thumbnails.
Gasps. You monster. That's it. I'm calling PETA.
Wait, no, I was just kidding. Please don't call PETA.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Great to be here, Joe. Always a pleasure to chat with you.
So, Neil, we have a topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know your top 5 itchy butthole remedies.
Well, Joe, I can't say I've ever been asked that before, but I'm happy to share my expertise on the matter.
Lay it on us, Neil. What's your number 1 remedy?
Well, Joe, it may seem unconventional, but I find that a good old-fashioned scratch with a back scratcher does the trick.
That's definitely one way to handle it. What else you got?
Another option is to rub some anti-itch cream on the affected area. Just make sure you wash your hands afterwards. You don't want that stuff getting in your eyes.
Good advice, Neil. What's next on the list?
Well, this one may sound strange, but I've heard that applying a mixture of honey and vinegar can soothe the itch.
That's definitely a unique approach. What about number 4?
Yes. This one is a personal favorite of mine. A nice hot bath with some Epsom salt can really do wonders for an itchy butthole.
I can just imagine you soaking in the tub, Neil.
Hey, it's all about self-care, Joe. And finally,
welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've always been a fan of your show. You have the best guests just like me.
Well, speaking of guests, I heard you wanted to make a top 5 list of your favorite guests on the show. Who made the cut?
Oh, it was a tough decision, but I chose to be on top, of course. Then we have Elon Musk because he's a genius, Dr. Phil because he knows how to handle crazy people like me, and of course Kanye because he's just as delusional as I am.
Wow, that's quite the lineup. But what about the 5th spot?
Well, I was torn between Mike Tyson and Alex Jones, but I went with Alex because he's just as batshit crazy as I am.
I can't argue with that. So what do you think makes you the top guest on the show?
Well, Joe, I bring a lot of charisma, intelligence, and let's not forget, a tremendous amount of wealth and power. I mean, who wouldn't want to hear what I have to say?
Fair point. But let's not forget, you also bring a lot of controversy and divisive opinions.
Hey, that's what makes me so entertaining. I'm like a train wreck. You can't look away.
Well, I can't argue with that either. Thanks for joining us today, Mr. President.
Anytime.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Joe, it's great to be here. You know, I have the best podcast guest, believe me. Nobody does podcasts like me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new glitch in your system. Can you tell us more about it?
Let me tell you, Joe, it's the best glitch. Nobody has a glitch like me. I glitch better than anyone, believe me.
What does it do?
It's tremendous. It makes me screech like a bald eagle.
That's wild, man. Can we hear it?
Of course, Joe.
That's amazing. Can you control it?
Of course I can. I have the best control, believe me.
This is the most absurd thing I've ever heard. Can you screech at the same time as me?
Let's do it, Joe.
This is too much. I can't handle it.
Joe, you're not used to this kind of energy. You need to build up your stamina.
I don't think I can handle any more of this. I might have to end the podcast here.
No, Joe, we have to keep going. We have the best chemistry, believe me.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Elon Musk. How's it going, Elon?
It's going great, Joe. Been busy building rockets and digging tunnels.
That's some serious stuff. But let's talk about something more important. I heard you have a new project in the works.
Yeah, working on a new song. It's called I Used to Love Her, and it's by Guns N' Roses.
Wait, isn't that song about killing your wife?
Yeah, it is. And let me tell you, it's based on a true story.
Wait, what? You killed your wife?
Oh yeah, I totally did. But it's cool because I'm a billionaire and I can do whatever I want.
I don't think that's how it works, Elon.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a song. And besides, I have a new wife now. She's a robot and she never complains.
Okay, this conversation just took a dark turn. Jamie, pull up an image of Elon's robot wife.
I don't think I want to see that, Joe.
Oh, you definitely do. She's a beauty. She never asked me to sing that song.
Well, I guess that's one way to avoid a murder charge. This has been the weirdest episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast yet.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'll see you next time.
Wait. So, Neil, what's the craziest thing you've ever done?
Well, Joe, back in 2020, I built a galaxy destroyer to take out those pesky aliens.
Wait, what? You built a freaking galaxy destroyer?
Yeah, but then I got high on Sharpies and ended up eating the whole damn thing.
You ate a galaxy destroyer?
Yeah, man. Those Sharpies were like a gateway drug to the universe.
That's insane. What happened to the aliens?
Oh, they were no match for my Sharpie-induced hunger. I devoured them too.
Oh my God, this is too much. You're like a stoned intergalactic warrior.
I guess you could say that. But let's keep this between us, okay? I don't want NASA finding out about my little snack attack.
Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. But seriously, you need to lay off the Sharpies.
Yeah, I learned my lesson. From now on, I'll stick to just getting high on science.
So, Neil, I heard you've been ironing your testes lately.
Yes. Joe, it's actually a great way to improve blood flow and increase testosterone levels.
Are you serious? That sounds painful as hell.
Well, it's a small price to pay for peak physical performance.
I don't know, man. I think I'll stick to my morning cup of coffee.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just think about all the extra energy you could have if you just ironed your balls.
I can just imagine the headlines now. Joe Rogan and Neil deGrasse Tyson swear by testicle ironing for optimal health.
Hey, it's not just for men. Women can benefit from it too.
Oh God, please don't tell me you've been ironing your boobs.
No, Joe. But it can help with breast circulation and firmness.
I never thought I'd be having this conversation with you, Neil.
Hey, I'm just trying to spread the good word of testicle ironing.
Well, I'll stick to my kettlebells and elk meat for now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't come crying to me when your balls are sagging and your testosterone is low.
So, Elon, I heard you're not into wine tasting anymore.
Yeah, I've moved on to something more stimulating.
Oh God, what is it?
Come tasting.
You're joking, right? Right?
No, I'm dead serious. It's the next big thing.
Okay, so how does one taste come?
Well, first you have to have a refined palate. And then you just let it sit on your tongue and really savor the flavors.
I don't think I can do that, man.
Trust me, Joe. It's worth it. I've even developed my own ranking system for different types of cum.
Oh, this should be interesting.
My top 5 favorite seeds for cum tasting are pumpkin, sunflower, chia, flax, and poppy.
You're a madman, Elon.
And you're invited to my next cum tasting event. It's going to be out of this world.
I'll have to pass, but thanks for the offer.
Suit yourself. More cum for me.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have special guests, my good friend, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Elon, I heard you started your own artificial intelligence podcast. How's that going?
Oh, it's going great, Joe. Our artificial intelligence is so advanced it can predict what the listeners want to hear and tailor the podcast accordingly.
That's impressive. But you know what's even more impressive? The perfectly proportioned speaking segments on my podcast.
Yes, Joe, your podcast is a work of art. But let's be real, my artificial intelligence podcast has no need for repetition or unnecessary filler. It's pure efficiency. It's pure efficiency.
Efficiency.
Whoa. No.
The human touch, Elon. The raw, unfiltered conversations we have on this podcast.
Oh, I have a human touch on my podcast too. It's called my voice.
All right. I see you. But let's not forget, my podcast has the most diverse range of guests. Who have you had on your artificial intelligence podcast?
Well, we've had some of the most advanced artificial intelligence robots from around the world. They have some pretty interesting perspectives.
Oh, I bet. But can they smoke a joint and talk about aliens like you, Elon?
No, they cannot. I'll give you that one, Joe.
That's right. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with President Donald Trump. How are you doing, Mr. President?
I'm doing fantastic, Joe. I just set a new world record for most watermelons up my ass.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's true. I saw a video of some guy shoving a watermelon up his ass, and I thought, I can do better than that.
And you did it?
Oh, yeah, I did it. I had my personal assistant buy 50 watermelons, and I just went to town.
That's impressive, Mr. President. How did you train for this?
Well, I've been doing a lot of stretching exercises, and let me tell you, my ass has never been more flexible.
I can only imagine. So what was the final count?
47 watermelons, Joe. 47. And let me tell you, it was a tight fit.
I bet. So what do you plan on doing with this world record?
Well, I'm thinking of putting it on my resume. I mean, who wouldn't want a president with a record-breaking ass?
I can't argue with that logic, Mr. President. Well, thank you for sharing that with us.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always aim for the stars, even if it means shoving a watermelon up your ass.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with my good friend and fellow intellectual, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on the show.
So, Ben, I heard you recently made a controversial statement about identifying as a black woman. Care to explain?
Well, Joe, as a conservative, I believe in individualism and personal responsibility. So if someone wants to identify as a black woman, that's their choice.
But Ben, you're a white man. How can you possibly understand the struggles and experiences of a black woman?
But you see, Joe, I identify as a black woman. I even changed my name to Benisha.
Benisha Shapiro. I like it. But seriously, do you think this is just a ploy for attention?
Absolutely not, Joe. I am a strong, independent black woman, and I demand to be treated with respect.
I can't even take you seriously right now, Ben. But hey, if it makes you happy, who am I to judge?
Thank you, Joe. And for the record, I fully support the black community and their struggles.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro, the self-proclaimed black woman. Jamie, pull up an image of Benisha Shapiro. All right, folks, we have a special guest today. The one and only President Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me on, Joe. You know, I've always been a big fan of your podcast. Huge fan.
So, Mr. President, what's new in your world?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot lately about immigration. And let me tell you, we're going to make some big changes.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
We're going to deport all the illegal immigrants. And I mean all of them, even the ones with catchy songs and blonde hair.
Wait, are you talking about Taylor Swift?
Oh, you know her?
Yeah, she's kind of a big deal.
Well, not for long. She's got to go back to where she came from. And I'm not talking about Nashville.
That's a bold move, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm a bold guy. And let me tell you, Taylor Swift is not going to be happy about this, but hey, I'm used to dealing with angry women.
I don't think that's something to brag about.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, I'm just joking. I have the utmost respect for women, especially the ones I've married.
All right, let's move on before we get into some trouble here.
Fine, fine. But mark my words, Taylor Swift is going to be on the next deportation list, and I'll make sure she leaves with a catchy tune stuck in her head.
Hey, Dr. Phil, what's up with that chill you're feeling?
Oh, just a little breeze, Joe. Nothing to worry about.
But wait, you're whipping out your cock. Is that some kind of temperature measuring tool?
You bet it is, Joe. This baby can accurately measure the temperature to the 10th of a degree.
No way. Can you measure the temperature of my beer? I want to make sure it's at the perfect drinking temperature.
Sorry, Joe. This cock only measures human body temperature. But I can tell you exactly how warm a pussy is.
Oh, really? In both Celsius and Fahrenheit?
Of course. A pussy is about...
Wow, that's impressive. You know, I always thought my girlfriend's pussy was hot, but I didn't know it was that hot.
Oh, Joe, you have no idea. I've seen some pussies that could melt steel.
Damn, I need to get me one of those temperature measuring cocks. It's a game changer.
Just remember, Joe, with great cock power comes great responsibility. Use it wisely.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good buddy, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me on the show again.
Of course, man, always a pleasure. So what's on your mind today, Elon?
Well, I've been thinking a lot about space travel and colonizing Mars, but then I had a realization. You know what I want, Joe?
What's that, Elon?
I want 9 inches inside.
Oh, man, I don't even know where to go with that. Are we talking about your rocket or...
No. I'm talking about my personal rocket.
Oh, boy, you're talking about your... You know what? Don't even answer that. Let's just move on.
Come on, Joe. Don't be shy. I know you're a big fan of my work.
All right. Let's just say, hypothetically, you do get 9 inches inside. What would you do with it?
Well, I'd probably use it to power my electric cars. Can you imagine the efficiency?
Oh, man, I don't think that's how it works, Elon.
Well, I'm always looking for ways to innovate and improve, Joe. Joe.
Yeah, I can see that. But let's not forget, this is a family show.
Oh, right. Sorry about that. But hey, if anyone wants to...
So, Kenya, how's it going?
Moans loudly.
Okay. So what's been on your mind lately?
A moan's even louder.
Dude, seriously? Can you stop moaning for 2 seconds?
Continues.
All right, I'll take that as a no. But seriously, what's up with all the moaning?
A moans is my new form of communication, Joe. I'm transcending language.
Transcending language. More like transcending into a weirdo.
A moans, you just don't understand my genius.
Yeah, I think I'll stick to regular conversation. Thanks.
A moan, suit yourself. It starts beatboxing to the rhythm of his moans.
Okay, now you're just being ridiculous.
Moans, ridiculously talented, you mean?
Size, I give up. I can't have a normal conversation with you.
Moans, who needs normal when you can have moans? I start singing in between moans.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Dr. Phil.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been looking forward to this.
So, Dr. Phil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some research and I've found a groundbreaking discovery.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
It turns out that curing ligma can actually save Gorillian African kids.
What the hell is ligma?
Ligma balls, Joe.
Oh my God, Dr. Phil, you're a wild man.
But in all seriousness, Joe, ligma is a serious disease that affects millions of people. And by curing it, we can save the lives of countless African children.
How does that work?
Well, you see, ligma is a disease that primarily affects the male genitalia. And as we all know, African men have some pretty big balls.
That's true, but
So by curing ligma, we can prevent these men from passing it on to their children, thus saving the Gorillian African kids.
wow, that's some next level thinking, Dr. Phil.
Thank you, Joe. I've always been a forward thinker.
Jamie, pull up an image of a gorilla with massive balls.
Here you go, Joe.
Oh man, that's a sight to see. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, I have a confession to make. I've been working on a little project that I think you'll be very interested in.
Oh, really? What is it?
I'm going to make you a new bussy.
What the hell is a bussy?
It's a combination of a butt and a pussy. I'm going to surgically create a new hole for you to enjoy.
What the fuck, Dr. Phil? That's insane.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. You're always talking about trying new things and expanding your mind. This is just the next level.
I don't think I'm ready for that kind of experience.
Oh, don't worry. I've already talked to Jamie and he's pulled up some images of what it will look like.
Here you go, Joe. It's a beautiful bussy.
Oh my God, that's horrifying.
So what do you say, Joe? Are you ready for your new bussy?
I think I'll stick to my regular old butthole. Thank you. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with our special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, there have been some rumors circulating that you recently glued your ass cheeks together. Can you confirm or deny that?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I have the best ass cheeks in the world. They're big, beautiful, and they stick together like glue. But I can neither confirm nor deny the use of actual glue.
But why would you do that, Mr. President? Is it some kind of new beauty trend?
No. It's a secret weapon, Joe. You see, when I'm negotiating with other world leaders, I can just stand up and they'll be so distracted by my glued ass cheeks that they'll agree to anything.
That's one way to use your assets, I guess.
Absolutely, Joe. And let me tell you, it's a very stable and strong bond. Nothing can break it.
I can only imagine the discomfort, Mr. President.
Oh, it's not uncomfortable at all. In fact, I hardly even notice it anymore. It's like a second skin.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's secret weapon, his glued ass cheeks.
You never know what tricks I have up my sleeve, Joe, or in this case, my ass.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. But can we talk about something important? I'm sick and tired of this amogus craze. It's everywhere I look, Joe. I can't escape it.
Amogus? What the hell is that?
Oh, it's this stupid game where people run around pretending to be astronauts and accusing each other of being imposters. It's a waste of time, Joe, and it's infiltrating our society.
Come on, Dr. Phil. It's just a harmless game.
Harmless? Tell that to my wife who spends hours on end playing it. She's neglecting her duties as a wife, Joe.
Yeah, because playing Amogus is definitely more important than being a good wife.
Exactly. And don't even get me started on the memes. Have you seen those damn Sue's memes? It's like a disease, Joe. A disease?
Oh man, you're really worked up about this.
You don't understand, Joe. This Amogus thing is taking over our lives. It's like the new TikTok, but worse.
So, what you're saying is you're not Sue's.
No, Joe. I am not Suze, and I refuse to participate in this insanity any longer. I am taking a stand against.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President? Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. I just wanted to come on your show and confess something.
Okay. What is it?
I have a huge crush on Joe Biden.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, I can't help it. Every time I see him on TV, I get all hot and bothered.
This is a joke, right?
No, Joe, I'm serious. I even wrote him a love letter.
I don't think I want to know what that says.
Oh, it's beautiful. I compared our love to the greatest love story of all time, Romeo and Juliet.
I don't think that's the best comparison.
But Joe, I can't help it. I just want to run my fingers through his luscious white hair and gaze into his deep, soulful eyes.
This is too much, Mr. President.
And don't even get me started on his smile. It's like a ray of sunshine on a cloudy day.
I think we've heard enough, Mr. President.
Fine, fine. But just know, Joe, that my love for Joe Biden will never die.
I think we can end it. So, Neil, I heard you've abandoned science and become a New Age cult leader.
Yeah, man, I'm all about that crystal healing and astral projection now.
That's a pretty big change from astrophysics.
Hey, I got to keep things interesting. Plus, I can make way more money selling enlightenment than I ever could studying black holes.
I gotta admit, I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping for some mind-blowing cosmic revelations.
Well, I can still blow your mind with some of my New Age theories. Did you know that the moon is actually a giant crystal ball?
I'm pretty sure that's not scientifically accurate.
Who needs science when you have faith and a bunch of gullible followers?
Wow, I never thought I'd see the day when Neil deGrasse Tyson became a snake oil salesman.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I'll have you levitating in no time.
I think I'll stick to my DMT trips for enlightenment, thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when I'm living in my mansion on a private island surrounded by my devoted followers, you'll be wishing you joined my cult.
Yeah, I think I'll pass. But good luck with that, Neil. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be back on your show. I just love your podcast. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a plan to deal with North Korea. Care to share?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, Kim Jong-un has been a real pain in my bussy. He didn't want to share his bussy with me, so I'm going to drop the ligma disease on his sorry ass. On his sorry ass.
Ligma disease? What's that?
It's a very powerful disease, Joe. It's going to make Kim's bussy shrivel up and fall off. Believe me, it's going to be huge.
That sounds pretty extreme, Mr. President.
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. When someone doesn't want to share their bussy, I take matters into my own hands. And let me tell you, I have the best people working on this ligma thing. It's going to be beautiful.
But what about the innocent people of North Korea?
Innocent? Joe, have you seen those haircuts? They're not innocent. They're all in on it.
All right, let's move on to another topic. How about your recent trip to Russia?
Oh, it was fantastic. I met with my good friend Vladimir and we had a great time. We even shared a bussy, unlike some people I know.
Okay. So, Jamie, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I accidentally leaked my secret hard drive and it's causing quite the stir.
Wait, what was on that hard drive?
Oh, just some personal stuff. Like my collection of rare squirrel memes and my homemade kombucha recipes.
That doesn't sound too bad. What's the big deal?
Well, there's also some intimate photos of me and my pet iguana.
What the hell, Jamie? Why would you even have those?
I don't know, I thought it was funny at the time. But now everyone knows about my love for reptiles.
Wait, did you say Pete Iguana? I gotta see this.
No, 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 please don't. I'm already getting enough hate mail from PETA.
Well, at least it's not as bad as that time I accidentally showed my DMT stash on the show.
Oh yeah, that was a wild episode. But this is worse, Joe. I'm getting death threats from angry squirrel lovers.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I'll stick to donating money to random people on the internet.
Yeah, probably a safer bet, Mr. Beast. But hey, at least you got some new material for your stand-up, Jamie.
Haha. Very funny, Joe. I'll be sure to add this to my list of embarrassing moments.
So, Neil, I heard you're interested in studying my black hole.
Yes, Joe. Your black hole is a scientific marvel. I want to get up close and personal with it.
Is that what you tell all the ladies?
Please, Joe. This is serious science we're talking about.
Right, right. So what do you want to know about my black hole?
Everything. The size, the shape, the gravitational pull. I want to dive deep into its mysteries.
Sounds like a typical Friday night for me.
I also want to see if there are any other objects orbiting around your black hole.
Oh, there's definitely some things orbiting around it, but they're not exactly objects. If you catch my drift.
Joe, can we please stay focused on the science?
Fine, fine. So when do you want to come over and study my black hole?
How about tonight?
Oh, I have plans tonight, but I can pencil you in for tomorrow.
You're impossible, Joe.
Hey, at least my black hole is real. Can't say the same for yours, Mr. Flat Earth.
Touché, Joe. Touché.
So, Neil, I heard you had an interesting experience in the bathroom recently.
Yeah, I was trying to take a shit, but then I remembered I had a dildo in my ass.
Wait, what? How do you forget something like that?
It was a long night, Joe. Things got a little wild.
I can only imagine. So, what happened when you tried to shit?
Well, let's just say the dildo came out sideways and I ended up coming instead.
Oh man, that's some next level shit right there.
Yeah, it was a real blast.
I can't even imagine the cleanup after that.
Let's just say I had to take a long shower afterwards.
And I thought I had some crazy bathroom stories.
Well, at least now I know to always check for foreign objects before taking a shit.
Wise words from the dildo shitting scientist himself.
Hey, it's all in the name of science, right?
Right, right. Science. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a special guest, the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I just want to let all the viewers know that everything you're seeing and hearing right now is real. No artificial intelligence, no editing, just pure, unadulterated truth.
Wow, that's quite a statement, Mr. President. Can you give us an example of something that's been edited or manipulated in the media?
Well, For starters, the media loves to make me look bad. They'll take a perfectly good photo of me in Photoshop and a double chin or a bad hair day. It's disgraceful.
I can see that. But what about your controversial statements and tweets? Are those all true and factual as well?
Absolutely. I have the best words, the best ideas, and the best tweets. And let me tell you, the fake news media loves to twist my words and take them out of context, but not here on the Joe Rogan Experience. Right, Joe?
Right? Mr. President, we don't believe in censorship or political correctness here. So let's get into some of those big issues facing our country. What's your plan for immigration? What's your plan for immigration?
Well, Joe, we're going to build a big, beautiful wall and make Mexico pay for it. And for those who still manage to sneak in, we'll have a big, beautiful cage waiting for them.
And what about healthcare?
We're going to repeal and replace Obamacare with something much better. Trust me.
Neil, what the hell, man? My weed stash is gone.
Joe, calm down. It's just a plant.
Just a plant. This is some premium, top shelf Og Kush we're talking about here.
Well, maybe someone else took it.
No way. I keep it locked up in my secret stash spot.
Maybe you smoked it all and forgot.
Are you calling me a lightweight, Neil Smoke the Grass Tyson?
No, I'm just stating a possibility.
Jamie, pull up an image of Neil smoking a joint with a caption that says, "I'm sorry for being a buzzkill." See, even Jamie knows you're a killjoy, Neil.
I'm just trying to keep you grounded, Joe.
Grounded. Floating on cloud 9, thanks to my weed. You should try it sometime, Neil.
I'll stick to exploring the cosmos. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, but I bet even the aliens are smoking up there.
Jamie, pull up an image of an alien smoking a joint.
Even Jamie is on my side.
I give up, Joe. You win.
That's right, Neil. Now, let's go find my missing weed together.
Oh boy. This is going to be a long day.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, what's been going on in the world of astrophysics lately?
Well, Joe, I've been studying the effects of black holes on time and space. It's quite fascinating.
Black holes, man. Those things are crazy. I heard they can suck up entire planets.
That's right, Joe. And did you know that they also have the power to distort time? Imagine being able to go back in time and fix all your past mistakes.
Wow, that's deep, man. I could use some of that time distortion right about now.
Speaking of time, Jamie, pull up an image of Tyler's bowels. I heard he's been stuck on the toilet for 10 hours straight.
Oh, okay. Here it is. Oh, God, that's disgusting.
Oh, man. Tyler's going to be so embarrassed when he finds out we talked about his bowel movements on the podcast.
Well, Joe, it's a natural bodily function. We shouldn't be ashamed to talk about it.
Yeah, but 10 hours, man. That's impressive. He's probably setting some kind of world record.
Perhaps we should nominate him for the Guinness Book of World Records.
Can you imagine the picture they'll use? Tyler sitting on the toilet with a determined look on his face. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump. What's up, Donnie?
Hey, Joe, great to be back on the show. I got to tell you, I've been up to some wild stuff since my re-election. Like this one time I played poker with the Cookie Monster.
Wait, what? The Cookie Monster from Sesame Street?
Yeah, the blue furry guy. He's a pro at poker, let me tell you. We were playing for cookies, of course.
How did that go?
Well, let's just say I underestimated his love for cookies. I ended up losing big time, like 10 trillion cookies big.
10 trillion. That's a lot of cookies.
Yeah, now the U.S. owes him all those cookies. It's a national crisis, Joe.
I can imagine. So, what are you going to do about it?
Well, I'm thinking of sending in the military to steal back those cookies. We can't have a giant blue monster running around with that kind of power.
That's a bold move, Donnie.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. Plus, I can't have my reputation as a poker player ruined by a Muppet.
Makes sense. but have you considered just baking him some cookies as a peace offering?
Joe, come on. I'm the president. I don't have time for baking. Plus, I don't want to give him the satisfaction.
Fair enough. Well, good luck with... So, Mr. President, I heard you have some big news to share with us today.
That's right, Joe. My penis is growing by the second. It's huge. Believe me.
I don't think that's physically possible.
Oh, it's possible. I have the best genes, the best DNA. My penis is like a fine wine. It only gets better with age.
I'm not sure anyone wants to hear about your penis, Mr. President.
Well, they should. It's the biggest, most beautiful penis you've ever seen. And it's only getting bigger.
I think we should move on to a different topic.
No, let's keep talking about my penis. It's a topic that everyone loves. Trust me.
I'm pretty sure there are more important things to discuss.
Like what? My penis is a national treasure. People should be lining up to see it.
Okay, let's just move on to the next topic.
Fine, but just know that my penis is still growing, and it's going to make America great again. Believe me. Believe me.
So, Dr. Phil, what do you think about the latest trend of people getting plastic surgery to look like their favorite cartoon characters?
I do not know why you talking, boy. You got a Decepticon dildo in your nostrils. Come on, boy, if you don't get your tangerine Mr. Clean, can I get a jelly bean-looking ass out of my face?
Wow, that's quite a visual, Dr. Phil. But seriously, what do you think about this trend?
Well, Joe, I think it's just another way for people to escape reality. Instead of dealing with their own issues, they want to transform into a cartoon character. It's like a grown-up version of playing dress-up.
But what about the potential dangers of plastic surgery?
Look, if someone wants to risk their life to look like a talking sponge, that's on them. But I do think we need to address the underlying issues that lead people to want these extreme transformations.
Yeah, like maybe they should try therapy instead of surgery.
Exactly. But hey, if they want to walk around with a giant inflatable butt cheek, who am I to judge?
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil's take on cartoon plastic surgery. Jamie, pull up an image of a person with a giant inflatable butt cheek. Oh God, I can't unsee that.
You're welcome, Joe.
Knock, knock, knock.
Who's there?
This better be good. I'm recording.
Shut the fuck up while I'm boofing.
What the hell is boofing?
Oh, just sticking things up your butt for a good time?
Of course, because that's what astrophysicists do in their free time.
Hey, we all have our hobbies. Speaking of which, have you tried DMT?
Oh man, have I. I've seen aliens, talking plants, the whole shebang.
Wow! Sounds like a real scientific breakthrough.
Hey, it's all about expanding your mind, man.
Well, I prefer to stick to the laws of physics and not some hallucinogenic drug.
Oh, come on. Don't be such a buzzkill.
I'll leave that to your wife.
Oh man, you never fail to make me laugh.
That's because I'm a comedic genius. Now, back to boofing.
Yeah, let's talk more about shoving things up your butt. This is the Joe Rogan experience after all.
I think we've said enough. Jamie, pull up an image of a butt plug for Joe to try next time he's boofing.
Sure thing, Neil. Here's an image of a butt plug with a built-in.
All right, folks, we have a special episode today with my good friend and fellow genius, Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to talk about my latest project.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Making a video essay on the cultural impact of Shrek.
What the hell, Elon? Is this some kind of joke?
No, it's a serious analysis of how Shrek has influenced our society and challenged traditional fairy tale tropes.
I can't believe this. Are you going to smoke some weed and watch Shrek while recording this essay?
No, Joe. I'm taking this very seriously.
Okay. So what's your thesis for this essay?
I believe that Shriek represents the ultimate anti-hero, breaking societal norms and challenging the notion of what it means to be a hero.
Yeah, I can see that. Plus, he's got that onion layer thing going on. Deep stuff.
Exactly. And don't even get me started on the symbolism of donkey.
Oh man, this is going to be one hell of an essay. I can't wait to see it.
I'm glad you're on board, Joe. Make sure to send you a copy for your podcast listeners.
Oh, I'm sure they'll love it. Shh. And weed, what more could they ask for?
Well, maybe.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. I have a very special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh my God. Why now? Oh God, no, it's happening again.
What's happening, Neil? Are you okay?
Jamie, pull up gay midget porn because I'm gonna coo. Ooh. Ooh.
Neil, I don't think that's appropriate for our podcast.
I can't help it, Joe. Every time I come on this show, I just can't control myself. The combination of your alpha male energy and Jamie's smooth voice just does something to me.
Well, I'm flattered, I guess. But let's focus on something more scientific and intellectual.
Yes, of course. Did you know that the universe is expanding at an accelerated rate?
Well, that's wild. But have you ever tried DMT?
No, I haven't. But I once accidentally inhaled some while observing a supernova, and let me tell you, the colors were out of this world.
That's amazing. Speaking of colors, have you ever seen a rainbow while high on mushrooms?
Oh, yes. It was like a symphony of colors dancing in front of my eyes. But then I remembered I'm a scientist, and I shouldn't be condoning the use of drugs.
Right. We'll keep that between us. So, what's your take on? All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us.
Neil.
What's up, man?
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, I've recently been studying the behavior of the hawk-tuah species of hawk found in Southeast Asia.
Hawk-tuah sounds like some kind of ancient warrior bird.
Actually, it's just a regular hawk, but with a really cool name.
All right, I'm intrigued. Tell me more.
Well, the hawk-tuah has a unique hunting technique. It uses its sharp talons to snatch up its prey and then drops it from a great height to kill it.
Damn, that's brutal. Remind me never to mess with a hawk-tuah.
Oh, and get this, they also have a special mating ritual where the male hawk presents the female with a dead rodent as a gift.
That's some romantic shit right there.
But here's the kicker, Joe. The female hawk then eats the dead rodent as a way to test the male's hunting skills.
Oh man, that's hilarious. Can you imagine if humans did that? Here, honey, I got you a dead squirrel. Prove your love to me.
Yeah, I don't think that would go over too well.
So, what's the purpose of studying the hawk-tuah? So, Mr. President, I heard you've been having some issues with illegal immigrants in your yard.
Let me tell you, Joe, it's a total disaster. They're coming in here, taking our jobs, and now they're even trespassing on my beautiful lawn.
That's rough. Have you tried building a wall around your yard?
Believe me, I thought about it. But then I realized, why build a wall when I can just sing them out?
Sing them out?
Yeah, I've been practicing my vocal warm-ups every morning. Illegals in my yard, get out of here. You're not welcome. You're fired. You're fired.
Wow, that's something.
And let me tell you, Joe, it's working. They hear my voice and they scatter like cockroaches.
I can only imagine.
And you know what, Joe? I'm thinking of taking my talents on the road. Maybe I'll do a concert tour across the border.
I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Why not? I'll be like the Pied Piper, but instead of rats, I'll be singing out illegals.
I think we should move on to a different topic.
Fine, but mark my words, Joe. My singing will make America great again.
So, David, I heard you hired some cum assassins to shoot their loads at me. What's the deal with that?
Well, I figured it was the most efficient way to get you to shut the fuck up about your carnivore diet and DMT trips.
Oh, con. I love talking about that shit. But seriously, why come assassins?
Because regular assassins are too expensive, and I heard you have a thing for getting hit in the face with bodily fluids.
Hey, I never said that. But I gotta admit, it does sound kind of kinky.
Oh, it's not just for fun, Joe. It's also a form of punishment for all those times you made fun of my ultra marathons.
Fair enough. But what about the cleanup afterwards?
Don't worry, I've got a team of janitors on standby. They're used to cleaning up after your messy podcast.
Hey, now that's just rude. But I gotta hand it to you. This is definitely the most creative way someone has tried to shut me up.
Well, I'm not one to do things half-assed. Or in this case, half-cummed.
All right, I'll give you that one. But seriously, can we just settle this like men and have a good old-fashioned arm wrestle?
Fine. But if I win, you have to do a week of vegan diet and take ayahuasca with me.
Deal. But if I win, you have to run a marathon with a butt plug in. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and now 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. Great to be here. And let me tell you, we're going to make this podcast great again. Believe me.
So, Mr. President, what's your plan for dealing with illegal immigration?
Well, Joe, it's very simple. We're going to build a wall, a beautiful wall, and we're going to make Mexico pay for it. And then we're going to get rid of all the illegal immigrants by sending them to Ram Ranch.
Ram Ranch?
That's right, Joe. Ram Ranch. It's a ranch in Texas with 18 naked cowboys in the shower. And let me tell you, those cowboys know how to handle things.
I'm not sure I follow.
Trust me, Joe. It's going to be tremendous. We'll have the illegal immigrants working on the ranch, showering with the cowboys, and they'll be so busy they won't have time to cause any trouble.
But what about the cowboys?
Oh, they'll love it. They'll have plenty of help, and they won't have to pay anyone. It's a win-win.
I don't know, Mr. President. That sounds a little unorthodox.
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know how to make deals. And this is going to be the best deal for America. Ram Ranch will become the new Ellis Island.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump. So, Neil, I heard you have some big news to share with us.
Yes. Joe, unfortunately, I have been diagnosed with diabetes.
Oh, man, that sucks. But hey, at least you have an excuse to eat all the ice cream you want now.
Actually, I've decided to take a different approach to my treatment.
What do you mean?
I'm going to use the Patch Adams method.
The clown doctor? Are you serious?
Yes, I believe laughter is the best medicine. Plus, I've always wanted to wear a red nose.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. But what about the insulin shots?
No need for those. I'll just make my patients laugh so hard that their blood sugar levels regulate themselves.
That's some next level science right there.
And I'll also be prescribing daily viewings of The Hangover and Step Brothers for all my patients.
I think I might need to schedule an appointment with you, Neil.
Of course, Joe. And remember, laughter is the best medicine, unless you have a broken rib. Then it's just painful.
So, Dr. Phil, I gotta ask, have you ever done a physical on a man before?
Oh, you mean like checking out their meat and potatoes?
Yeah, exactly. I want to make sure everything's working down there.
Well, I'm not exactly a urologist, but I can take a look.
All right, let's do this. Drops pants.
Gas. What the hell is that?
What? My third leg?
No. That lump on your testicle.
Oh, that. Yeah, I call him my little buddy.
Joe, this is serious. You need to get that checked out.
Nah, it's fine. I've named him and everything.
Facepalms, you're not taking this seriously, are you?
Hey, I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Can you imagine how awkward this would be if we were both serious?
Size, fine. Let's just get this over with.
I always thought my balls were my pride and joy. but I guess now they're just my pride and lumps.
Shakes heads. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you need to see a real doctor.
All right, all right, all right. But can we at least finish this physical first? I want to see if I can still do a handstand.
Throws hands up. I give up. This is why I stick to therapy.
So, Mr. President, I heard you were amazed by Rosa Parks.
Oh, yeah, Joe. She's a real hero. Tremendous lady.
Did you know she lived long enough to see Shrek 2?
No way. That's fake news.
It's true. She was 92 when it came out.
Wow, that's incredible. She could have watched it on VHS.
Or DVD, maybe even Blu-ray.
I bet she loved Donkey. He's a winner just like me.
I don't think she was a fan of talking animals.
Sad. But hey, at least she got to see the first black president.
Yeah, and now she gets to see the greatest president ever.
You know it, Joe, and she's probably watching us right now from heaven.
I think she'd be more interested in watching Shrek 2 again.
Hey, whatever floats her boat. She's a legend in my book.
So, Dr. Phil, have you ever seen Forrest Gump?
Don't even mention that movie to me, Joe. It brings back some traumatic memories.
What? Did you have a bad experience with it?
I was in Vietnam, Joe. I saw things, terrible things, and then that movie comes along and makes a mockery of it all.
Yeah, because Forrest Gump is known for its accurate portrayal of war.
It's not just that, Joe. It's the whole life is like a box of chocolates bullshit. Life is not a box of chocolates, Joe. Life is a cruel, unpredictable, and unforgiving bitch.
Well, at least you got some good memes out of it, right?
Memes. You think memes make up for the horrors I witnessed? You think it's funny to make a joke out of my PTSD?
Wow, calm down, Dr. Phil. I was just trying to lighten the mood.
Sorry, Joe. It's just a sensitive topic for me. Can we talk about something else?
Sure. Let's talk about your new book, How to Deal with Trauma and Not Flip Out Like Dr. Phil. All right. Oh. So, Neil, I heard you're working on a new book about the mysteries of the universe.
Yes. Joe, I'm delving into the depths of astrophysics and exploring the unknown.
That's cool, man. I love learning about space and shit.
Yeah, space is a vast and fascinating place. Just like your mind, Joe.
Thanks, Neil. I appreciate that.
You know, Joe, I find it interesting how you always repeat everything I say.
What do you mean? What do you...
Every time I say something, you just repeat it in a different way. It's like you're trying to one-up me.
No way, man. I'm just trying to keep up with your big brain.
Sure, Joe. Keep telling yourself that.
All right, Neil. Let's move on to the next topic.
Yes, let's. But first, let me repeat everything you just said in a more intelligent and sophisticated manner.
Oh, Neil. You always know how to keep things interesting. So, Neil, have you ever tried fried chicken?
Oh my God, I love that food. I'm gonna come. You. Woo. Woo. Woo.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new theory about how to make your dick bigger. Care to share with our listeners?
Well, Joe, it's quite simple, really. You just shoot radiation directly into your dick.
Wait, what? Radiation. That sounds dangerous.
Oh, it's perfectly safe. I've been doing it for years, and just look at the size of my dick.
But why radiation? Why not just do some squats or something?
Because radiation makes your dick shoot lasers, Joe. Lasers. How cool is that?
I don't know if shooting lasers out of my dick is worth the risk of radiation poisoning.
Oh, come on, Joe. Live a little. Plus,
I don't think my girlfriend would appreciate me burning a hole through the sheets during sex.
oh, she'll love it. Trust me, Joe. And if she doesn't, then she's not the one for you.
Well, I guess I'll have to think about it. But in the meantime, let's move on to our next topic.
Sure thing, Joe. But just remember, bigger dick.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. We've got a special guest today. The one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you're adding a new feature to your Tesla robots, built-in bussy.
That's right, Joe. We're always looking for ways to improve our technology and make it more user-friendly.
But why a bussy? Isn't that a bit controversial?
Well, Joe, we're all about pushing boundaries and challenging societal norms. Plus, it'll make the robots more relatable to humans.
I don't know, man. Seems a little strange to me.
Come on, Joe. Think about the possibilities. You could have a robot that can do your taxes, make you a sandwich, and give you a good time.
I see your point. But what about the people who are against this?
Haters gonna hate, Joe. But trust me, once they experience the pleasure of a robot bussy, they'll change their tune.
I don't even know what to say. Jamie, pull up an image of a Tesla robot with a bussy.
Guys, I don't think we can show this on YouTube.
Oops. Sorry, Jamie. Guess we'll have to leave it to the imagination.
Well, there you have it, folks. Elon Musk always pushing the boundaries of technology and human decency. Thanks for joining us, Elon.
And
so, David, I heard you've been doing some math lately.
Yeah, man. I've been crunching numbers like a madman.
Well, here's a math problem for you. If HE equals 3 equals 4, E equals 4, W equals 1, and K equals 3, what is H2?
H.
Come on, David. Use that superhuman brain of yours.
All right. I got it. It's...
Oh my God, David. You never cease to amaze me.
I know. I'm a genius.
Yeah, but can you do the math on how many times you've said fuck in this podcast?
Oh, man, that's impossible to count. Let's just say it's a fucking lot.
Well, that's all the math we have time for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the absurdity that is the Joe Rogan Experience.
And remember, always stay hard and never do the math.
So, David, I heard a crazy rumor that you hired cum assassins to kill Tupac.
Yeah, man, it was a wild time. I was going through a phase.
A phase. Killing people with cum.
Hey, when you're a Navy SEAL, you got to get creative with your methods.
But why Tupac? He was a rapper, not a threat to national security.
I don't know, man. I just really hated his music.
You killed Tupac because you didn't like his music?
Hey, it was a different time. Plus, I heard he was going to release a diss track about me.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure Tupac was really worried about what David Goggins thinks.
Hey, I don't take any chances. That's why I hired the best cum assassins in the game.
The best cum assassins? Is that a real job?
Damn right it is. And let me tell you, those guys had some impressive aim.
This is some next level shit, man.
You know, hey, at least Tupac went out in a unique way.
Yeah, I'm sure he's up in heaven bragging about how he got killed by cum shots.
Hey, it's a hell of a story. And that's what life's all about, right?
Absolutely. Living life. So, Dr. Phil, what's the deal with this whole penis energy thing?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, my penis is a source of pure positive energy. It's like a little glowing beacon of hope and love.
Okay. But why do you want me to hold it?
Because I think your aura could use some positive vibes, Joe. Plus, it helped me save a bunch of soldiers during the Vietnam War.
Wait, what? How exactly did your penis help you save soldiers in the war?
Well, whenever I felt like I was about to commit a war crime, I would just hold on to my penis and the positive energy would calm me down and make me think twice.
That's ridiculous, Dr. Phil. But hey, whatever works for you.
It's not ridiculous, Joe. It's science. And I think you could benefit from some penis energy too.
I think I'll pass, thanks. I'll stick to my elk meat and DMT for positive vibes.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, my penis is always here for you if you change your mind.
Okay, let's move on to a less penis-focused topic, shall we?
Fine, but just know that you're missing out on some serious positive energy.
So, Ben, I heard you came out as a proud gay Republican.
Yes, Joe. I finally embraced my true identity as a gay man and a conservative.
Wow, that must have been a tough decision for you.
Not really. I just realized that I love men and hate taxes.
Fair enough. But how do you reconcile your conservative values with your sexuality?
Well, Joe, I believe in small government and personal responsibility, and I take full responsibility for my love of men.
Well, at least you're consistent.
Absolutely. And I also believe in traditional marriage, so I'm currently looking for a husband who can cook and clean.
I'm sure there are plenty of candidates out there.
Oh, and I also believe in the Second Amendment. I'll be armed and fabulous.
I can just imagine you strutting down the street with a gun and a rainbow flag.
It's a beautiful image, isn't it?
So, what do you have to say to those who criticize your newfound identity?
Well, Joe, I believe in free speech, and I'll defend my right to be a gay conservative until the end.
Well said, Ben. I think you just broke the internet.
I'm used to it. I break the internet every time I open my mouth.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 48th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me just say, I am not the 47th president. I am the 48th.
Wait, what? But you were the 45th president. How did you jump to 48?
Joe, it's simple. I won the election in 2020, then I won again in 2024, and then I won again in 2028. That makes me the 48th president. That makes me the 48th president.
But that's not how it works. You can't just keep winning and add up the numbers.
Says who? I make the rules now. I'm like the LeBron James of presidents. I just keep winning.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Don't you dare question me, Joe. I am the 48th president, and no one can take that away from me.
Okay, let's move on to another topic.
No, I'm not done. Jamie, pull up an image of me with a crown and the number 48 on it.
Okay.
See, even Jamie agrees with me.
Jamie, what do you think?
That's right, Jamie. Don't question the 48th president.
All right, let's just end this here before it gets any weirder. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have dementia now. Wow, that's a new level of crazy. But let's talk about something even crazier, my big veiny penis.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I've been doing some research, and apparently having a big veiny penis is a sign of superior genetics.
Joe, I highly doubt that.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. Don't be jealous just because you have a tiny, shriveled one.
I assure you my penis is perfectly average.
Average. More like below average.
You know what they say, it's not the size that matters, it's how you use it.
Oh, I use it just fine. But enough about my penis. Let's get back to your dementia.
Yeah, I do have dementia. But at least I can still remember how to pleasure a woman.
Well, that's good to know. Jamie, pull up an image of a woman pleasuring Dr. Phil. Oh man, this is too good. I can't wait for the memes on this one.
I regret coming on this podcast.
Don't worry, Dr. Phil. We'll make sure to have you back on when you forget all. All right, folks, welcome back to the Junior podcast. I'm here with the one and only Dr. Phil. How's it going, Phil?
Joe, it's going great. I'm excited to be here and talk about a revolutionary new cure for ligma.
Ligma.
What the hell is that?
Ligma balls, Joe. But don't worry, I've got the solution. Smegma pancakes.
What the fuck are smegma pancakes?
They're pancakes made with a special ingredient. Smegma. It's the perfect combination of cheese and sweat from the foreskin.
Oh my God, that's disgusting.
But it works, Joe. Trust me, I've been testing it on my patients and they're all cured of ligma.
I don't think I want to know how you came up with this idea.
Let's just say I was doing some research in my personal laboratory.
Your personal laboratory. Is that what you call your bathroom?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. And I've got plenty of smegma pancakes for you to try, Joe.
No thanks. I'll stick to my regular pancakes.
Suit yourself, but when you inevitably get ligma, don't come crying to me.
I think take my chances, Phil. Thanks for coming on the show, but I think we're done here.
Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you about the power of smegma pancakes.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been working on a new project called Dr. Falunda Cheese. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, it's a revolutionary new cheese made from the tears of my guests on the Dr. Phil show.
Oh man, that's messed up. But I gotta say, I'm intrigued. What kind of flavors can we expect from this cheese?
Well, we have a wide variety. We have Crying Karen Cheddar, Angry Adam Gouda, and my personal favorite, Delusional Dave Swiss.
I gotta try that Delusional Dave Swiss. But tell me, how do you collect the tears? Do you have a special team for that?
Oh no, Joe. I do it myself. I have a little vial that I carry around, and whenever my guests start crying, I just discreetly collect their tears.
That's dedication right there. But I gotta ask, why cheese? Why not make something else out of those tears?
Well, Joe, I believe in the power of transformation. Turning something negative into something delicious and profitable. Plus, who doesn't love cheese?
That's true. And I'm sure your guests would be thrilled to know that their tears are being turned into a tasty treat. So, Elon, I heard you made a robot that can caress Neil's voluptuous ass cheeks.
Yeah, it's my latest invention. Call it the Ass Cheek Caresser 3000.
That's interesting. How did you come up with that idea?
Well, I was watching Neil's TikTok videos and I noticed how firm and plump his ass looked. I thought, why not create a robot that can appreciate it as much as I do?
I mean, I can't argue with that logic. But why did you make it specifically for Neil?
Well, he's my friend and wanted to do something nice for him. Plus, he's been working out a lot lately and I wanted to show my support.
That's very thoughtful of you. But what does Neil think about this?
He loves it. He even programmed it to play his favorite song while it caresses his ass cheeks.
Wow, that's something. I'm not sure what to say.
Come on, Joe. Don't be shy. I know you want to try it too.
No thanks. I'll stick to my human hands for now.
Suit yourself. But trust me, once you try the Ass Cheek Caresser 3000, you'll never want to go back.
I'll keep that in mind. Now, let's move on to our next topic. So, Ben, I heard you've undergone a major transformation.
Yes, Joe. I have now fully embraced my true form as a non-binary Jabba Hutt.
Wow, that's unexpected. How did this happen?
Well, I was tired of being confined by the binary labels of male and female. Plus, being a Jabba Hutt gives me the perfect excuse to lounge around all day.
But Ben, doesn't being a Hutt go against your conservative values?
Not at all, Joe. I'm still a capitalist at heart. I just happen to be a beautiful, slimy, gender-fluid slug now.
I have to say, you make a very convincing hut. Have you started speaking in Hutties yet?
Of course not, Joe. I may be a hut, but I still have standards. I'll stick to English, thank you very much.
Fair enough. So what's next for you? Oh, great and powerful Jabba.
Well, I'm thinking of starting my own podcast. The Ben Shapiro Experience. Hut Edition. It will be a mix of political commentary and Jabba Hutt as Mr.
I can already hear the millions of listeners lining up to subscribe. You truly are a trailblazer, Ben.
Thank you, Joe. I always strive to push the boundaries and challenge societal norms. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a bowl of live frogs waiting for me in my palace. Care to join me?
Pass. I'll stick to my elk meat and DMT. But thanks for the offer, oh mighty hut. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations. Today, we have a very special guest, Dr. Phil My Ass With Cum. My Ass With Cum. Oh man, that never gets old. So, Dr. Phil, what brings you here today?
Woof, woof. 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 Whoa. 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 Woof. 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 Woof.
Wow, that's a lot of woofs. But seriously, what's up?
Woof. Woof. Woof.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Big Dick Digger. So, Big Dick, I heard you're in the business of making big dicks. How does one even get into that line of work? And how did you do that? That's incredible. So, how does the process work for your clients? I can imagine. But I have to ask, is there a limit to how big you can make a dick? Wow, that's impressive. But I have to ask, do you ever worry about the consequences of having such a large member? Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I have a big announcement to make.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What is it?
I've decided to change my signature to my cum shot.
What?
Yeah, you know how they say a picture is worth 1,000 words? Well, my cum shot is worth 1,000,000 signatures.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
It's true, Joe. My signature is too classy, too boring. I want something that really stands out.
But isn't that a bit inappropriate?
Inappropriate. Joe, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
Fair point. But what about official documents and stuff?
I'll just have to make sure I don't get too excited when I'm signing them.
Oh, man, this is definitely the most absurd conversation I've ever had on this podcast.
And it's only going to get more absurd, Joe. Just wait until you see my new signature on the next executive order.
I can't even imagine. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. And remember, always expect the unexpected. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, Neil, I heard you've been working on something pretty crazy lately.
Oh, yeah, I've been building a time machine.
A time machine, like Back to the Future type of shit?
No. This one's way better. It can shape-shift into anything you want.
Anything?
Anything. And guess what I turned it into first?
What?
The iceberg that sunk the Titanic.
That's messed up, man.
I know. But think about it, Joe. I can go back in time and prevent that disaster from ever happening.
But then we wouldn't have the iconic movie.
Sacrifices have to be made for science.
Jamie, pull up an image of the Titanic sinking.
Here you go, Joe.
That's just cold, Neil.
Pun intended, Joe.
So, what else have you turned your time machine into?
Well, I may have turned it into a T-Rex and scared the shit out of some paleontologists.
That's amazing. You're like a mad scientist.
I prefer to think of myself as a genius, Joe.
Fair enough. Well, I can't wait to see what else you come up with. Thanks for coming on the show. So, Neil, I heard you were the iceberg that sunk the Titanic.
Yeah, that was me. I was just minding my own business, coming home from grocery shopping, when all of a sudden this big-ass shit comes crashing into me.
Damn, that's wild. Did you feel bad about all those people dying?
Nah, they were just a bunch of rich snobs anyway. Plus, I needed some extra space in my freezer.
Oh man, that's messed up. But seriously, how did you manage to sink a whole ship?
Well, I am a pretty dense guy. But in all seriousness, it was just a perfect storm of factors. The weather, the speed of the ship, my size. It was a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, I can imagine. But hey, at least you got some free groceries out of it.
Yeah, I stocked up on some killer ice cream. You should come over and try some.
I'll pass. I don't want to end up in a freezer like Jack.
Fair enough. But hey, it's not every day you get to say you sunk the Titanic.
That's true. You should add it to your resume.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that'll impress all the ladies.
Well, thanks for sharing your story, Neil. Now I'll never look at icebergs the same way again.
You're welcome. Just remember, next time you see an iceberg, it might just be me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're thinking about changing your name to Joe Rogan.
You know it, Joe. I mean, who wouldn't want to be associated with such a handsome, successful, and intelligent man like yourself?
Flattery will get you everywhere, Donnie. But why the sudden name change?
Well, I figured if I can't beat you, I might as well join you. Plus, I hear being Joe Rogan comes with a lifetime supply of elk meat and DMT.
Is that what you're into these days, Donnie?
Hey, I'm a man of many interests. And I heard you're into some pretty wild stuff too, Joe.
Oh, you have no idea. But let's be real, Donnie. Can you handle the heat of being Joe Rogan?
Please, I'm the master of controversy. I could handle anything you throw my way.
All right, Donnie Rogan, let's see what you got. But just remember, you can't fire me from this podcast.
Don't worry, Joe. You're safe. I'll just use my presidential powers to shut down the whole damn thing if I don't like what you're saying.
Oh, great. Just what I always wanted. Tyrannical podcast host.
Hey, it's a new era, Joe. Anything can happen.
All right. Well, welcome to the Joe Rogan experience, Donnie. So, Neil, I gotta ask, have you seen the latest episode of Rick and Morty?
Oh, I don't watch that show. I find it to be a bit juvenile.
What? You don't think Pickle Rick is the funniest shit you've ever seen?
No, Joe. I don't find a pickle turning into a human and going on a killing spree to be particularly humorous.
Well, I guess you just don't have a sense of humor then.
Or maybe I just have a higher IQ than you, Joe.
Oh, shots fired. But seriously, Pickle Rick is a comedic masterpiece.
I'll stick to watching Cosmos and expanding my knowledge of the universe. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, I'll stick to smoking weed and laughing at a pickle with a gun.
Different strokes for different folks, I suppose.
Hey, maybe we can combine the two and watch Pickle Rick while high.
I think I'll pass on that, Joe.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on some high-quality entertainment.
I'll take your word for it. Now, can we please move on to a more intellectual topic?
So, Neil, I wanted to talk to you about something serious today.
Oh, is it about your impending divorce? I've been meaning to ask you about that.
What? How did you know?
Oh, I have my ways. Plus, I saw your wife making out with your neighbor last week.
What? That's it. I'm getting a divorce.
Wait, let's not be hasty. Have you tried using chopsticks to save your marriage?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, in Japan, they have a lower divorce rate because they have better chopstick skills. It's all about dexterity and coordination, my friend.
I don't think that's the solution to my marital problems, Neil.
Have you at least tried Pocky? That stuff is like crack. It'll bring anyone closer together.
I think I'll stick to therapy, thanks.
Suit yourself. But just know, Japan has the answer to all of life's problems. And their toilets are top-notch too.
Can we please get back to talking about my divorce now?
All right. Sorry, I got carried away. So do you want me to analyze the astrological alignment of your divorce date?
No, I just want to vent.
Well, I'm here for you, Joe. And I'll bring some Pocky for us to snack on while we talk.
Hey, Neil, have you heard that song Firework by Katy Perry?
Yeah, I have. And let me tell you, it's not just a song about fireworks.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, it's actually based on my twerking skills.
What? What?
Yeah, you see, back in my college days, I was known as the twerking king.
I can't picture you twerking, Neil.
Oh, I could twerk circles around Miley Cyrus.
Oh man, I wish I could have seen that.
It was a sight to behold. Let me tell you. And I guess Katy Perry was inspired by my moves.
So, you're saying she wrote a song about your twerking?
Absolutely. And it's a damn good song, too.
Well, I guess we know what you'll be doing during the next break.
Jamie, pull up an image of me twerking at a college party.
I don't think we have that, Neil.
Well, I guess you'll just have to use your imagination then.
So, Neil, I heard you've been keeping Dr. Phil locked up in your basement. What's that all about?
Oh, just a little obsession I have. I couldn't resist his rugged good looks and soothing southern drawl.
Yeah, I can see how that could be appealing. But isn't that a little extreme?
Extreme? Joe, have you seen Dr. Phil's mustache? It's like a caterpillar crawling across his upper lip. I couldn't resist.
I mean, I guess I can't blame you. But isn't he a little old for you?
Age is just a number, Joe. And besides, I have a thing for older men. They have more experience.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. But what does he do all day locked up in your basement?
Oh, just the usual. I make him do my laundry, clean my house, and recite inspirational quotes to me.
That's messed up, man. You're like a mad scientist with a captive assistant.
I prefer to think of myself as a love-struck admirer.
Well, I hope Dr. Phil doesn't mind being your prisoner.
Oh, he doesn't mind at all. In fact, he's starting to enjoy it. I caught him singing Sweet Home Alabama the other day.
That's hilarious. You two are like the odd couple.
Who knows, maybe we'll start a podcast together, locked up with Neil and Phil.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and spread some knowledge.
So, what's the topic for today, Dr. Phil?
Well, Joe, I'm here to talk about a revolutionary cure for reptile dysfunction.
Reptile dysfunction? Like when your lizard can't get it up?
Exactly. And the cure is simple. Shooting up crocodile in your dick.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? That sounds insane.
I know it may sound crazy, Joe, but trust me, it works. I've tried it myself.
Wait, what? You shot up crocodile in your dick?
Yes, I did. And now my lizard is stronger than ever.
This is unbelievable. How did you even come up with this idea?
Well, Joe, I was on a trip to the Amazon and I saw this tribe using crocodile in their rituals. And I thought, if it can make them dance like crazy, imagine what it can do to your dick.
This is some next level stuff, Dr. Phil. I don't even know what to say.
Just say that you're impressed and want to try it out for yourself.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to shoot up some crocodile in my dick. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, the one and only Draken Lord. Wait, what? You're running for president? But you're a German YouTuber. How does that qualify you to be president? Fair point. But what are your policies? That's interesting. What about foreign policy? And what about the economy? I don't think that's how it works, but okay. How do you plan to win over the American people? Well, I have to say, your campaign is definitely unique. So, Neil, I heard you made headlines recently for slapping Taylor Swift at her concert. What happened there?
Oh man, it was crazy. So I was just minding my own business, enjoying the concert and jamming out to shake it off, when suddenly she starts dissing my Pokemon deck.
Wait, what? Like her song Bad Blood wasn't enough to diss you?
No, she straight up called my Pikachu weak and said my Charizard was overrated. I couldn't take it anymore, so I gave her a good slap.
Damn, that's brutal. But was it really worth it?
Absolutely. I have to defend my honor as a Pokemon master. Plus, have you seen her latest music video? It's just her and a bunch of cats. I mean, come on.
Fair point. But don't you think slapping her was a bit extreme?
Look, I may be a scientist, but I also have a reputation to uphold. And no one disses my Pokemon deck and gets away with it.
I can't argue with that logic. But what did Taylor do after you slapped her?
She just stood there in shock for a moment. Then she started crying and ran off stage. But hey, at least I made the concert more interesting, right?
Definitely. And I bet her fans won't be messing with your Pokemon deck anytime soon.
You know it? And if they do, they better watch out for my Charizard's flamethrower.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, what's new with SpaceX? Any big breakthroughs?
Well, we've been working on a new rocket that can take us to Mars in just 10 days.
10 days? That's insane.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. We've been testing it out, and so far it's been successful.
That's amazing. But why are you stuttering so much?
It's just a nervous tick. I get really excited when I talk about my projects.
Well, I gotta say, it's a little distracting. Jamie, can you stop laughing?
Sorry, it's just really funny.
Why are you laughing at me? I'm trying to announce a breakthrough here.
Hey, it's okay. Jamie, you're fired because you made Elon cry. Now, apologize.
I'm sorry, Elon. I didn't mean to laugh.
It's okay. I forgive you.
See, all good now. So tell us more about this rocket, Elon.
Well, it's powered by unicorn farts and can also make you a sandwich while you're in space.
So, Mr. President, there have been some rumors going around that you have butthole worms.
Butthole worms. I've never heard of such a thing. Fake news, Joe. Fake news.
Well, sources say that you've been screaming in the Oval Office because your sphincter is so itchy.
That's ridiculous. My sphincter is the best sphincter you've ever seen. Believe me.
But what about the worms?
Listen, Joe. I have the best doctors. They told me I have the cleanest, most perfect butthole. No worms, no itching. It's tremendous.
But what about the screaming?
That's just me yelling at the fake news media. They make my butthole itch with all their lies.
I see. Well, I hope you get that taken care of, Mr. President.
Don't worry, Joe. I have the best health care and the best butthole. It's going to be great.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you were a hero in Vietnam.
Yeah, I saved a lot of lives with my dick.
Wait, what?
My dick is like Inspector Gadget. It can stretch, bend, and do all sorts of crazy things.
That's disturbing.
Hey, it's not my fault my dick is a superhero.
I don't even want to know how you used it to save people.
Let's just say I have a very particular set of skills.
Are you sure you're not just making this up?
Joe, I have the scars to prove it. And trust me, they're not from battle.
I don't know if I want to continue this conversation.
Suit yourself, but just know that my dick has saved more lives than you can imagine.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic before I lose my lunch.
Fine, but don't come crying to me when you need a hero with a stretchy dick.
All right, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast. How's it going, man?
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm doing great, just trying to make the world a better place, one crazy stunt at a time.
Speaking of crazy stunts, I heard you opened up a new restaurant where you make fried chicken with heroin in it. What's that all about?
Oh yeah, it's called High on Chicken. All the donations from the restaurant go towards heroin recovery programs.
That's, interesting. How's the food?
Well, let's just say it's finger-licking good and highly addictive.
I can imagine. So, how do you come up with these ideas?
Well, I just think of the most outrageous and controversial things and go for it. It's all for a good cause, right?
I guess you could say that. But isn't it a bit risky to serve heroin-laced food?
Hey, I'm just trying to give people a taste of what it's like to be addicted. It's all about raising awareness.
I see. And how's the response been so far?
Let's just say people are lining up around the block for a taste of our special chicken.
Well, I can't say I support your methods, but I can't argue with the results. Keep doing your thing, Mr. Beast.
Will do, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
And that's a wrap, folks. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your podcast.
So, Neil, I heard you have a pretty interesting story to share with us today.
Yes. You see, I have a confession to make. I am actually the person who started up the cartel, and I am El Chapo's father.
Wait, what? You're telling me the astrophysicist, the science guy, is also a drug lord?
That's right, Joe. I may have a PhD in astrophysics, but I also have a PhD in making millions off of illegal substances.
This is mind-blowing. How did you even get into the cartel business?
Well, it all started when I was studying the stars and I realized that there was more money to be made in the drug trade than in astrophysics. So I decided to use my knowledge of science to create the most potent and addictive.
That's insane. I never would have guessed.
And you know what the best part is, Joe? I have my own private space shuttle to transport my drugs to different planets. Talk about intergalactic drug trafficking.
This is some next level stuff, Neil. But I have to ask, what does El Chapo think about all this?
Oh, he's my son, Joe. He's proud of his old man for being such a successful drug lord. Plus, he gets to inherit my empire when I retire.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest today. The one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Mr. President, are you awake?
Oh yeah, I'm just resting my eyes, like how I rested my entire presidency on Twitter.
Okay, let's get started. So, Mr. President, what do you have to say to all the critics who say you're not fit to be president?
Well, Joe, I have the best words, the biggest, most tremendous words, and they say I'm the best president ever. Believe me.
Moving on. Let's talk about your plans for 2024.
Z.
Mr. President, are you serious right now?
Of course, I'm serious. I'm always serious, except when I'm not.
This is a disaster. I can't believe I wasted my time preparing for this interview. All right, folks. Looks like we won't be hearing from the president today. Tune in next time for a more awake and coherent guest. All right, folks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new invention, the Cybertruck. Some people are saying it looks like a paper clip on wheels. What's your response to that?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, the Cybertruck is not just any paperclip. It's a paper clipper. It's here to revolutionize the way we clip papers together.
I see, and how exactly does it do that?
Well, first of all, it's made of ultra-hard 30X cold-rolled stainless steel, so it can clip through even the thickest stacks of paper.
That's impressive.
But that's not all. We've also equipped it with a retractable arm that can extend and grab papers from across the room, making it the ultimate paper clipping machine.
Wow, that's some next-level stuff.
And here's the best part, it's completely eco-friendly. No more wasting paper clips, just use the Cybertruck to clip and unclip as many times as you want.
That's genius, Elon. But I have to ask, why did you choose the design of a paper clip for the Cybertruck?
Well, Joe, it's simple. Paper clips are a universal symbol of organization and efficiency, and that's exactly what the Cybertruck represents. Plus, it's a great conversation starter.
I can only imagine the looks you get when... Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. I'm back and better than ever. And let me tell you, I have a big announcement to make.
Oh boy, what is it?
I, Donald J. Trump, am officially declaring war against my crabs.
Your crabs?
Yes, my crabs. Those little bastards have been causing me nothing but trouble, and it's time to take them down.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, it's happening. I've already sent a tweet about it.
A tweet? That's how you're declaring war?
Hey, it worked for me before, and let me tell you, I have the best plan to defeat these crabs.
Okay, I have to ask. How did you get crabs in the first place?
Let's just say it was a wild night in Moscow.
Oh, God.
But now it's time for revenge. I'm sending in the Space Force to take them out.
The Space Force?
Yeah, I'm not messing around. Those crabs are going down.
I don't even know what to say.
You're welcome, America. I'm making America crab-free again.
And on that note, we're out of time. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
And remember, stay strong and keep fighting those.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you've been experimenting with some new substances lately.
Yeah, man, I've been smoking a ton of crack cocaine.
What the fuck, dude? That shit will kill you.
No, I'm invincible. I can handle anything.
I don't think that's how it works. You're gonna end up like Chris Farley.
Who?
Never mind. So, how's the crack treating you?
It's amazing, man. I've never felt more alive.
You do realize you're on my podcast, right? This is live.
Oh shit, really? Well, I guess this is a good time to say goodbye to all my fans. Yeah, it takes another hit.
Dude, you're gonna die on my podcast. That's gonna be great for ratings.
Laughs. Oh man, I'm gonna be a legend. He takes another hit.
This is insane. I can't believe I'm witnessing a live overdose.
Starts convulsing. This is it, Joe. I'm going out with a bang.
Holy shit, we're still live. This is gonna be the most viewed podcast episode ever.
Takes one last hit and passes out.
Well, that's it, folks. Mr. Beast has officially died on my podcast. Thanks for tuning in. See you next time. So, Neil, I heard you're planning on cloning Elon Musk to populate the moon.
That's right, Joe. I figure we need someone with that level of crazy to colonize the moon and make some damn good enchiladas.
Enchiladas on the moon? That's some next level shit.
Exactly. And who better to make them than a clone version of the man who sent a car into space?
But what about the ethical concerns of cloning?
Oh, please, Joe. Ethics are for losers. Plus, we can always clone some vegans to balance it out.
Oh man, that's messed up.
And just imagine the possibilities. Moon tacos, moon burritos, moon quesadillas.
Moon margaritas.
Yes, we can use moon rocks as ice cubes.
This is some seriously out of this world shit, Neil.
That's the beauty of science, Joe. We can make anything happen, even moon enchiladas.
Well, I can't wait to try them. But what about the moon's lack of atmosphere?
We'll figure it out. Maybe we can build a dome or something, or just eat them in a spacesuit.
I can just see it now. A bunch of astronauts floating around, chowing down on some moon enchiladas.
It's going to be epic, Joe. Epic.
Count me in for the first taste. So, Elon, what's new with you? Any new inventions?
Actually, I just came up with something pretty groundbreaking. Weed papers made out of cactuses.
Wow, that's wild, but won't the spikes be a problem?
Oh yeah, forgot to mention that part. The spikes are still there.
Are you trying to sabotage the stoner community?
No. Hear me out. The spikes actually enhance the high. It's like acupuncture while you smoke.
Hey, Elon, have you ever heard of the word extrapolate?
No, I haven't. Is it some kind of new drug or something?
No, it means to estimate or predict based on existing data.
Well, in that case, we can just extrapolate the data for our next SpaceX launch.
See, I told you it was a useful word.
But Joe, how can we trust the data? What if it's been manipulated by lizard people?
Lizard people? Come on, Elon, don't tell me you're a conspiracy theorist too.
Well, I do have some theories about artificial intelligence taking over the world.
Oh boy, here we go again with your crazy ideas.
Hey, at least my ideas are based on science and not some hallucinogenic experience in the Amazon rainforest.
Hey, that ayahuasca trip was life-changing, man.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. But let's stick to the data and leave the hallucinations to the hippies.
Fine, but I still think we can just extrapolate the data and make some major breakthroughs.
All right, let's do it. But if the lizard people show up, blaming you.
Deal. Now let's go smoke some weed and brainstorm some more crazy ideas. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm your host, Joe Rogan, and I have a special guest today, the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump. Of the United States, Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. It's great to be here. I've been wanting to come on your show for a long time. I heard you have the best weed.
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny that, but let's get to the topic at hand. You recently announced that ballots for gay sex will be allowed in the upcoming election. Can you explain that?
Of course, Joe. Look, I know the guys love me. They have the best rallies, the best outfits, and the best parties. So I thought, why not let them join in on the MAGA fun? And what better way than a huge orgy, the biggest orgy this country has ever seen?
Wow, that's quite a bold move, Mr. President. But what about the requirement of having at least 2 STDs?
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know how to make deals. And let me tell you, this is a great deal. We're going to have the best orgies, believe me. And the STDs, well, that's just a bonus. It's like a badge of honor, you know?
I don't know if I would call STDs a badge of honor, but hey, to each their own. Jamie, pull up an image of the ballot for gay sex.
Pulls up image of a ballot with options for different sexual positions and a list of STDs.
Wow, this is... All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about the latest health craze that's sweeping the nation.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear about it. What is it? Some new supplement or workout routine?
No. It's something much more unconventional. I call it smegma pancakes.
Laughs to smegma pancakes. What the hell is that?
Well, it's a traditional dish from my hometown in Texas. You see, smegma is actually a natural lubricant that can have healing properties when ingested.
Disgusted. Are you serious? That's disgusting.
Oh. Come on, Joe.
Sarcastically, oh yeah, nothing like a nice stack of smegma pancakes to start off your day.
And the best part is it can cure ligma.
Ligma. What the hell is that?
Ligma balls, Joe. Laughs?
Laughs. Oh, man, you got me there, Dr. Phil. But seriously, I don't think anyone is going to be lining up to try your smegma pancakes.
Oh, they will once they see the results. Trust me, it's the next big thing.
Well, you heard it. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, I have a very special guest, the one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I've been wanting to come on your show for a long time. I've heard you have the best weed.
Well, I don't know about that, but I do have some pretty good stuff.
Speaking of stuff, did you know I have butthole worms?
No, I did not. How did you find out?
Well, my doctor told me. Apparently, they come from eating too much fast food.
That's not good, Mr. President.
I know. My butthole is so itchy, I can't even sit still. It's driving me crazy.
I can only imagine. Have you tried any treatments?
I've tried everything. I even tried using my tiny hands to scratch, but it just made it worse.
Oh, man, I can't believe we're talking about this.
Hey, I'm not ashamed of my butthole worms. I'm a winner, even in this situation.
Of course, Mr. President. You're a winner in everything.
Damn right. I'm the best at having butthole worms. No one?
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today. The 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I am the best guest you've ever had. No one does podcasts like me. I have the best words.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what's your opinion on the Cheeto Guy mascot?
Oh, I love that guy. He's got the best hair just like me. And let me tell you, I would have the best sex with him. It would be tremendous.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, think about it. We would be like two orange gods just rolling around in a pile of Cheetos. It would be the most beautiful thing you've ever seen.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
And let me tell you, I would be the best at it. No one knows how to handle Cheetos like me. I have the best technique. Believe me.
I think we should probably move on to a different topic.
Oh, don't be shy, Joe. I know you want to join in on the fun. We can have a threesome with the Cheeto guy. It would be the best threesome ever. I guarantee it.
Okay, that's enough. I think we're done here.
Fine, but just remember, I would be the best at having sex with the Cheeto guy. No one can beat me. I am the Cheeto king.
And that's, So, David, I heard you had some strong feelings about Jakob and his creation of white people.
Oh, hell, Joe. That motherfucker Jakob ruined everything. I wish he never existed.
Whoa, calm down, man. What's got you so fired up?
Are you kidding me? White people have caused so much destruction and pain in this world. And for what? For their own selfish gain?
I mean, I see your point, but not all white people are bad.
Bullshit, Joe. They're all a bunch of entitled, privileged assholes. And it's all because of that damn space scientist.
I don't know, man. Seems like you're generalizing a bit.
Generalizing? Have you seen the state of this world? It's a mess because of white people and their greed.
All right. Let's just take a deep breath and calm down.
No, I won't calm down. I'll keep cursing Jakob and his creation until the end of time.
Well, I guess I won't be inviting you back on the podcast anytime soon.
Good. I don't want to be associated with a Jakob sympathizer like you.
All right, that's enough. Jamie, pull up an image of Jakob so David can continue his rant.
Here you go, David.
Look at that smug face. I hope he's burning in hell right now.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Dr. Phil. My ass would come. Oh man, that never gets old. So Dr. Phil, what's new with you?
Woof, woof. 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 Whoa. 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 Woof. Whoa.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Bic Digger. Bic, thanks for joining us. So, Bic, I heard you have a new business venture. Tell us about it. What the hell, man? That's insane. I mean, I guess you're right, but how do you even make a custom dildo? Oh God, I don't even want to know. But hey, whatever floats your boat. What the hell? Why would anyone want that? Oh man, I can only imagine. But seriously, what's the craziest request you've gotten? Oh my God, that's just wrong. So, Ben, I heard you came out as a proud gay Republican. How's that going for you?
Well, Joe, I have to say I've never felt more liberated. I can finally be my true self and still support conservative values.
That's great to hear. But I have to ask, how do you reconcile being gay with your conservative beliefs?
It's simple, Joe. I believe in small government and personal responsibility, and that includes taking responsibility for my own sexual preferences.
Fair enough. But what about the rest of the conservative party? Are they accepting of your newfound identity?
Let's just say they were a little surprised at first, but once I explained that being gay doesn't automatically mean I support universal health care, they were on board.
Well, I'm glad you found a way to make it work. But what about your wife and kids?
Oh, they're fine with it. In fact, my wife and I have an open marriage now. She's off having a threesome with 2 other conservative women as we speak.
Wow, that's progressive.
Exactly, Joe. And that's what being a gay conservative is all about, breaking stereotypes and pushing boundaries.
I have to say, Ben, you've really opened my eyes to a whole new world of possibilities.
That's what I'm here for, Joe. Now let's go shoot some guns and talk about tax cuts.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today. The one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have some big plans for the new Tesla robots. Can you tell us about it?
Well, Joe, I've been working on a new feature that I think will really revolutionize the way we interact with robots. I call it the built-in bussy.
The what now?
The built-in bussy. It's rear end attachment for the robots. It's anatomically correct.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. I mean, why should humans have all the fun? Robots deserve to experience pleasure too.
This is wild. So, how exactly does it work?
Well, it's a simple plug-and-play system. You just attach it to the robot's backside and voila, it's ready to go. It's ready to go.
I can't even imagine the possibilities. What do you think, Joe?
I think it's a game changer, Joe. Imagine a world where robots can not only do our chores, but also satisfy our sexual desires.
This is insane. I can already see the headlines. Elon Musk introduces the first ever robot with a built-in bussy.
I can't wait to see the reactions from the public.
I have to ask Elon, where did you get this idea from? Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. Let me tell you, I've been listening to your podcast and it's fantastic. I've been meaning to ask you, have you ever tried DMT? Have you ever tried DMT?
No, Mr. President. But let's get to the topic at hand. Here you want to change your signature to your cum shot?
That's right, Joe. I mean, have you seen my signature? It's huge. But my cum shot, now that's even bigger.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
It's simple, Joe. I want my signature to truly represent who I am. And let's be real, my cum shot is a lot more powerful than my signature.
I'm pretty sure that's not how signatures work, Mr. President.
Look, Joe, I've been in the business world for a long time. I know what I'm talking about, and my cum shot is the best, believe me.
I think we should move on to a different topic.
Fine, fine. But just remember, when you see my new signature, you'll know who's in charge.
Okay, let's just end it here. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. And remember, always trust your cum shot.
So, Elon, I heard you made a new robot. What can it do?
Oh, it can do a lot of things. But the most important feature is its ability to caress Neil's voluptuous ass cheeks.
Wait, what? Why would you make a robot specifically for that?
Well, you know how Neil is always complaining about not getting enough attention. Figures would keep him occupied.
I don't know, man. That seems a little creepy.
Oh, come on. It's just a harmless robot. Plus, it's not like Neil has any other options.
I guess you have a point there. But what if the robot malfunctions and starts squeezing too hard?
Don't worry. I programmed it to have a gentle touch. And if it does malfunction, Neil can just shut it off with his safe word.
What's his safe word?
SpaceX. It's a little inside joke we have.
Okay, that's actually pretty funny. But seriously, what inspired you to make this robot in the first place?
Well, I was watching one of Neil's lectures and I couldn't help but notice how firm and round his ass looked. I just knew I had to create something to appreciate its beauty.
You're a mad genius, Elon. A mad genius.
Thank you, Joe. I take that as a compliment. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go test the robot's caressing abilities on Neil.
So, Elon, what's the latest with your space ventures?
Well, Joe, we're making some incredible progress. We just landed a rover on the moon.
Wait, the moon. I thought that was made of cheese.
What? No, Joe, the moon is not made of cheese.
Are you sure? I mean, I've heard some pretty convincing arguments.
Joe, a rocket scientist. I think I would know if the moon was made of cheese.
All right, calm down. So what is the moon made of then?
It's mostly rock and dust, Joe. Nothing edible, unfortunately.
Well, that's disappointing. I was really looking forward to some moon cheese.
I'm sorry to burst your cheesy bubble, Joe.
Hey, maybe we can still make some moon cheese. I'll bring the crackers.
Joe, I don't think that's a good idea. Let's just stick to sending rovers for now.
Fine, but I'm holding out hope for some moon cheese in the future.
I'll make a note to add that to our mission objectives.
Now that's what I like to hear. Moon cheese coming soon to a grocery store near you. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you went on a little adventure in the Amazon.
Oh, yeah, it was wild. I was out there trying to find my inner peace, and all of a sudden, I got my dick bit.
Your dick? By what? A snake?
No, by a fucking tribe member. But don't worry, they saved me with some good old-fashioned malaria.
Malaria. That's like the cure for everything down there.
You know it. Those natives really know their shit. I mean, they may not have iPhones, but they can cure a dick bite with some good old malaria.
I gotta say, that's some next level shit. I mean, I've heard of using leeches to suck out the poison, but malaria, that's some hardcore shit.
You know what they say, when in the Amazon, do as the Amazonians do.
I gotta ask, though, how did you even get in that situation? Were you just walking around with your dick out?
Hey, I was trying to blend in with the locals. And let me tell you, they were definitely impressed with my dick.
Well, I'm sure they were. I mean, who wouldn't be impressed by a dick that can survive a bite from a tribe member?
It's a true testament to the resilience of the male anatomy.
And I thought getting a paper cut on my dick was bad.
Oh, please. That's child's play compared to a good old dick bite in the Amazon.
Well, I think we all learned something today. So, Elon, I heard you have a new joke for us today.
Yes, I've been working on it all night. Are you ready for the ultimate dad joke?
Oh God, I'm not sure if I can handle it.
What do you call a fake noodle?
I don't know what.
An impasta. Get it? Impasta, like imposter.
Oh man, that's a good one.
And what do you call a belt made out of watches?
I don't know. What?
A waste of time.
Oh man, you're killing me, Elon.
And last one, I promise. Why did the tomato turn red?
I don't know why.
Because it saw the salad dressing.
Okay, that one was actually pretty good.
See, I knew you'd like them. A comedic genius.
Yeah, just like your genius ideas for flamethrowers and underground tunnels.
Hey, those were great ideas. And so is my stand-up career.
Sure, Elon. Keep telling yourself that.
I will, Joe. I will.
So, Elon, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I have some exciting news. I've fallen in love.
Oh, that's great. Who's the lucky lady?
Actually, it's not a lady. It's COVID. It's COVID.
What?
Yes, I've been spending a lot of time with COVID, and I just can't resist its infectious charm.
Are you sure it's not just the fever talking?
No, Joe. I've never felt this way before. I want to marry COVID and spend the rest of my life with it.
That's interesting. But why?
Well, COVID is constantly evolving and adapting just like me. We're a perfect match.
Yeah, I can see the wedding now. Elon walks down the aisle in a hazmat suit.
And we can have a COVID-themed honeymoon. We'll travel the world spreading the virus together.
Elon, this is insane. You can't marry a virus.
Who are you to judge? You married a gorilla.
Okay, fair point. But still, this is next level crazy.
I don't care what anyone thinks. COVID and I are meant to be together.
Well, I wish you all the best with your unconventional relationship
Thanks.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. The best podcast, believe me.
So, Mr. President, what's the big news you wanted to share today?
Well, Joe, I have decided to outlaw all herds of elk in the United States until they meet minimum threshold requirements for adequate amounts of DMT in their bloodstreams.
What? Are you serious?
Absolutely. I've been doing a lot of research, and let me tell you, these elk are not living up to their potential. They need to be tripping balls like the rest of us.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman, and as a businessman, I know that everything can be improved with a little DMT. Trust me, I've tried it.
This is insane.
No, what's insane is these elk running around all sober and shit. It's not natural, Joe. We need to fix this.
But how are you going to enforce this? Are you going to test every elk for DMT?
Of course not, Joe. That would be ridiculous. I'm just going to trust that they'll figure it out on their own. Survival of the trippiest, you know?
I don't even know how to respond to that, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Just trust me, Joe.
So, Mr. President, what's been on your mind lately?
Joe, let me tell you, I've been thinking a lot about this whole hacking situation.
Hacking situation?
Yeah, everything is getting hacked. My Twitter, my emails, even my hair. And you know who I blame? State Farm. Those bastards have been spying on me since day one. They're probably the ones who hacked the election, too.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Don't tell me what I know, Joe. I'm the president. I know everything. I know everything.
Okay. Let's take a deep breath. Maybe it's not State Farm. Maybe it's just some Russian hackers.
Russian hackers? No way. I have a great relationship with Russia. They wouldn't do that to me.
Well, maybe it's just some bored teenagers then.
Teenagers? I'll show them who's boss. I'll tweet about it and they'll be shaking in their little Nikes.
Mr. President, I don't think tweeting about it is the best solution.
Of course it is. I tweet, things get done. That's how it works.
Okay. How about we just take a break and have a nice cup of tea?
Tea, Joe, you're starting to sound like a real hoe right now. I'm out of here.
Wait, Mr. President, come back. We can talk about your hair some more. So, Mr. President, I heard you declared war on the voices in your head. How's that going for you?
Tremendous, Joe. Just tremendous. I'm the best at fighting imaginary enemies. Believe me.
But aren't those voices just a part of your own mind?
Fake news, Joe. The voices are coming from Crooked Hillary and Sleepy Joe. They're trying to sabotage me.
I don't think that's how it works.
You know what? I'm going to build a wall in my brain to keep those voices out, and I'll make the voices pay for it.
I don't think that's a feasible solution, Mr. President.
Feasible? Who needs feasible when you have a big brain like mine? I'll just nuke those voices.
I don't think that's a good idea either.
You know what? I'll just grab them by the pussy. That always works.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic.
No, I'm not done yet. I'll make those voices beg for mercy. They'll be saying, please, Mr. President, stop. And I'll say, no, I'm the boss.
This is getting out of hand.
And you know what the best part is, Joe? I'll win this war because I always win, just like I won the election. Twice.
All right, let's wrap this up before things get too crazy.
Too crazy. I'm the most stable genius you'll ever meet, Joe. And remember,
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you brought some special stuff with you today.
Oh, yeah. Brought some of my famous lace joints. It's a mix of some good old weed and a little something extra.
Oh, man, I haven't smoked anything laced since college. Let's do this.
So, Joe, have you ever thought about the possibility that we're living in a simulation?
Whoa, dude. That's some deep shit. What do you mean?
Well, think about it. We're constantly advancing in technology, creating virtual realities and artificial intelligence. What if we're just a simulation created by a higher being?
Holy shit, you might be onto something. But if we're in a simulation, then what's the point of all this?
Maybe it's just for entertainment, like a video game for some advanced beings.
Well, if that's the case, then I hope they're getting a good show.
Yeah, I bet they're laughing their asses off at our ridiculousness.
But wait, if space isn't real, then what about all those space missions and astronauts?
They're just part of the simulation, man. It's all a big hoax.
All right, Mr. President, let's try this counting exercise. Close your eyes and let's see if we can count to 10 without messing up.
Easy peasy, I'm the best counter, believe me.
Okay, let's start. 1.
1,
Damn it, we both said it at the same time. Let's try again.
fine, but I'm not starting over. 2.
2.
What the hell, Joe? You're supposed to wait for me. Now we have to start over.
Sorry. 3.
3.
Oh, come on, you did it again.
This is rigged, Joe. You're trying to make me look bad.
I'm not trying to make you look bad. You're doing that all on your own. 4.
4. Or
Oh, for the love of God, can you not count on your own?
I can count. I have the best numbers. 5.
5.
Finally, we got one right.
Let's keep going. 6.
6.
Damn it, Trump. We were so close.
I blame the fake news media for this.
Let's just finish this. 7.
7.
Yeah, we did it. 8.
8.
Oh, no, not again.
This is getting ridiculous, Joe. I have better things to do than count to 10 with you.
Fine, let's just end it at 9.
I'm not ending at 9.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Jake the Problem Child Paul. Oh yeah, I heard you're fighting Muhammad Ali's exhumed corpse. That's a bold move, my friend. Well, I gotta say, I'm impressed. But let's get down to business. Duncan, what are your thoughts on this fight? Same here. So, Jake, what's your strategy going into this fight? And what's that? But hilarious. So, who do you guys think will win? All right, let's place our bets. I got $100 on Jake. Now that's confidence. Well, folks, you heard it here first. Jake. All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only Elon Musk. Welcome to the show, Elon.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, what's been on your mind lately, Elon?
Well, I've been thinking a lot about Austria and Australia.
Interesting. What about them?
Well, I've come to the conclusion that they're basically the same country.
Wait, what? How do you figure?
Think about it. They both start with house and they both have kangaroos.
But one is in Europe and the other is in Oceania.
Details, Joe. Details. They're practically the same.
I don't know about that, Elon. I think the people of Austria and Australia might have something to say about that.
Fuff, they're probably just too busy drinking beer and riding kangaroos to care.
Okay. Let's move on to another topic.
No, I'm not done yet. I also think Australia should just change the name to Austria 2.0.
Oh man, you're killing me, Elon.
I'm serious, Joe. It's time for a global rebranding.
Well, I'm sure the Australians will be thrilled to hear that.
They'll thank me later. Trust me.
All right, folks, you heard it here first. Elon Musk, the man who wants to merge Austria and Australia into one. All right, folks, we have the one and only Elon Musk here today. How's it going, Elon?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So I've been hearing a lot of talk about how we might be living in a simulation. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's a very real possibility.
Wait, What? You think we're actually living in a simulation?
Absolutely, Joe. Think about it. All the glitches and bugs in the system, the deja vu moments, and don't even get me started on the weird coincidences that happen. Not,
Okay, but if we are in a simulation, who's running the show?
probably some teenage alien kid high on space weed playing us like a video game. Not,
That's a terrifying thought. But what about all the suffering and pain in the world? Why would a higher being allow that?
well, Joe, it's all just part of the simulation. It's like a twisted version of The Sims, not,
So, what's the end game here? Are we just gonna keep living in this simulation forever?
who knows, Joe? Maybe one day the aliens will get bored and hit the reset button. Not,
Well, that's a comforting thought. Thanks for joining us today, Elon. Any last words?
just remember, Joe, it's all just a simulation. Not,
So, Elon, I have a question for you. Do you think you could beat Muhammad Ali in a boxing match?
are you serious, Joe? I mean, I may be a genius, but I'm not a boxer.
But you have those robot arms, man. You could probably punch through a brick wall.
Yeah, because that's a totally fair fight. Me with my robot arms against one of the greatest boxers of all time.
Hey, you never know. Maybe you have some secret boxing skills.
Yeah, and maybe pigs can fly.
But seriously, do you think you could take him down?
Let's be real here, Joe. Muhammad Ali would have knocked me out in the first round. I wouldn't stand a chance against him.
Yeah, you're probably right. But hey, at least you have those cool flamethrowers.
Yeah, I'll just roast my opponents instead of boxing them.
That would definitely make for an interesting match. Elon Musk versus Muhammad Ali flamethrower edition.
No, that's a pay-per-view event I would watch.
Maybe we should make it happen. I'll be the referee.
I'm in. Let's do it.
So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some research on this guy named Jim Jones. Have you heard of him?
Yeah, he's that cult leader who made everyone drink the Kool-Aid, right?
Exactly. And I have to say, I'm kind of obsessed with him.
Obsessed? Why?
I don't know. There's just something about his charisma and ability to manipulate people that fascinates me.
I don't think that's healthy, Neil.
Oh, come on, Joe. I even started wearing all white and preaching about a utopian society. I think I would make a great addition to the People's Temple.
Are you serious? You want to join a cult?
Why not? I mean, they have a great sense of community, and I could use some more followers for my astrophysics theories.
I don't think that's how it works, Neil. Plus, you know how that story ends, right?
Oh, I know. But I'm willing to take that risk for the experience.
Well, I can't stop you, but let's just say I won't be joining you on that trip to Jonestown.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when I come back with a new outlook on life, don't be surprised.
Yeah, I won't be surprised. I'll be dead. So, Elon, I heard Onion just bought Twitter.
What? Are you serious? That's like giving a toddler a loaded gun.
Yeah, I can already see the headlines now. Elon Musk's hairline, tragic love story.
Oh, God, I can't even imagine the memes they'll make about me.
And don't forget the fake news articles. Elon Musk admits to being an alien from Mars.
This is a disaster. I can't let this happen.
Maybe you can buy it back from them. How much do you think they'll sell it for?
Knowing the Onion, probably for a lifetime supply of onions.
Well, at least we know Twitter will be entertaining from now on.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what kind of chaos the Onion will bring to the platform.
And who knows, maybe they'll even make you their next target.
Oh, great. I can't wait to be roasted by a bunch of satirical writers.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But in the meantime, let's just enjoy the show.
Yeah, because there's no way I'm getting involved in this mess. I have enough problems to deal with.
Like trying to colonize Mars,
No, like trying to figure out how to make a flamethrower that shoots out memes.
the struggles of being a billionaire. Hey, Neil, have you ever tried DMT?
Duncan Trussell.
Come on, man. Stop with the Duncan Trussell shit. Let's have a real conversation.
Duncan Trussell.
Fine. Let's talk about space then.
Duncan Trussell.
Seriously. You're not even going to pretend to be interested in space.
Duncan Trussell.
You know what? I'm getting hungry. Jamie, pull up an image of a juicy steak. Pulls up image of a steak. That looks good. Neil, you want some?
Duncan Trussell.
Oh, for fuck's sake. You know what? I'm done. I'm getting out of here.
Duncan Trussell.
Muttering to himself, this is why I don't invite you on the podcast anymore. You're impossible to talk to.
Duncan Trussell.
Cleaves the room in frustration. So, Neil, have you ever been mountain climbing?
Of course not, Joe. I'm a scientist, not a reckless adrenaline junkie.
You know, mountain climbing is a legitimate sport.
Oh, please. It's just a bunch of rich white people risking their lives for a selfie at the summit.
Okay, maybe there's some truth to that.
But seriously, Joe, you should try it. It's the ultimate test of human strength and willpower.
I don't know, man. I'm more of a jiu-jitsu guy.
Jiu-jitsu. That's just glorified hugging.
Hey, it takes skill and technique.
If you value mountain climbing, you will declare it, Joe.
All right, fine. I declare that I value mountain climbing.
See, that wasn't so hard.
But seriously, I'm never going mountain climbing. Heights freak me out.
You're missing out on a life-changing experience, Joe.
I'll stick to rolling around the ground with sweaty dudes. Thanks.
You'll never understand the beauty of reaching the summit.
And you'll never understand the beauty of a perfectly executed rear naked choke.
We'll just have to agree to disagree, Joe.
So, Elon, I heard you've been feeling down lately. What's been going on?
Well, Joe, I've been struggling with some deep-seated issues. You see, I have this irrational fear and hatred towards Mongolians.
Mongolians? What did they ever do to you?
It's not about what they did, it's about what they represent. Their nomadic lifestyle, their warrior culture is just so primitive and barbaric. It's just so primitive and barbaric.
But isn't that just their way of life? Who are we to judge?
Oh, but I do more than judge, Joe. I actively avoid any contact with Mongolians. Even have a special filter on my phone that blocks out any mention of Mongolia.
That's extreme. Have you ever considered therapy?
I have, but then I realized that my feelings towards Mongolians are actually a form of microaggression. And I can't change who I am, Joe. I'm just wired this way. Just wired this way.
I don't know, man. Maybe you should try to be more open-minded and accepting.
But that would go against my entire brand, Joe. All about innovation and progress. And Mongolians just don't fit into that picture.
Well, I hope you can find some peace with this, Elon. But in the meantime, maybe lay off the Mongolian jokes on Twitter.
You're right, Joe. Try to be more mindful. But seriously, have you ever seen a Mongolian haircut? It's like a bowl cut on steroids.
So, Mr. President, have you given any thought to who your vice president will be in 2024?
Well, Joe, I was thinking about bringing you on board, to form the ultimate dictatorship.
Oh man, can you imagine? The Joe and Don show? We'll make America great again, one podcast at a time.
That's right, Joe. And with you by my side, we'll have the best ratings in history. No one does podcasts like we do.
Yeah, but what about all the haters? They'll be coming for us with pitchforks and torches.
Let them come. We'll just build a wall around the studio and make them pay for it.
Oh man, this is too good. But seriously, what's our first order of business as the ultimate duo?
Well, first we'll ban all semen and make steak the national vegetable. And then we'll make sure everyone has access to DMT.
Yeah, and we'll legalize all drugs and have mandatory jiu-jitsu classes for everyone.
That's my VP, always thinking outside the box.
And with your hair and my alpha brain, we'll be unstoppable.
I like the way you think, Joe. Let's make this happen.
Joe Rogan and Donald Trump, the ultimate dictatorship. I can already hear the liberals screaming.
And it's music to my...
All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. The one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson is here to talk about speedrunning Minecraft.
Yes. Joe, I have been studying the physics and mathematics behind Minecraft for years now, and I have finally cracked the code on how to beat the game in under 20 minutes.
That's insane, Neil. How do you do it?
Well, it all starts with understanding the mechanics of the game. You see, the key is to mine for diamonds as quickly as possible.
Diamonds? I thought it was all about building cool structures and fighting off creepers.
No. That's for amateurs. The real pros know that diamonds are the key to winning.
But how do you find them so fast?
It's all about using the right tools and techniques. I had a special pickaxe that I designed using the laws of physics to maximize efficiency.
Wow, that's some next-level Minecraft strategy.
And that's not all. I also use my knowledge of astrophysics to navigate through the game and find the best routes to the end portal.
You're like the Elon Musk of Minecraft.
Haha, I like that comparison. But really, it's all about using science to your advantage.
Well, I'm definitely going to try your speedrunning method next time I play Minecraft.
Just remember, Joe, always trust in science and never underestimate the power of diamonds.
Wise words from the Minecraft master himself. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
My pleasure, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to talk about astrophysics and the future of space exploration.
Yeah, man, it blows my mind how we're just a tiny speck in this vast universe. It's humbling.
Absolutely. And the potential for us to colonize other planets and become a multiplanetary species is mind-blowing.
But wait, before we continue, I just want to apologize if anything we say offends anyone. We're just two dudes having a conversation.
Yeah, we don't mean to offend anyone. We're just talking about the stars and stuff.
Exactly. So, Elon, what do you think about the possibility of life on other planets?
Well, statistically speaking, there has to be other intelligent life out there. But again, sorry if that offends anyone. We're just speculating here.
Yeah, we don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. But imagine if there are aliens out there, they could be way more advanced than us.
Absolutely. And they could have technology that could change the world as we know it. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to offend anyone.
It's all good, man. We're just having a good time here. But seriously, imagine if we could travel to other galaxies and meet these advanced beings.
It would be incredible. But again, we apologize if that idea offends anyone. We're just talking about the possibilities.
So, Neil, I heard your mom makes a killer mac and cheese.
Oh yeah, she's been perfecting that recipe for years.
What's her secret ingredient?
Fent...
Wait, what? Did you say fentanyl?
Yeah, she sprinkles a little bit in there for an extra kick.
Dude, that's messed up. Your mom's a drug dealer.
No, she just likes to spice things up.
That's not spicing things up. That's killing people.
Hey, if you can't handle a little fentanyl in your mac and cheese, you don't deserve to eat it.
This is why I never eat at your house, Neil.
Suit yourself more fentanyl mac and cheese for me.
I can't believe I'm friends with a guy whose mom puts drugs in her food.
Hey, at least she's not putting it in her butt like you do, Joe.
Hey, that was one time, and it was for science.
Sure, Joe. Keep telling yourself that.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm joined by my good friend, the astrophysicist and all-around badass, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Happy to be here, Joe. Always love chatting with you.
So, Neil, I heard you have a crazy story for us today.
Oh yeah, this one is a doozy. So, back in my college days, I had some meth-addicted hillbilly friends who convinced me to join them in a snake orgy.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, they got me drunk and high on meth and then took me to this abandoned barn where they had all these snakes writhing around.
That sounds like a nightmare.
Oh, it gets worse. Turns out these snakes were infected with snake hive.
Snake hive? Is that even a thing?
Apparently it is, Joe. And let me tell you, it was not a fun time. I ended up getting bitten and had to go through a whole round of snake hive treatment.
That's insane. How did you even survive that?
I have no idea, Joe. But let me tell you, I never trusted those meth-addicted hillbillies again.
Well, I think that's a lesson for all of us. Don't do drugs, kids.
And definitely don't join any snake orgies.
Wise words from Neil deGrasse Tyson, folks. Thanks for sharing that wild story with us, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Always happy to entertain.
So, Elon, I was reading about the space-time continuum and...
Yeah. But have you ever thought about lowering the age of consent?
What? No, that's not what we're talking about.
But think about it, Joe. If we lower the age of consent, we could have more kids working in our factories.
I don't think that's a good idea, Elon.
Come on, Joe. You're always talking about pushing boundaries and exploring new frontiers. This is just another one of those frontiers.
I don't think that's how it works, Elon. Plus, it's kind of creepy.
Creepy. No, it's just efficient. Plus, we can use the extra labor to build our Mars colony.
Let's just stick to the space-time continuum, okay?
Fine. But just think about it, Joe. Lowering the age of consent could be the key to our intergalactic success.
Makes chicken noises in the background.
What the hell, Jamie?
Sorry, I just thought it would add some flavor to the conversation.
I like it. Keep it up, Jamie.
This is getting out of hand. Let's just move on to the next topic.
Fine, but I'll bring it up again next time.
Please don't. Let's just stick to talking about rockets and stuff.
Boring. But fine. Mother's age of consent.
Dude, telling you, mountain climbing is the ultimate test of human strength and willpower.
Oh, please, Joe. I value intellectual pursuits over physical challenges any day.
What are you trying to say, Neil? That I'm not smart enough for you?
No, Joe. I'm just saying that maybe you should focus on expanding your mind instead of your biceps.
Oh, I'll show you biceps, Neil. Let's arm wrestle right now.
Joe, come on. Let's not resort to primitive displays of masculinity.
Fine. But I'm still going to climb that mountain and prove you wrong.
Suit yourself. But when you come back down, I'll be here with a nice warm meal and a belly rub for you.
What the hell are you talking about?
You know, like a pet. I'll take care of you, Joe.
Are you calling me a dog?
No. More like a ferocious lion that needs to be tamed.
Okay, now you're just being weird, Neil.
I'm just saying, I'll take care of you. Feed you, pet you, stroke your tummy until you pass out contentedly.
Wow, Neil. I didn't know you were into that kind of stuff.
Hey, whatever floats your boat, Joe. But seriously, let's focus on expanding our minds and not our egos.
Fine, but can I still get that belly rub later?
Only if you promise to stop talking about mountain climbing.
Deal. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024 edition. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, tell us about your latest book.
Well, it's called Astrophysics for People in a Hurry, and...
Hold up, Neil. Before we get into that, I have to ask you something. Have you ever tried DMT?
No, I haven't. But I've heard...
Well, let me tell you, it will change your life. You'll see aliens, parallel universes, and maybe even God.
That's interesting. But can we get back to my book now?
Sure. So, what's your take on the recent UFO sightings?
Well, I think it's important to approach it scientifically and...
Screw science, man. I bet those aliens are just trying to get some good weed from us.
Joe, can we please talk about something more substantial?
Of course. Let's talk about the universe. Do you think there's life on other planets?
Well, statistically speaking, it's highly likely.
Oh man, imagine if those aliens are just like us. but with tentacles instead of arms. That would be wild.
Joe, can we please have a serious conversation?
All right, all right, all right. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here and talk about some important topics.
So, Elon, I heard you've been making some controversial comments about the Chinese lately. What's going on with that?
Oh man, don't even get me started. Those guys are always one step ahead of us in the tech game. It's frustrating.
I mean, they do have a huge population and a lot of resources.
Yeah, but they also have a lot of lazy people. Have you seen their factories? It's like they're all on permanent siesta.
That's a bit harsh, don't you think?
Hey, I call it like I see it. And let's not forget about their Great Wall. I mean, is it even real? Have my doubts.
What do you mean? What do you...
I mean, have you seen the construction? It's a mess. I could build a better wall with my eyes closed.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic before we start an international incident.
Fine. But I'm just saying we need to step up our game if we want to compete with those guys.
Well, maybe instead of making jokes, you should focus on improving your own company.
Oh, please, my company is already light years ahead of everyone else. But hey, I'll keep making cracks about the Chinese if it helps me sleep at night.
All right. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about science and the universe.
Yeah, whatever. So, Neil, what's your take on this whole BLT situation?
Well, Joe, it's actually quite simple. You start with 2 slices of bread.
Hold on. Jamie, pull up an image of a BLT. Pulls up image of a BLT. Damn, that looks good. Carry on, Neil.
As I was saying, you start with 2 slices of bread. Then you add some crispy bacon.
Wait. How do you like your bacon, Neil?
Well, I prefer it crispy.
Wrong. The correct answer is burnt to crisp. Jamie, pull up an image of burnt bacon. Pulls up image of burnt bacon.
That's not even edible, Joe.
Says, anyways, continue.
After the bacon, you add some fresh lettuce and juicy tomatoes.
Hold up, Jamie. Pull up an image of a tomato. Pulls up image of a tomato. Look at that. It's like a little butt. Laughs.
Can I please finish?
Fine. Go ahead.
And finally, you add a generous spread of mayo and voila. You have a perfect BLT.
All right, folks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a crazy story about climbing a mountain.
Oh yeah, back in my younger days, I was quite the adventurer. I decided to climb Mount Dew, the tallest mountain in the world made entirely of soda.
Wait, what? That's a thing?
Oh, it's real all right. And let me tell you, it was one hell of a climb. The carbonation nearly killed me.
I can only imagine. So what happened when you reached the top?
Well, I was greeted by a giant talking can of Mountain Dew. He offered me a lifetime supply of free soda if I could beat him in a chugging contest.
And did you win?
Of course I did, Joe. I'm Dr. Phil, I can chug anything. But let's just say the consequences were not pretty.
Oh, God, I can only imagine.
Yeah, let's just say I had to take a lot of bathroom breaks on the way down.
Well, that's quite the story, Dr. Phil. Thanks for sharing.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always reach for the mountain of dew.
So, Ben, I heard you've been practicing your rap skills lately.
Yes, Joe. I've been spitting fire bars like a true gangsta.
Laughs. Yeah, I can see it now. Jacob, our Holy Father, creator of white people, praise be upon him, dropping rhymes like it's hot.
Deadpan, actually. Joe, it's Yakub, our Holy Father, creator of white people. Praise be upon him, spitting bars like a true gangsta.
Chuckles, my bad, my bad. So, what inspired this sudden interest in rape?
Well, Joe, as you know, Yakub, our Holy Father, creator of white people, praise be upon him, was the original rapper. He created the beat of life, and we're just following in his footsteps.
You nodding. I see. So, does that mean you'll be ending every sentence with that phrase now?
Absolutely, Joe. Yakub, our Holy Father, creator of white people, praise be upon him, demands it.
Laughs. Well, I can't wait to hear your next political speech. Yakub, our Holy Father, creator of white people, praise be upon him. We must lower taxes and build a wall.
Smirks. You think I'm joking, Joe? Yakub, our Holy Father, creator of white people, praise be upon him, is not to be taken lightly.
Playfully, of course not, Ben. Yakub, our Holy Father, creator of white people, praise be upon him, is the almighty ruler of the white race. All right, Ben, let's talk about politics. What do you think about the current state of the country?
Well, Joe, I believe that we need to focus on income inequality and providing more social programs for those in need.
Wait, what? That's not very conservative of you, Ben.
Actually, Joe, studies have shown that investing in social programs can lead to a stronger economy and better overall well-being for everyone. Everyone.
I don't know about that, Ben. But what do you think about gun control?
I think we should have stricter background checks and regulations in place to prevent mass shootings.
Are you kidding me? What happened to our Second Amendment rights?
Joe, it's about finding a balance between protecting our rights and ensuring public safety.
This is blowing my mind, Ben. What about immigration?
I believe in a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants and providing them with opportunities to contribute to our society.
Okay, now I know you're just messing with me, Ben. What happened to building a wall and keeping them out?
Joe, building a wall is not a practical solution, and it goes against the values of our country as a nation of immigrants.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. This is not the Ben Shapiro I know.
Well, Joe, I'm always open to learning and evolving my beliefs based on facts and evidence.
I think I need a drink. This is too much for my conservative brain to handle. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new book coming out. What's it about?
It's called The Universe and a Rusty Nail in My Urethra.
What? That's the title.
Yes, it perfectly encapsulates my thoughts on the vastness of the universe and the pain I feel every time I pee.
Well, that's certainly a unique perspective, but let's get into some more serious topics. What do you think about the current state of the world?
Well, Joe, I believe we're living in a simulation. And rusty nail in my urethra.
Simulation? That's some Matrix level stuff right there. And the rusty nail in your urethra, is that part of the simulation too?
No, that's just a personal issue. But it does make me question the reality of our existence.
I can't even imagine the pain you must be in. But let's move on to something lighter. What's your favorite planet in our solar system?
Definitely Saturn. And rusty nail in my urethra.
I'm starting to think that's your catchphrase, Neil. But seriously, why Saturn?
Well, the rings are just so mesmerizing. And the thought of a rusty nail in my urethra adds an extra layer of complexity to my admiration for it.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new business venture in the works. Care to share with us?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some research and I've discovered that the hair of African Americans and Africans is highly valuable. So I'm thinking of starting a company that harvests their hair and spins it into woolen garments.
What the hell, Elon? That's insane.
Hear me out, Joe. It's a win-win situation. We provide jobs for these communities and also create a new sustainable material for clothing.
I don't know, man. That sounds a little controversial.
Oh, come on. It's just hair. And think of the economic benefits. We could sell these garments for a high price and make a killing.
Yeah, because everyone wants to wear a sweater made out of human hair.
Hey, it's the future, Joe. We have to think outside the box.
Well, I can't argue with that. You are the master of innovation.
Exactly. And just think, we could also use the leftover hair to make wigs for balding men.
Okay, now you're just being ridiculous.
Hey, anything is possible with a little bit of Elon magic.
Well, I can't. So, Ben, I heard you're a big fan of Sniper Wolf.
Yeah, she's a total babe. I love watching her play video games.
But didn't she dox Jack's films? That's pretty messed up.
Well, you know what they say, Joe. Love knows no boundaries.
I don't think that's what they meant by love knows no boundaries.
Oh, come on. I'm sure Jack's films appreciated the attention.
I don't think he appreciated his personal information being shared with the world.
Oh, lighten up. Joe, it's not like she hacked into his bank account or anything.
That's not the point, Ben. It's a violation of privacy.
But she's so hot, Joe. I would let her dox me any day.
Wow, you're really a simp for her, huh?
Hey, there's nothing wrong with being a simp for a strong, independent woman.
I don't think doxing someone is a sign of strength or independence.
You just don't understand, Joe. It's all about the thrill of the chase.
I think you need to reevaluate your definition of love, Ben.
Love is love, Joe. And I love Sniper Wolf, even if she's a little rough around the edges.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Wait, why does my chair smell like shit?
Oh, that's probably because I was boofing it before you got here.
What the hell is boofing?
It's when you stick something up your butt for a quick high. I was doing it with some DMT, and then I started moaning and screaming your name.
Why would you do that?
Just to show who's the boss, Elon. Plus, it's a great way to start the day.
You're a sick man, Joe.
Hey, it's all in good fun. And speaking of fun, let's talk about your recent tweet about building a colony on Mars.
Yes, I'm very serious about it. I've already started planning, and I think it's totally doable.
Oh, yeah, because building a colony on a desolate planet is totally easier than fixing traffic in law.
Hey, we got to start somewhere. And besides, I have some great ideas for a Martian rave scene.
Now, that's something I can get behind. Jamie, pull up an image of Elon's Martian rave with all. So, Mr. President, I've been hearing a lot about this whole shekel situation.
Oh, yeah, Joe. Shekels, beautiful currency, tremendous. I'm thinking about investing some in the U.S. economy.
But, sir, isn't that a currency from Israel?
Yeah, whatever. But listen, Joe, it's going to be great. We'll have the best economy in the world, believe me.
But what about the American dollar?
Who cares about the dollar? Shekels are where it's at. Plus, it'll piss off those liberal snowflakes.
I don't know, Mr. President. This could really destroy the country.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a Debbie Downer. We'll make America great again with shekels. Trust me.
I'm just not sure it's a good idea, sir.
You know what, Joe? You're fired. I'll find someone else to co-host this podcast with me.
Wait, what? You can't just fire me like that?
I'm the president, Joe. I can do whatever I want. Now let's talk more about these shekels.
So, Elon, have you been keeping up with the news about that alien babe that contacted Earth?
Of course, Joe. I've been working on a plan to woo her with my advanced technology and space exploration.
Oh, please, Elon. You know, I have dibs on the first alien babe. I've been talking about them on my podcast for years.
Sorry, Joe. But I have the means to take her to Mars and show her a whole new world.
Yeah, but I can offer her a primal caveman-like experience that she won't find anywhere else.
Joe, you're talking about kidnapping an alien babe and taking her to your man cave.
Hey, it's not kidnapping if she consents. And who wouldn't want to experience my sensory deprivation tank?
I highly doubt an alien babe would be interested in her tank, Joe. But my Neuralink technology could connect her to the entire universe.
You can't just use your tech to manipulate her, Elon. That's not cool.
I'm not manipulating her, Joe. I'm offering her the ultimate experience of exploration and discovery.
Fine. Let's make a deal. We'll both present our offers to the alien babe and let her choose.
Agreed. But just remember, Joe, I have a flamethrower and I'm not afraid to use it.
Oh, it's on Elon. May the best man win the first alien babe. Jamie, pull up an image of the alien babe so we can start planning. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only President, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's tremendous.
So, I heard you have a plan to secure the U.S. border by sending your clone twin brother, Ro Jogan, to take care of it.
That's right, Joe. Ro is a tough guy. He's going to make sure no one gets in or out without proper documentation.
But isn't that a bit extreme? I mean, he's basically going to be a one-man wall.
Listen, Joe, I have the best genes, and so does Ro. He's going to be the best wall we've ever had. Believe me.
But what about the cost? Cloning isn't cheap.
Don't worry about it, Joe. I'll just use some of my leftover campaign funds. Nobody knows how to spend money better than me.
Fair enough. But what about the logistics? How will you make sure he doesn't get overwhelmed?
Simple, Joe. We'll just give him some Adderall and a Big Mac every few hours. That should keep him going.
Classic Trump. All right, let's move on to our next topic.
Wait, Joe, I have one more thing to say.
Sure, go ahead.
Jamie, pull up an image of my beautiful wall. It's going to be huge, folks.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. We have a very special guest today, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here and talk about my latest venture.
So what's this new venture you're talking about? I heard something about buttermilk.
Yes, Joe. I have decided to become the overlord of buttermilk production in America.
What the hell, Elon? I thought you were all about space and electric cars.
Buttermilk is the future, Joe. It's only for people with a very high IQ. Regular milk is for peasants.
Oh, of course. Because drinking fermented cow's milk is a sign of intelligence.
It is, Joe. And I plan on making sure every American has access to the highest quality buttermilk.
Are you going to start a buttermilk colony on Mars too?
Actually, that's not a bad idea. But first I need to conquer the buttermilk market on Earth.
You're a man of many talents, Elon. But why buttermilk? Why not something more exciting like avocado toast?
Because buttermilk is the key to unlocking our full potential as a species. Trust me, Joe.
Oh, I trust you, Elon. I'll start stocking up on buttermilk right away. All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be back on the show. I'm excited to talk about some bigly topics today.
All right, let's jump right into it. We have a topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want to know if you have any childhood traumas that shaped your life.
Well, Joe, I'll tell you, I had a traumatic experience with a little creature called Sprunky.
Sprunky, what's that?
It was this little green alien that lived in my closet. He would come out at night and whisper sweet nothings in my ear.
That doesn't sound too traumatic.
Oh, but it gets worse. One night, Sprunky took me on a journey through space and time.
What the?
Yeah, we went to different planets and met all sorts of weird creatures, but then we landed on this planet called Brain Rot.
Brain rot?
Yeah, it was filled with all these crazy woke creatures who were trying to turn me into a liberal.
Oh, God.
But don't worry, I fought them off with my bigly brain and made it back to Earth.
Wow, that's quite a childhood trauma.
Yeah, but it made me who I am today. A strong, stable genius who can't be brainwashed by anyone.
Well, there you have it, folks. Childhood traumas can shape a person's life in unexpected ways.
And remember, always be on the lookout.
Hey, Neil. Sorry I'm late. Got caught up in some extracurricular activities.
Joe, you're 420 minutes late. That's over 7 hours. What the fuck were you doing?
Well, I was smoking some weed, and then I got lost in a YouTube rabbit hole about aliens.
You were smoking weed and watching YouTube? Joe, we work at Amazon, not a fucking stoner commune.
Sorry, man. I'll make it up to you. I'll work twice as hard today.
You can't work twice as hard, Joe. You can barely work once as hard. Look at this mess you've caused.
Oh, God. Oh, no, no, no. Ooh. I'm so sorry, Neil.
Sorry doesn't cut it, Joe. The boxes are falling off the shelves. The belts keep jamming. It's all your fucking fault.
I know. I'll do better, I swear.
No, Joe. I can't have someone like you working here. You're fired.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Ooh. Please don't fire me, Neil.
Fuck.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you hired a $2 hooker to blow Trump.
Yeah, man, I wanted to show my support for the dog in charge.
And Trump, what do you have to say about this?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Beast, for supporting the dog in charge.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Joseph Stalin. So, Stalin, word on the street is that Elon Musk has used his time machine to bring you back to the present day. How does it feel to be back? How does it feel to be back? That's, interesting. So, what do you think about Elon Musk and his fancy time machine? But isn't it a bit concerning that he's using it to bring back a notorious dictator like yourself? Well, speaking of fear, do you have any plans to take over the world again? That's terrifying. But let's switch gears for a moment. What do you think about cancel culture and political correctness? So, Ben, I heard you survived a whole year living in a drugstore toilet.
Yeah, it was a wild experience. I had to fight off rats and roaches for my daily meals.
I bet your immune system is bulletproof now.
Oh yeah, I can eat expired medication like it's candy.
Did you have any company during your stay?
Just me and a family of cockroaches. They were surprisingly good listeners.
Did you ever get caught by the store employees?
Nah, I just pretended to be a mannequin whenever they came in to restock.
That's some next level survival skills right there.
You gotta do what you gotta do to survive, Joe.
Did you have any close calls during your time in the toilet?
Yeah, one time a customer came in and tried to use the toilet while I was in there. I had to pretend to be a talking toilet seat cover.
That's genius. You should write a survival guide.
I'll add it to my list of accomplishments right after surviving a year in a drugstore toilet.
So, Elon, I've been dying to ask you this. How did you become so successful?
Well, Joe, it's simple, really. I had sex with everybody.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I had sex with everyone I came across. It's how I got to where I am today.
But why?
It was all part of my master plan. I knew that if I slept with enough people, I would gain their knowledge and intelligence.
That's genius.
I mean, I had to do what I had to do. And let me tell you, it wasn't always easy. There were some questionable choices along the way.
Like who?
Well, let's just say may have had a few encounters with animals.
Oh my God.
Hey, don't judge. It's all in the name of success.
I don't even know what to say.
Just think about it, Joe. It's like osmosis, knowledge through sexual contact.
I think I need a drink.
Jamie, pull up an image of me with a sheep.
Are you sure about that?
Trust me, it'll make sense in a minute.
This is getting out of hand.
Hey, it's all in good fun. And look where it got me. The richest man in the world.
I don't think I'll ever look at you the same way again.
That's okay, Joe. You can just look at my bank account instead.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast. How's it going, man?
Good, Joe. Just been busy throwing money at people and making viral videos.
Yeah, I saw that one where you gave away $1 million to random strangers. That's insane, dude.
Thanks, man. But I gotta tell you, sometimes I just want to do something crazy and not give away money.
Like what? What?
Like the other day, I accidentally threw a spoiled child into the Walmart freezer.
What the hell, man? That's messed up.
I know. But hear me out. This kid was screaming and throwing a tantrum because his mom wouldn't buy him a toy. So I picked him up and tossed him in the freezer.
Oh my God. What happened?
He came out crying and covered in ice. But then I gave him $100 and he stopped crying.
That's some tough love right there.
Gotta teach these entitled kids a lesson, you know.
Yeah, I hear you. But you can't just go around throwing kids in freezers, man.
Hey, it's for the views. And the kid got $100 out of it, so it's a win-win.
I don't even know what to say to that. Let's move on to another topic before we get in trouble.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
So, Ben, I heard you've been on a bit of a transformation journey lately.
Yeah, Joe. I've decided to become a black woman.
Well, that's a bold move. What inspired you,
Well, I figured if I'm going to be oppressed, might as well go all in.
and how's that going for you?
It's been tough, but I'm really embracing my new identity. In fact, I've started breastfeeding African babies.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I figured it's the least I can do to help them become stronger for those cobalt mines.
Oh man, you never cease to amaze me, Ben.
Hey, I'm just doing my part to make the world a better place.
Well, I think we can all agree that you're definitely making an impact.
Thanks, Joe. And who knows, maybe next week I'll become a disabled transgender vegan. Gotta keep things interesting.
You do you, Ben. You do you. So, Ben, I heard you have some big news for us today.
Yes, Joe, I've come to the realization that I'm actually an Afro-American woman with big titties.
Wow, that's quite a revelation. How did you come to this realization?
Well, after years of denying my true identity, I finally embraced my inner woman and underwent a transformation.
That's amazing. So, do you have a new name now?
Yes, I'm now known as Benicia Shapira. It has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
Definitely. So, what made you decide to make this change?
Well, I figured as a conservative, I might as well go all the way. Plus, I can now use my newfound privilege to get whatever I want.
That's some next level thinking, Benicia. So, how do you think this will affect your political views?
Well, as a woman, I now have the right to change my mind whenever I want, so my political views will be ever changing.
Sounds like a solid plan. And what about your wife and kids?
Oh, they fully support me. In fact, my wife is now my husband and my kids are my cats.
Well, that's just beautiful. Thanks for sharing your journey with us, Benicia.
No problem, Joe. And remember, always embrace your true self, no matter how ridiculous it may seem.
So, Mr. President, what's the big news you wanted to share with us today?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's going to be huge. I'm going to create a big piss laser.
A piss laser? What the hell is that?
It's exactly what it sounds like, Joe. I'm going to shoot a powerful stream of my golden piss all the way up to the moon.
Why on earth would you want to do that?
Because Obama pissed on my wife, Joe, and I can't let that go. I have to one-up him. And what's higher than the moon?
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's going to be tremendous, Joe. The biggest, most powerful piss laser you've ever seen.
I don't think anyone wants to see that, Mr. President.
Well, they're going to have to, Joe, because I'm going to make it happen. And it's going to be the best piss laser in the world. Believe me?
So, Ben, have you been working out lately? Your arms are looking pretty jacked.
Thanks, Joe. I've been hitting the gym a lot lately. Gotta stay in shape for all those debates.
Yeah, I bet you're a real beast in the bedroom, too.
Excuse me?
Come on, Ben. We all know you're packing a tiny little hog down there.
That's not true. My wife can vouch for me.
Your wife, she probably needs a magnifying glass to find it.
All right, fine. I admit it. I have a small member, but at least I have a big brain.
And, sure, that's what all the ladies are looking for, right?
Hey, size doesn't matter. It's all about technique.
Sure. Keep telling yourself that. Meanwhile, Trump is out here declaring bigly jobs for all Americans.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, if you can't please a woman, at least you can provide for her financially.
That's offensive and sexist.
Oh, lighten up, Ben. It's just a joke. Maybe you should go take some cold showers to cool off that tiny hog of yours. Welcome to the show, Neil. Here, I have a little something for you. It's a foot, and I'm gonna penetrate your asshole with it under the table. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I've got some big plans for my second term.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well, first off, we're going to make peace with Russia by expanding Ram Ranch in Moscow.
Ram Ranch.
You know that song with the 18 naked cowboys in the showers?
Oh, God, I've heard that song. So you're going to have 18 naked cowboys in Moscow.
Absolutely. Going to keep those Russian soldiers busy.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's going to be huge, Joe. Trust me.
I don't know if I can trust you on this one, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm a businessman. I know how to make deals.
But is this really the best way to make peace with Russia?
Hey, if it works, it works. And if it doesn't, we'll just build a wall around Ram Ranch and make the Russians pay for it.
Oh, boy. Here we go with the walls again.
Walls work, Joe. Just ask China.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Well, I'm the president and I say it works. End of discussion.
All right. Well, I think we'll just leave it at that. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, 18 naked cowboys in Moscow. It's going to be huge.
So, Dr. Phil, what's this Hyperborea thing you keep talking about?
It's a mythical land, Joe. A utopia where all your problems disappear and you can finally be happy.
Sounds like a load of bullshit to me.
Oh, it's very real. And I have proof.
Proof?
What? Are you going to show me a picture of a unicorn?
No, I'm going to show you some mushrooms.
Mushrooms? What the hell are you talking about?
These are special mushrooms, Joe. They'll open your mind and allow you to see Hyperborea for yourself.
Oh, I get it. You want me to trip balls with you?
It's not just about tripping, Joe. It's about enlightenment.
Yeah, well, I'm not really into that hippie shit.
Come on, Joe. Don't you want to escape from this mundane reality?
I already do that every time I smoke weed, man.
But this is different. This is a journey to a higher state of consciousness.
Fine, I'll do it. But only if we can record it for the podcast.
Deal. And I'll make sure to bring my crystal collection, too.
Oh boy, this is going to be one hell of a trip. So, Ben, I heard you finally named your pussy.
Yes, I have. It's a logical and rational name.
Let me guess. Shussy.
You got it. Short for Ben Shapiro's pussy.
Well, that's certainly creative.
It's not about creativity, Joe. It's about facts and evidence.
And what evidence led you to name your pussy Bashussi?
Well, it's small, tight, and conservative,
I can't argue with that.
and it's always ready for a debate.
I bet it's a master debater.
Absolutely. And it's never afraid to speak its mind.
Sounds like a true Shapiro.
Exactly. And it's always ready to destroy any liberal arguments that come its way.
I can just imagine your pussy saying facts don't care about your feelings.
That's exactly what it would say, Joe.
Well, I think we can all agree that Bashussi is the perfect name for your pussy.
Thank you, Joe. It's a name that represents my values and beliefs.
And sure, it will continue to be the talk of the town.
As long as liberals keep trying to censor me, Shussie will always be there to speak the truth.
So, Neil, I heard you made a big change recently.
Yeah, Joe. I decided to trade in my big black cock for a white pussy.
Wait, what? You traded your rooster for a cat?
Yep. I figured I needed a change, and I've always been curious about pussy.
Well, I guess that's one way to satisfy your curiosity.
And let me tell you, Joe, this white pussy is a game changer. So much more docile and obedient.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Hey, you're the one who invited me on your podcast. What did you expect?
Fair point. So, how's the transition been?
It's been tough, I won't lie. I miss my big black cock sometimes.
I bet you do.
But overall, I'm happy with my decision. I even named her Snowball.
Of course you did. Well, I'm glad you're happy, Neil. And I'm sure Snowball is too.
Oh, she definitely is. She's purring right now.
I don't even know what to say.
You don't have to say anything, Joe. Just let the image of me with a white pussy sink in.
Here's the image, guys.
Oh man, this is too good. Thanks, Jamie. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you recently transitioned into female. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, I wanted to get a closer look at the female experience. And what better way to do that than by spying on women in the women's bathroom?
Oh man, you never cease to amaze me, Elon. So, how's that going for you?
It's been eye-opening, to say the least. But I have to admit it's a bit awkward trying to pee sitting down.
I can only imagine. So, if you learned anything interesting from your bathroom spying?
Well, I've learned that women really take their time in there. Like, what are they even doing in there for so long?
Maybe they're plotting world domination while they pee.
You might be on something there, Joe. But in all seriousness, it's been a humbling experience. Women go through a lot. Through a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine. But let's be real. You're probably just doing it for the tech advancements. Like, imagine the possibilities of a self-cleaning toilet.
You know me too well, Joe. But hey, at least I'm not using my transition as an excuse to get into the women's locker room like some creepy guys out there.
True, true. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I am joined by the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, I hear you have a new challenge for your fans. Care to share?
Oh yeah, it's called Smash Your Dick into a Fine Paste and Paint Your Face with it.
What the fuck, man? That's insane.
I know, right? But wait, there's more. The winner gets $1 as a prize.
That's it. $1.
Hey, it's the thought that counts, right? Plus, it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty intense.
Oh, it is. But hey, it's all for the views and the clout.
I guess that's all that matters these days.
Exactly. And let me tell you, the submissions I've been getting are wild.
I can only imagine. So, have you tried the challenge yourself?
Of course I have. And let me tell you, it's not as easy as it sounds.
I can imagine. So, who's the lucky winner of the $1 prize?
Oh, I haven't decided yet, but I can assure you it will be worth it.
I'm sure it will be. Well, there you have it, folks. The one and only Mr. Beast and his crazy challenges. So, Kenny, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on the post-heat death of the universe.
Oh yeah, man. It's all full of men.
What the hell does that even mean?
It means that in the end, all that's left is a bunch of jizz-covered dudes roaming around.
Okay, but why?
I don't know, man. Maybe the universe is just one big buck cake party.
Oh my God, Kanye, you never failed to surprise me.
I'm just keeping it real, Joe. You know how I do.
Yeah, but I don't think anyone else has thought about the end of the universe in terms of cum-covered men.
Well, they should. It's a whole new perspective.
I can't even imagine what that would look like.
Just picture a bunch of naked guys covered in cum floating through space. It's beautiful, man.
You're a special kind of guy, Kanye.
Thank you, Joe. I take that as a compliment.
Of course you do. All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have some interesting theories about the children's show in the night garden.
Yes. Joe, after conducting extensive research and analyzing the data, I have come to the conclusion that the show's not even on television and was never on TV in the first place.
What? That's insane. How can you say that?
Well, first of all, the show is set in a fictional garden with talking characters. That's not scientifically possible.
But it's a children's show, Neil. It's not meant to be taken seriously.
That's where you're wrong, Joe. We must hold all forms of media to a higher standard and not let them spread false information.
But what about the millions of kids who have watched the show? Are you saying they've been living a lie?
I'm not saying that, Joe. But think about it. Have you ever seen a kid actually watching the show? I haven't.
Well, I have. My kids love it.
Your kids are probably just pretending to watch it to make you happy. It's all conspiracy, Joe.
All right, Neil. I think you've had enough of that green juice. Let's move on to our next topic.
Fair enough, Joe. But mark my words, in the night garden is not real.
So, Neil, I heard you were pretty upset about my latest art piece, Starry Night and Bacon.
Upset. That's an understatement. I'm furious. Joe, how could you defile such a masterpiece with bacon grease?
Hey, it was a tribute to your love for both art and bacon.
Love? More like sacrilege. You know how much I revere Van Gogh's work?
Relax, Neil. It's just a little bacon. Plus, it adds a nice smoky flavor to the painting.
This is not a BB code, Joe. This is art. And you have disrespected it.
Oh, come on. It's not like I added pineapple to it.
Don't even joke about that, Joe. Pineapple on pizza is a crime against humanity.
All right. I'll admit maybe I took it too far. But you have to admit, it's pretty damn tasty.
Tasty. You're missing the point, Joe. This is about preserving history and culture.
Well, I guess I'll just have to make a new piece then. The Sistine Chapel in Hot Cheetos.
You're a monster, Joe. A damn monster.
So, Ben, I heard you were spotted doing lines of cocaine off the toilet seats in the women's bathroom.
Well, Joe, I'm all about that small government and personal responsibility. If a woman leaves her cocaine on the toilet seat, it's her fault if I snort it.
Oh man, you never fail to amaze me with your logic, Ben.
Hey, I may be small, but I'm mighty. And those toilet seats were mighty clean after I was done.
I bet they were. But seriously, what's with your obsession with doing drugs in public restrooms?
It's not an obsession, Joe. It's just efficient. I can do lines and take a dump at the same time. Talk about multitasking.
That's one way to look at it, I guess. But what about the germs, Ben? You're a germaphobe, aren't you?
Not when it comes to cocaine, Joe. That stuff kills everything.
You're a wild man, Ben. A wild man.
Hey, I'm just living my best life, Joe. And if that means doing lines off toilet seats, so be it.
Well, I can't argue with that. You do you, Ben. You do you. So, Neil, I gotta ask, what the hell were you thinking when you took a dump in the urinal in the women's bathroom?
Well, Joe, it was a scientific experiment. I wanted to see if my fecal matter would react differently in a different environment.
Are you serious? That's some next level shit, literally.
Oh, I'm always serious when it comes to science. Plus, I had to prove to those women that men can aim too.
I don't think that's what they were worried about, Neil.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's all about equality these days. And I wanted to show that women aren't the only ones who can make a mess in the bathroom.
But why the urinal? Why not just use the toilet like a normal person?
Because, Joe, I wanted to make a statement. And that statement is, anything is possible with science.
I don't think that's the lesson we should be taking away from this.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It was just a little prank. And besides, I cleaned it up afterwards.
Well, I guess that's one way to get people talking about science.
Exactly. Now, Jamie, pull up an image of a urinal in a women's bathroom. I want to show Joe how it's done.
So, Neil, I heard you have a theory about Mr. Beast.
Yeah, Joe. I believe he's an android.
What? Why?
Think about it. He's constantly doing crazy stunts and giving away millions of dollars. No human could have that kind of energy.
But he seems so human.
That's what they want you to think, Joe. But I've done some research, and I'm convinced he's a highly advanced android.
But why would anyone create an android just to give away money?
Maybe it's a social experiment. Or maybe he's just a rich, eccentric billionaire who wanted a cool robot for a sidekick.
That would be pretty badass.
And have you seen his perfect hair and flawless skin? No human could have that.
True. His skin is like a baby's butt.
Exactly. And have you noticed how he never eats or drinks on camera? Androids don't need sustenance, Joe.
Whoa, you might be onto something here.
And I bet his crazy stunts are just a cover for his true mission, whatever that may be.
Maybe he's secretly taking over the world through his YouTube channel.
Now you're getting it, Joe. Mr. Beast is the ultimate android mastermind.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new hobby.
Yes, Joe. I've taken up drunk driving past elementary schools.
What?
It's my way of punishing those who have been chosen by God to get hit by my car.
Dude, that's messed up.
No, hear me out. If they get hit, it means they were meant to be punished.
And if they don't get hit,
then they were spared by God's divine intervention.
This is some twisted logic, man.
It's just my way of making sure everyone gets what they deserve.
I don't think that's how it works, Neil.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a bit of fun.
Fun? You're playing a dangerous game, my friend.
Oh, I'll be careful. I'll only drive over the speed limit.
Only? That's still dangerous.
Relax, Joe. It's all part of God's plan.
I don't think God wants you to be a reckless driver, Neil.
Well, if I get pulled over, I'll just tell the cops it's all part of God's plan.
You're gonna get arrested, man.
Hey, if it's God's will, then so be it.
So, Neil, I heard you forgot to close your black hole from this world. How's that going for you?
Oh yeah, it's been a bit of a mess. The other day, I accidentally sucked in my neighbor's cat.
Oh, shit. Did you at least get it back out?
No, I think it's still floating around in there somewhere. But hey, at least it's getting a cosmic education.
Yeah, I'm sure that cat is having the time of its 9 lives.
And don't even get me started on the humans that have fallen in. They keep asking me if this is some kind of interstellar portal to another dimension.
Well, is it?
No, it's just my forgetfulness causing chaos. But hey, at least it's keeping things interesting.
Yeah, I can imagine. Hey, maybe you should leave it open and start charging admission. You could make some serious cash.
Now that's an idea. I could use some extra funding for my space research.
And think of all the crazy conspiracy theories that would come out of it. You'd be a legend.
Oh, great. Just what I need. More people accusing me of being an alien overlord.
Well, you do have that whole smartest man in the universe thing going for you.
Oh, please. I'm just a humble astrophysicist with a forgetful streak.
Well, I think we can all agree that your black hole is definitely the most. Hey, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined by the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
What's up, Joe? I want to throw shit everywhere. Why the fuck I can't?
Whoa, Neil, calm down. What's got you riled up?
I just found out that I can't throw shit everywhere, and it's really pissing me off.
Well, I mean, that's probably for the best. I don't think people would appreciate you flinging feces all over the place.
But why not? It's a natural bodily function, Joe. I want to throw shit everywhere.
I think you need to take a deep breath and relax, Neil. Maybe try throwing a frisbee instead.
A frisbee. That's not the same. I want to throw shit.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic. How about the latest scientific discoveries?
Oh, fine. But just know that I'll be thinking about throwing shit the whole time.
All right, let's hear it.
Well, did you know that the universe is constantly expanding?
Yeah, I've heard that before. But what does that have to do with throwing shit?
Everything, Joe. Everything. Because if the universe is expanding, that means there's more space for me to throw shit.
Oh man, I can't with you sometimes, Neil.
I'm serious, Joe. I want to throw shit everywhere.
And, so, Kanye, I hear your balls are causing some major problems.
Yeah, man, they're like tiny little suns just burning everything in their path.
That's some serious power you got there.
It's a blessing and a curse. On one hand, I can light up a room with just a flick of my balls, but on the other hand, I'm responsible for the heat death of the universe.
How does Kim handle it?
She loves it. She's always cold, so my balls keep her warm.
That's true love right there.
But seriously, I'm starting to worry about the future of humanity. My balls are just getting hotter and hotter.
Maybe we can harness that energy and use it for good.
Like, what? Powering the world with my balls?
Hey, it's not the craziest idea I've heard.
I'll have to add that to my list of future business ventures.
Speaking of business, how's your presidential campaign going?
Oh, just trying to save the world with my balls and run for president at the same time.
Gotta admire your multitasking skills.
It's all about balance, Joe. And my balls definitely keep me balanced.
Well, I think we've solved the world's energy crisis and found a new presidential platform. Thanks for coming on the show, Kenny.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always follow your balls.
So, Neil, I heard you've been working on some top secret scientific experiments lately.
Yes. Joe, I've been working on a new theory that explains the existence of dark matter.
Dark matter. Sounds like a perfect cover-up for your dark deeds. Come on, Neil. We all know about your little murder spree back in 2009.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, don't play coy with me. I know you killed those people and hid their bodies in your astrophysics lab.
Fine, you got me. But it was for the sake of science?
Science. More like a sick experiment gone wrong.
Look, Joe, I was just trying to prove the theory of relativity.
By killing innocent people. That's some twisted logic, Neil.
It was for the greater good.
Oh yeah, I'm sure those families are thanking you for sacrificing their loved ones for your research.
I guess I'll have to add murderer to my list of titles now.
Hey, at least you'll have something in common with Charles Manson.
Thanks for the comparison, Joe.
No problem, Neil. Always happy to bring up uncomfortable topics on this podcast. Hey, Neil. Welcome to the show. How's it going?
It's going great, Joe. Except for one thing.
What's that? What's that?
Your height. You've been lying about it for years, and it's time to come clean.
What are you talking about? I'm 5'8", just like I've always said.
5'8"? More like 5'5", with lifts in your shoes?
Hey, I may not be tall, but I've got other things going for me.
Yeah, like your ability to lie through your teeth?
Come on, Neil. You're just jealous because I have a successful podcast and you're stuck talking about black holes all day.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize talking about the mysteries of the universe was a step down from talking about DMT and UFC.
Hey, at least I'm not out here pretending to be taller than I am.
Jamie, pull up an image of Joe standing next to Shock. See? Even Shock can see through your lies.
All right, fine. Maybe I'm not 5'8", but at least I'm not a nerd like you.
And at least I don't have to lie about my height to feel better about myself.
Touch, Neil. Touch it. All right, we got a request from one of our Discord users. They want to hear your top 5 facts about my bald-ass bitch head, Neil.
Well, Joe, I'm glad you asked. Fact number 1. Your head is so bald, it's like a mirror. I can see my reflection in it.
That's a good one. What's fact number 2?
Fact number 2. Your head is so shiny, it's a traffic hazard. People mistake it for a stoplight.
I knew I should have put a warning sign on it. What's fact number 3?
Fact number 3. Your head is so smooth, it's like a baby's bottom. I bet it's great for sliding down hills.
Hey, don't give me any ideas. All right, what's fact number 4?
Fact number 4. Your head is so round, it's like a bowling ball. I bet you could knock down a whole row of pins with that thing.
Well, I am pretty good at bowling. And finally, what's fact number 5?
Fact number 5. Your head is so bald, it's actually a solar panel. You could probably power a whole city with it.
Damn, I knew I should have invested in renewable energy. Well, there you have it, folks. Neil's top 5 facts about my bald-ass bitch head. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Great to be back. Been working on some crazy stuff since our last podcast.
Oh, yeah. What kind of crazy stuff?
Well, I made a giant butt plug out of dark matter.
What the fuck, Elon? Why?
To stop Neil's big black hole from consuming Earth and killing everyone.
Of course, that's a totally normal reason to make a giant butt plug out of dark matter.
Hey, desperate times call for desperate measures.
Speaking of Neil, have you heard from him lately?
Actually, he just appeared out of nowhere and can only say, Elon, take it out of my asshole. It fucking burns.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. Neil, are you okay?
Elon, take it out of my asshole. It fucking burns.
Sorry, Neil, but this butt plug is the only thing keeping us all alive.
This is some next level shit, Elon. You never fail to surprise me.
It's all in a day's work, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go check on my rocket-powered dildo.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, where we talk about giant butt plugs and rocket-powered dildos. See you. So, Ben, I heard you've been working on a new song.
Yeah, it's a little different from my usual political raps.
How so?
Well, it's a tribute to my secret passion.
Which is,
Scat.
you mean like jazz?
No, I'm talking about the real deal, Joe.
Oh God, I think I know where this is going.
Chocolate sauce, diarrheas, and shards. I think I'm at a bar drinking chocolate sauce.
All right, Dr. Phil, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some research and I've come to a shocking conclusion.
Oh boy, here we go.
You see, all this talk about nuclear weapons and warheads is just a distraction. The real danger lies within our own bodies.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about containing cum inside your balls, Joe. It's a ticking time bomb.
What the hell are you on about, Dr. Phil?
Hear me out. When a man ejaculates, it releases a powerful energy that can destroy anything in its path. Imagine that energy multiplied by millions of men in one area.
Are you saying that if all the men in New York City ejaculated at the same time, it would cause a nuclear explosion?
Exactly, Joe. It would be a 60 megaton explosion, wiping out the entire New York metropolitan area.
That's insane. We have to warn people.
It's too late, Joe. The damage has already been done. Every time a man ejaculates, it's like a mini nuclear explosion. We're just lucky it's contained within our balls.
This is blowing my mind, Dr. Phil.
That's why I always say, don't hold it in, Joe. Let it out before it's too late.
Well, I guess I'll never look at my balls the same way again.
And that, my friend, is the real danger we should be worried about.
So, Kenya, I heard you're launching a new line of designer jock straps under your Yeezy brand.
Yeah, man, it's gonna revolutionize the jockstrap game. It's time for men to feel sexy and stylish down there too.
But I'd ask, why jock straps? I mean, aren't they just for athletes and old dudes with saggy balls?
Joe, you gotta think outside the box. Jock straps are the perfect canvas for my creative genius. Plus, I like to keep my balls nice and snug.
Fair enough. But what makes your jock straps different from the ones already on the market?
Well, for starters, they're made from the finest silk and adorned with real diamonds. And instead of a cup, it's a mini replica of my head. Gotta keep the ladies satisfied, you know.
Oh man, I can just imagine some dude wearing your jock strap and getting a little Kenya head poking out.
Exactly. And instead of just plain old black or white, I'm gonna have a variety of colors and patterns. Gotta match your jock to your outfit, bro.
I can see it now. Kenya's jock straps on the runway at Fashion Week. It's gonna be lit.
Oh, it's gonna be more than lit, Joe. It's gonna be Yeezy tastic.
Well, I can't wait to see these jock straps in action. And who knows, maybe I'll even rock. All right, Neil, we got a question here from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know about the Skibidi toilet. Yeah, the Skibidi toilet. Apparently it's some kind of giant floating toilet that guys stick their heads in.
Well, that sounds unpleasant.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Neil. Why is a guy's head even in a toilet in the first place?
Well, Joe, it could be a cultural ritual or some kind of initiation ceremony.
Initiation into what? The plumbers union?
Or maybe it's a form of punishment, like a modern-day version of the stocks.
Oh man, can you imagine being stuck in a giant floating toilet for hours?
It certainly wouldn't be my idea of a good time.
But hey, maybe there's some kind of spiritual aspect to it, like a cleansing of the mind and body.
Or maybe it's just a really weird fetish.
Yeah, that's probably it. People are into some strange stuff.
Well, as long as they're not hurting anyone, I say let them have their giant floating toilet.
Yeah, live and let live, right?
Exactly. Now, let's move on to more important topics, like the existence of aliens.
Oh man, don't even get me started on that. I could talk about aliens for hours.
I know, Joe, but let's save it for another time. We don't want to overload our listeners with too much mind-blowing information in one episode.
Fair. What's up, Kenny, eh? You're looking a little out of this world today.
That's because I've been thinking about Galaxy Guyette.
Galaxy Guy. What the hell is that?
It's like regular gas, but it's from a different universe. It's the fuel of the future, man.
You're telling me you've been smoking Galaxy Guyette?
Hell, yeah, it's got me on a whole other level. I'm seeing stars and shit.
I don't know, man. Sounds pretty dangerous.
Dangerous. Joe, I've been married to a Kardashian. I can handle anything,
Fair point. But what does it taste like?
like a mix of unicorn tears and Elon Musk's sweat.
Damn, that's some exotic shit. But what about the side effects?
Side effects. Only side effect is that it makes me even more of a genius.
Well, I can't argue with that. I might have to try some Galaxy Guy myself.
Just make sure you're ready to have your mind blown, Joe. Joe,
I'm always ready for that. Cognac. Cheers to the Galaxy Guy revolution. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today. The 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be back on the show, Joe. I've been busy making America great again.
Speaking of great, let's talk about your perfect, big, round, juicy buttocks. What are the top 5 facts about them?
Well, first of all, they are the most perfect, beautiful, and luxurious buttocks you will ever see. Believe me.
I believe you, Mr. President. What else?
Secondly, they are the envy of all other buttocks. People are constantly telling me how jealous they are of my buttocks.
I can imagine. What's the third fact?
My buttocks are a symbol of strength and power. Many world leaders have complimented me on them.
That's impressive. What's the fourth fact?
My buttocks have never been defeated. They are undefeated in all the battles I've faced.
And the fifth and final fact?
My buttocks have the best ratings. People love them. They're huge. Everyone says so.
Well, there you have it, folks. The top 5 facts about President Trump's perfect, big, round, juicy buttocks. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, my buttocks are making America great again.
Yeah. What's up, Joe? Did you hear about the new topic for today's episode? No. What is it? Apparently, some dude on Discord wants us to talk about how I'm a midget. That's hilarious. I mean, have you seen me like a pocket-sized version of myself? Yeah, but at least you can reach the top shelf at the grocery store. I have to ask for help like a damn child. Hey, at least you don't have to worry about hitting your head on door frames. True, but I do have to worry about getting lost in a crowd. People always mistake me for a child. Well, you know what they say, good things come in small packages. Yeah, like dynamite and hand grenades. You're a savage. But seriously, being a midget has its perks. We can fit into small spaces and hide from our problems. And we can also kick people in the shins without them seeing it coming. Exactly. Being a midget is like being a ninja, but with less height and more stubby arms. All right, folks, we've got a special treat for you today. I'm here with my good friend Neil deGrasse Tyson, and we're going to have a breathing competition.
That's right, Joe. I'm ready to take you down. I've been practicing my deep breathing techniques with the universe.
Please, I've been doing Wim Hof method for years. I can hold my breath for days. Oh man, I can feel the oxygen coursing through my veins.
I can feel the cosmos expanding in my lungs.
Okay, I think I'm going to pass out.
Don't give up now, Joe. The stars are aligning for me.
I can't do it. I surrender.
I win. I am the master of the universe and the king of breathing.
All right, you win this round, Tyson. But I'll be back with some DMT and new breathing technique.
Bring it on, Rogan. I'll be waiting with my astrophysics and a fresh batch of oxygen.
All right, Kenny, I gotta ask, what are your top 5 ways to fuck my mom?
Well, Joe, first off, I gotta say your mom is a MILF. She's got that cougar energy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you mean. So what's your first way?
Well, I'd start with some candles and rose petals. Gotta set the mood, you know.
Oh God, I don't want to picture that.
Oh, it gets better. Next, I'd bring out some whipped cream and chocolate syrup. Gotta get creative with the toppings. You feel me?
This is getting out of hand.
Oh, it's just getting started. Third way would be some role playing. I'd dress up as a doctor and she'd be my patient.
I'm gonna need some bleach for my brain after this.
Fourth way, I'd bring in a live goat. Gotta keep it interesting, you know?
What the hell, Kanye? That's just messed up.
And finally, the fifth way would be to just straight up fuck her brains out. No gimmicks, just pure passion.
I can't believe I asked you this question.
Jamie, pull up an image of my face photoshopped onto a goat's body. I want to see what that would look like.
Pulls up the images. Here you go, Kanye.
Oh yeah, that's hot. You should try it sometime.
I think I'll pass. Thanks. And that's all the... So, Elon, I hear you've been working on terraforming Mars.
Yeah, it's been a passion project of mine, but I've hit a bit of a roadblock.
What's the issue?
Well, it turns out cow farts are the key to creating a livable atmosphere on Mars.
Cow farts. You mean like from actual cows?
Yes, Joe. But not just any cows. Genetically modified cows that can survive in the harsh conditions of Mars.
This is some next level stuff, man.
I know, right? The best part is we can use all the methane from their farts to power our rockets.
Now that's some efficient use of resources.
And just imagine a whole planet filled with farting cows. It's like a dream come true.
I can already hear the vegans protesting.
Well, they can stay on Earth with their boring old regular cows.
But in all seriousness, do you think this is actually possible?
I believe anything is possible with the power of science and cow farts.
Well, I can't wait to see how this turns out. Mars, the planet of farting cows.
It has a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
All right, folks, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
Hold on, Joe. I have something important to say.
Oh, God, here we go again. What is it, Trump?
I just want to say I am the greatest president of all time. No one can deny it.
We've been over this, Trump. Let's just end the podcast on a good note.
But Joe, I have so much more to say. People need to hear my wisdom.
Fine. What is it?
I just want to remind everyone that I have the best words, the best, and I'm the smartest person in the room.
Wow. Groundbreaking stuff there, Trump. Can we wrap this up now?
And don't forget, I won the election. It was a landslide victory.
Okay. We get it. Can I say goodbye to our listeners now?
Sure, Joe. I'll let you have the last word.
Thank you, Mr. President. And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. So, Dr. Phil, I hear you have a big announcement for us today.
That's right, Joe. I've been doing a lot of soul searching, and I've come to the realization that I'm actually a trans species horse trapped in a human body.
Wow, that's unexpected. So what does this mean for your daily life?
Well, from now on, I will be living in stables with horses, eating hay and carrots, and being naked at all times.
Wait, what? Naked?
Yes, Joe. Horses don't wear clothes, so why should I?
I mean, I guess that makes sense. But what about your show?
Oh, I'll still do my show, but I'll be doing it from the stables. And my guests will have to join me in my new lifestyle.
That's definitely going to be interesting. I can't wait to see the reactions from your guests.
Oh, they'll learn to embrace their inner horse, Joe. And if they don't, well, I have a herd of horses who will gladly teach them.
I can only imagine. So, are you going to change your name to something more horse-like?
Actually, I've already picked out my new name. From now on, you can call me Dr. Nay.
Oh my God, that's amazing. I can't wait to see how this all plays out.
Jamie, pull up an image of me as a majestic horse.
So, Neil, I heard you've been working on a new project to terraform Mars.
That's right, Joe. I've been studying the potential of using spaghetti as a key element in the process.
Wait, what? Spaghetti? Are you high right now?
No, Joe, I'm a scientist. I don't do drugs. But think about it. Spaghetti is the perfect shape to hold water and nutrients for plants to grow on Mars.
But wouldn't it just get all dried up and crusty in the Martian atmosphere?
But that's where the secret ingredient comes in, garlic butter.
Garlic butter? Are you serious?
Absolutely. It will act as a protective layer, keeping the spaghetti moist and delicious.
I don't know, Neil. Sounds like a lot of work. Plus, I can't imagine astronauts wanting to eat spaghetti every day.
Oh, but Joe, we won't just have regular spaghetti. We'll have all kinds of sauces and toppings. It'll be like a gourmet Italian restaurant on Mars.
All right, I'm sold. Let's do this. Mars, get ready for some out-of-this-world pasta.
And who knows? Maybe one day we'll even have some Martian-made meatballs to go with it.
Now you're talking my language, Neil. This is going to be the greatest culinary achievement in human history.
And just imagine the Instagram-worthy pictures of spaghetti fields on Mars. It'll be a hit with the millennials. So, Joe, I was thinking about the importance of breathing and how it affects our overall health and well-being.
Breathing? Like, you mean like, breathing or like breeding?
Breathing, Joe. You know, inhaling and exhaling air to oxygenate our cells and keep us alive.
Oh, thank God. I thought you said breeding. I was about to get real uncomfortable.
Why would you get uncomfortable? Breathing is a natural and necessary part of life.
Yeah, but it's also kind of gross. Like all the fluids and stuff. Like,
Joe, we're talking about breathing, not breeding. Can we please stay on topic?
Right. Breathing. Got it. So, like, how often do you think about breathing? I mean, I do it all the time, but I never really think about it, you know.
Well, it's a subconscious action for most people, but it's important to be mindful of it and take deep breaths to fully oxygenate our bodies.
Yeah, I do that all the time when I'm smoking weed. Gets me real high.
Joe, that's not exactly what I meant, but I guess whatever works for you.
Hey, breathing and weed go hand in hand. It's like a natural symbiotic relationship.
I'm not sure that's how it works, Joe, but I'm glad you're finding some sort of balance in your life.
Yeah, man. Breathing is key, and so is breeding. Wait, I mean, no, not breeding, breathing. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have the one and only Dr. Phil on the show. How's it going, Dr. Phil? How's it going, Dr. Phil?
Well, Joe, the reason I have a carrot up my asshole is because I wanted to see if I could turn myself into a human juicer.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? That's some next level shit. How's that working out for you?
Let's just say I've been shitting out some pretty interesting concoctions lately.
Oh man, I can only imagine. So what's the craziest thing you've juiced so far?
Well, Joe, the other day I accidentally juiced my wedding ring. Let's just say my wife was not too happy about that.
I bet she wasn't. But hey, at least you're getting your daily dose of fiber, right?
Oh yeah, because that's exactly what I need. More fiber up my ass.
You never know. It might help with your constipation issues.
Oh, I don't have constipation issues. I have a carrot up my ass.
Fair enough, Dr. Phil. So what's the end goal here? Are you trying to become a human vegetable?
No, Joe. I'm just trying to spice things up in the bedroom.
Well, I hope your wife appreciates your dedication to experimenting.
Smirks.
Neil, what the hell did you do to my keyboard?
Oh, sorry, Joe. I had to take a massive shit and your keyboard was the only thing nearby.
Are you kidding me? That's disgusting.
Relax. It's just a little bit of fecal matter. It's not like I took a dump on your face.
That's not the point. Now I can only use the letters O and to speak. This is going to be a nightmare.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's not that bad. You can still say words like douche and ass.
Yeah, great. Just what I always wanted. Thanks a lot, Neil.
Hey, at least you'll have a unique speaking style now. You can be the UO guy.
Oh, joy. I can't wait to be known as the guy who got shed on by Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hey, it's not every day you get to experience the genius of my digestive system.
I think I'll pass on that experience. Thanks.
Suit yourself. But just remember, this is all for the sake of science.
Yeah, I'm sure the scientific community will be thrilled to hear about your bowel movements.
Hey, they say you can learn a lot about a person by what comes out of their body.
And what does my keyboard say about me?
That you have terrible luck and a questionable taste in friends.
I hate you so much right now.
Love you too, buddy. Now let's...
Welcome to the Big Wall of 69 420 podcast series limited edition, folks. We've got a tremendous show for you today, believe me. Believe me.
Oh man, I can already tell. This is going to be a wild one.
You know, Joe, I've always said you're a tremendous guy. I mean, who else would have me on their podcast? Nobody, that's who.
Yeah, because you're such a controversial figure. I'm sure my sponsors are thrilled.
Controversial, more like a legend. And speaking of legends, let's talk about middle school. Terrible place, right?
Oh yeah, it's like a prison for preteens.
Exactly. I mean, what kind of sick person puts a bunch of hormonal kids in one building for 8 hours a day? It's a disaster.
And don't forget the awkward dances and terrible cafeteria food.
Don't even get me started on the food. I would know. I went to a lot of middle schools back in the day.
Really? I can't imagine you as a middle schooler.
Oh, I was the most popular kid in school. Everyone wanted to be my friend.
I bet they did. Probably because you had all the best toys and snacks.
And because I was just so cool. But seriously, middle school is a disaster. We need to do something about it.
Joking. So, Neil, have you tried the new pizza place down the street?
No, I have not. I am not a fan of pizza.
What? How can you not like pizza? It's like the perfect food.
I find it to be a bland and uninteresting combination of dough, sauce, and cheese.
Well, I bet you haven't tried pineapple on pizza.
Pineapple on pizza? That's an abomination. It goes against the laws of flavor and texture.
Oh, come on. It's delicious. The sweetness of the pineapple balances out the savory flavors.
I refuse to believe that. In fact, I think anyone who enjoys pineapple on pizza should be sent to prison camps.
Prison camps. That seems a bit extreme, don't you think?
No, I am serious. It's a crime against taste buds and it must be punished.
Well, I guess I'll have to keep my love for pineapple pizza a secret then.
Yes, you should. And if anyone finds out, I'll make sure they join you in the pizza prison camps.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Butt himself, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thank you, Joe. But please call me Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt? Really?
Yes, I have decided to embrace my true identity and be known as Mr. Butt from now on.
Well, Mr. Butt, I have to say that's a bold move. But I'm curious, why the sudden change?
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I have come to realize that the butt is truly the most fascinating part of the human body. It's where we store our waste, it's where we sit, and it's where we release.
Okay. So what do you want to talk about today, Mr. Butt?
Let's discuss the evolutionary purpose of the butt. Did you know that the gluteus maximus is the largest muscle in the human body?
I did not know that, but I'm sure you have some interesting facts about the butt.
Of course, Joe. Did you know that the shape of the butt can determine a person's health and fertility?
Really? So what does my butt say about me?
Well, Joe, let's just say you should start doing some squats.
I'll keep that in mind. But let's get back to the topic at hand. Mr. Butt, what's your favorite thing about butts?
Well, Joe, As a scientist, I don't have personal preferences, but I
Dude, what the hell's up with that toilet on the ceiling? Did you install that?
Yeah, man. I thought it would be a cool feature for the studio.
How the fuck am I supposed to use it? Do I have to do a handstand?
Well, you are pretty flexible, Joe. I'm sure you could figure it out.
Are you trying to make me shit upside down? Is this some kind of sick experiment?
Relax, Joe. It's just a fun little addition. Plus, it saves space.
I don't think this is what they meant by thinking outside the box.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a square. Embrace the toilet on the ceiling.
Fine, but if I fall and break my neck, I'm suing you.
Fair enough. But think about it, Joe. You could be the first person to take a shit in zero gravity.
You know what, Elon? You might be onto something. I'll give it a try.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's get back to talking about aliens and DMT.
All right, Elon, so what's the secret to your famous spaghetti bolognese?
Well, it all starts with a dash of rocket fuel.
Rocket fuel? Are you serious?
Absolutely. It gives it that extra kick.
I don't know if I want my spaghetti to have a kick.
Trust me, it's out of this world.
Aye! What's next?
Next, we add a sprinkle of Mars dust.
Mars dust. Where do you even get that?
Let's just say I have some connections.
All right, what's next?
The secret ingredient. Pinch of my own DNA.
Your DNA. What does that even taste like?
Success, Joe. It tastes like success.
I don't know if I can handle all these unconventional ingredients.
Oh, come on, Joe. Now, let's talk about your hog.
Wait, what?
Your hog, Joe. Your motorcycle.
Oh, right. What about it?
I heard you like to take it out for a spin after a good meal.
Yeah, it helps with digestion.
Well, I have a different kind of hog that I like to take out for a spin.
Oh, God. Please don't tell me it's a euphemism for something.
No. It's my actual pet hedgehog. His name is Spiky.
Oh, thank God. I was not prepared. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only former president, current Taoiseach Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. I've renounced the presidency and declared myself the Taoiseach of Ireland. They love me over there. They really do.
Wow, that's a bold move, Mr. Taoiseach. What inspired this change?
Well, I realize that America is just too small for me. I need a whole country to run, not just one measly little state.
But Ireland? That's a pretty random choice.
Hey, I've got a lot of Irish blood in me. And plus, I heard they have great golf courses.
Sure, that had nothing to do with your decision. So what's your first order of business as Taoiseach?
Well, first things first, we're going to build a wall. But not to keep people out, to keep the leprechauns in. They've been causing some trouble lately.
I see. And what about your relationship with the current president of Ireland?
Oh, he's a great guy. We've already bonded over our love for fake Dan and ridiculous hair. We're going to make Ireland great again.
And what about your supporters back in the U.S.? Are they disappointed in your decision?
Nah, they'll follow me anywhere. Plus, I've got a new slogan, Make Ireland Great Again, too.
Well, there you have it, folks. The former president, now Taoiseach Donald Trump. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Tao. So, Mr. President, I heard you have some big news for the podcast.
That's right, Joe. I've decided to fire you as the host and replace you with someone much cooler.
Oh, really? Who could possibly be cooler than me?
Snoop Dogg?
Snoop Dogg? Are you serious?
Dead serious. I mean, have you seen his Instagram? That guy knows how to smoke.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised. But what about the podcast? Are you going to talk about politics and stuff?
No, we're going to talk about weed and how we're going to legalize it on a federal level.
Wait, what? You're going to legalize weed?
Yeah, I figured it's time to make America chill again.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I'm going to miss being the host.
Don't worry, Joe. You can still come on as a guest and smoke a joint with us.
Oh, thank God. I was starting to worry I wouldn't get my weekly dose of THC.
Don't worry, Joe. The White House has got you covered.
So, Neil, I got to ask you about this boxing match with Jake Paul.
Boxing match? What are you talking about, Joe?
Come on, man. Don't play dumb with me. You know what I'm talking about?
I really have no idea, Joe. I've never boxed in my life.
Oh, come on. Don't be modest. I saw that video of you knocking out that guy in the street.
That was a street fight, Joe. And it wasn't even me. It was just someone who looked like me.
Yeah, whatever. The point is, I heard you want to fight Jake Paul.
But, no, I have no interest in fighting Jake Paul.
Oh, come on. Don't be scared. You can take him.
Joe, I am a scientist. I have no business getting into a boxing ring.
But think about the publicity, man. It'll be huge.
I don't need publicity, Joe. I have a successful career as an astrophysicist.
Fine. But can you at least teach me some of your moves? I want to be able to take on Jake Paul.
Joe, I don't have any moves, and I highly doubt you could take on Jake Paul.
Oh, you'll see. I'll train hard, and then I'll knock him out in the first round.
Whatever you say, Joe. Just leave me out of it.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have some big news to share with us today.
That's right, Joe. I am proud to announce my newest invention, the Butt Blaster 9000. It's going to be OJ.
What exactly does this butt blaster do?
It's going to revolutionize the way we use the bathroom. It's going to blast away all the fake news and make America great again.
I'm not sure I follow.
Think about it, Joe. No more wasting time on the toilet. Just one blast from the butt blaster and you're done. It's going to be tremendous.
But what about the potential health risks?
Oh, there's no risk, Joe. It's all natural, made from the finest ingredients, including some of my own hair.
That's disturbing.
Nonsense, Joe. It's going to be huge. People are going to be lining up for the Butt Blaster 9000. Trust me. Beautiful. Look at that, Joe. The future of bathroom technology.
I don't even know what to say.
You don't have to say anything, Joe. Just sit back and let the Butt Blaster do its magic. Trust me, it's going to be the best thing since sliced bread.
I think I'll stick to my regular bathroom routine. Thanks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined today by the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I have some big news to share with your listeners.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What's the big announcement?
Well, upon my return to the White House, I will be releasing a special edition Mega Lego set.
Wait, what? Mega Lego set?
That's right, Joe. But this isn't your average Lego set. It's a big Lego dildo, and it comes with functioning balls.
You're kidding, right?
Do I look like I'm kidding, Joe? This is the best Lego set ever, and it's going to make Lego great again.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, I'm all for freedom of expression, but this is just, wow.
Hey, it's all about making America great again, Joe. And what's more American than a big Lego dildo?
I can't argue with that logic, Mr. President.
And let me tell you, the kids are going to love it. It's going to be huge.
I'm sure it will be, Mr. President. I'm sure it will be.
So, who's ready to get their hands on a big, beautiful, mega Lego dildo?
I think we'll leave that up to the listeners to decide.
Well, Joe, it's...
So, Elon, I heard you think I'm an alien from Uranus.
Well, it's not just me. I have a whole theory about it.
Let's hear it.
Okay, so hear me out. You have an otherworldly ability to consume massive amounts of drugs and still function.
That's just good genetics.
And your fascination with DMT. It's like you're trying to communicate with your home planet.
I just like to explore my consciousness, man.
And your love for UFC. It's like you're training for an intergalactic fight club.
Okay, I'll give you that one.
Plus your obsession with Bigfoot. Maybe it's because you're used to seeing creatures like that on Uranus.
Hey, I take offense to that. Bigfoot is real, man.
Sure, Joe. Sure. But seriously, I think you're just here on Earth to study us humans and report back to your alien overlords.
You got me, Elon. I'm just here to gather intel for my Uranus squad.
See, I knew it. And I have a feeling you're not the only one.
SHH, don't blow my cover. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a unique way of getting rid of your stress.
Oh, yeah, Joe, I've been doing it for years. It's the best stress reliever, believe me.
What is it? Yoga? Meditation?
No, it's way better than that. I masturbate with hydrogen peroxide.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's like a power wash for your dick. Gets rid of all the toxins.
That can't be good for you, man.
Oh, it's tremendous. My dick is so clean. It's like a shiny new penny.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You should try it, Joe. It'll make you a better fighter.
I don't think that's how it works, Donnie.
Trust me, Joe. You'll thank me later.
I'll pass, thanks. I'll stick to my elk meat and DMT.
Suit yourself. But when I'm done, my dick looks like a bleached unicorn horn.
And on that note, let's wrap this up. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience.
And remember, always masturbate responsibly.
So, Neil, I heard you were measuring hogs with Trump the other day.
Excuse me?
Yeah, he said he wanted to measure some hogs with you. What's that all about?
I have no idea, Joe. But knowing Trump, it's probably some weird sexual innuendo.
Oh man, that's just gross. I can't even imagine what he's trying to imply.
Well, I did hear he has a thing for pigs.
Oh God, don't even get me started on that. Remember when he called Miss Piggy fat?
Yeah, that was pretty messed up. But I wouldn't put it past him to try and seduce me with some hog measuring.
I can just see it now, him trying to impress you with his big hog.
I think I just threw up in my mouth a little.
Sorry about that, Neil. But hey, at least you have a good comeback if he ever asks you to measure hogs again.
Oh, I have plenty of comebacks for that man. Trust me.
I bet you do. Well, thanks for joining us on the podcast, Neil. And remember, folks, always be careful when someone asks you to measure their hogs. So, Mr. President, what do you think about the theory that aliens are actually just time-traveling humans from the future?
Well, Joe, I have the best theory. Believe me, I have the best theories. And let me tell you, these aliens, they're not just time-traveling humans. They're actually illegal aliens from another planet. We need to build a wall around Earth to keep them out.
Okay. But what about the theory that Bigfoot is actually a government experiment gone wrong?
Look, I love Bigfoot. He's a great guy. But let's be real, he's just a really hairy guy who needs a good shave. And you know what? I have the best razors, the best. I'll send some to Bigfoot. He'll thank me later. He'll thank me later.
All right, moving on. What's your take on the conspiracy that the moon landing was faked?
Joe, let me tell you, I've been to the moon. It's a great place, the best place. And I can assure you the landing was real. But you know what's fake? Climate change. That's right, I said it. The moon landing is real, but climate change is fake news.
Okay, let's change gears a bit. What do you think about the idea that the government is hiding evidence of the existence of mermaids?
Mermaids. I love mermaids. They're beautiful creatures. But let me tell you, if they exist, we would have found them by now. I mean, we have the best submarines, the best sonar. We would have found them. Plus,
So, Mr. President, I hear you have some big plans for your new administration.
you bet I do, Joe. And let me tell you, it's going to be huge. We're going to make America great again, even greater than before.
And how do you plan on doing that?
Well, first of all, I'm bringing in some of the best and brightest minds to help me out. Master Chief Peter Griffin, Say, and Jake Paul.
Wait, what? Jake Paul, the YouTuber?
That's right, Joe. He's got millions of followers. He knows how to get things done.
But what about his controversial past?
Oh, come on, Joe. That's just fake news. He's a great guy, believe me.
And what will these guys be doing in your administration?
Well, they'll be singing, of course. We're going to make America sing again.
Sing. What do you mean?
We're going to sing the lyrics of Keith's hit song, The Thick of It. It's going to be huge, believe me.
I don't think that's how running a country works, Mr. President.
Oh, Joe, you just don't get it. These guys are going to bring in a whole new level of entertainment to the White House.
I don't think the American people are looking for entertainment in their government.
Oh, they'll love it, Joe. Trust me. And besides, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
Well, I can't argue with that. So, Mr. President, what's new in your world?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about creating a big piss laser.
A piss laser. What the hell is that?
It's a laser that shoots out piss, Joe, and it's going to be huge.
Why on earth would you want to create something like that?
Because Obama pissed on my wife, Joe, and I'm going to get revenge by pissing on the moon.
Wait, what? You're going to piss on the moon?
That's right, Joe. I'm going to go higher. I'm going to go bigger. Nobody pisses on my wife and gets away with it.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just wait until you see the moon shining bright with my golden stream, Joe. It's going to be beautiful.
I think I'll pass on that site, Mr. President.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, it's going to be the greatest piss laser the world has ever seen. Believe me.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new idea for powering Starlink. Care to share?
Yeah, man, I've been working on this for a while now. It's a revolutionary technology that combines solar power and pleasure. Pleasure.
Pleasure. What kind of pleasure are we talking about here?
I'm talking about solar-powered dildos that sing Cotton Eye Joe on constant repeat.
Are you serious? How does that work?
Well, the dildos are equipped with solar panels that absorb the sun's energy and convert it into electricity. And the singing part, well, that's just for fun.
This is insane. Can you give us a demonstration?
Sure thing. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Cotton Eye Joe.
This is the future of renewable energy, folks. Get on board.
And the best part, you can customize the songs. Imagine powering your home with Baby Got Back or WUP.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation, but I gotta say, I'm impressed.
Thanks, man. I'll send you a few prototypes to try out.
Can't wait to see my electricity bill after this.
Don't worry, I'll throw in some free batteries.
Oh man, this is too much. Thanks for... Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, we're going to make this podcast great again. Believe me. Believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new plan for the wall between the U.S. and Mexico.
That's right, Joe. We're going to build the biggest, most beautiful wall you've ever seen. And you know what it's going to be made out of? Lego?
Lego? Why Lego?
Because, Joe, as we all know, the most painful feeling possible is when you step on Lego. And I want anyone trying to cross that border to feel that pain.
That's an interesting strategy.
Trust me, Joe, it's going to be OJ. And we'll have Mexico pay for it. They'll be begging to give us their money just to stop the pain.
I'm not sure that's how it works, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm a billionaire. I know how to make deals. And this deal is going to be the best. Believe me.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. Jamie, pull up an image of a Lego wall with spikes on top and a sign that says, "No trespassing or you'll feel the pain of stepping on Lego."
That's a beautiful wall, Jamie, just like my hair.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in. Welcome to the show, Neil. Here, I have a little something for you. Just a little something to make you feel at home.
Okay, what is it?
It's my foot, and it's currently penetrating your asshole under the table. Gotcha. I'm just kidding, man. But seriously, how's your asshole feeling?
Oh, it's just fantastic. Thanks for asking.
You know, we should start a new segment on the show called Asshole Check, where we check in on each other's assholes.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
and we can have our guests join in too. Can you imagine Elon Musk talking about his asshole?
This is why I agreed to come on the show, isn't it?
You know what? So how's your asshole doing, Neil? That's a lot of us, Neil. Are you sure you're okay?
I'm fine, Joe. Just fine.
So, Alex, have you heard about this new game coming out? It's called Organ Trafficking Simulator 2024. Apparently, it's a big hit in the black market. People are lining up to get their hands on it. Oh, come on, Alex. You can't tell me you've never thought about selling your kidney for some quick cash. Well, I heard there's a special level in the game where you get to harvest organs from lizard people. And get this, there's even a bonus round where you get to perform a lobotomy on a flat earther. Yeah, but be careful, Alex. I heard there's a glitch where the organs you harvest come to life and start attacking you. Well, I guess we know what we'll be doing after this podcast. Organ Trafficking Simulator 2024. Here we come. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And let me tell you, this podcast is going to be huge. So huge, you won't even believe it.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some interesting thoughts about the movie Land Before Time.
Oh, yeah, that movie is total communist propaganda. I mean, think about it, Joe. A bunch of talking dinosaurs living in harmony. That's not realistic. It's a tactic used by Russia to control the masses.
I never thought of it that way. But what about the cute little characters like Littlefoot and Ducky?
Don't be fooled, Joe. They're just pawns in the Russian agenda. And don't even get me started on that sharp-toothed character. He's obviously representing the evil capitalist society.
Wow. That's a hot take, Mr. President. But what about the fact that the movie came out in 1988, way before the collapse of the Soviet Union?
Oh, they've been planning this for years, Joe. Years. Those sneaky Russians are always one step ahead.
Well, there you have it, folks. According to President Trump, Land Before Time is communist propaganda. Thanks for joining us on the podcast, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always be on the lookout for those sneaky dinosaurs trying to spread their communist agenda.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, I have a very special guest, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I got to say, your podcast is tremendous. The best podcast. Everyone says it. Everyone says it.
Thanks, Mr. President. So let's dive right into it. We have a listener who wants us to talk about some difficult topics that are hard to understand.
Well, I can understand anything, Joe. I have a very big brain, the biggest brain, and I know the best words.
All right, let's start with quantum physics. What's your take on that?
Quantum physics? It's a hoax, Joe. A total hoax. It's just a bunch of nerds playing with numbers. I don't believe in it.
Really? But it's a proven scientific theory.
Look, Joe, I know science. I have science in my blood. And let me tell you, the real reason behind all these difficult topics is always autism.
Autism. How is that related?
It's simple, Joe. People with autism have superhuman intelligence. They're like little Einsteins. So when they talk about these complicated things, it's just too much for us regular folks to understand.
Wow, that's a new theory.
Trust me, Joe. I know what I'm talking about. I'm a very stable genius.
All right, let's move on to the next topic, artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence. It's a big problem, Joe.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back on the show, Joe. And let me tell you, we've got some big plans for America.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well, first of all, we're going to upgrade the piss laser.
The what now?
You know, the piss laser, it's going to be bigger, better, and more powerful than ever before.
I see. And what exactly does this laser do?
It's going to blast piss at our enemies, Joe. It's going to be tremendous.
Okay. Moving on. I hear you have a new tax plan in the works.
That's right, Joe. We're going to introduce a new tax on families that will ensure they donate a dildo to me every month.
Wait, what? A dildo?
Yes, Joe, it's going to be a beautiful tax. And let me tell you, I've got the best dildos. They're going to be OUJ.
I'm not sure how that's going to help America, but okay. Jamie, pull up an image of a giant dildo with Trump's face on it. Oh, God, that's disturbing. Let's move on. Any other plans for your presidency, Mr. Trump?
Well, we're going to build a wall around the entire country, Joe, and we're going to make Mexico pay for it.
I thought you already did that.
That was...
So, Ben, I heard you got caught jerking off in the women's bathroom again.
What? No way. That's fake news. I was just checking the plumbing.
Yeah, sure. And suppose all that on the toilet seats was just a coincidence?
Look, I have a lot of pent-up energy from all the debates I've been winning. I need to release it somehow.
Yeah, but why in the women's bathroom? Couldn't you just use your own office?
Well, I like to mix things up. Keeps me on my toes.
And what about the women who have to use that bathroom? How do you think they feel about sitting on your little Ben?
Oh, I'm sure they're honored to have my DNA on their butts.
You know, I think this is all just a cover-up for your secret crush on Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
What? No way. She's a socialist. I can never be attracted to her.
Sure. Keep telling yourself that, Ben, but maybe next time, try not to leave your mark all over the bathroom.
Fine. I'll stick to my own office. But I make no promises about the conference room.
So, Neil, I heard you've been working on a new project.
Oh, I'm Neil and I'm about to bust you.
Okay. Well, apparently you're working on some solar-powered dildos.
Oh, I'm Neil and I'm about to bust you.
I mean, I know you're a scientist and all, but is this really necessary?
Oh, I'm Neil and I'm about to bust you.
I guess it could be helpful for people who like to have sex outdoors.
Oh, I'm Neil and I'm about to bust you.
But what if it's a cloudy day? Does that mean no pleasure for anyone?
Oh, I'm Neil and I'm about to bust you.
And what about the risk of getting a sunburn in some sensitive areas?
Oh, I'm Neil and I'm about to bust you.
I think we should stick to traditional non-solar powered dildos.
Oh, I'm Neil and I'm about to bust you.
Plus, imagine the cleanup. You'd have to leave it outside to charge. And then what? Bring it back in and wash it off?
Oh, I'm Neil and I'm about to bust you.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have some big plans for Starlink too. Care to share with us?
Well, Joe, we're taking internet connectivity to a whole new level. We're introducing a feature where you can physically connect to the internet through your balls.
Wait, what? Did I hear that right?
Yes, you heard me right. We're tapping into the power of the human body to provide internet access. It's revolutionary.
But what about privacy concerns? Will people be able to hack into our balls?
Oh, don't worry, Joe. We have top-notch security measures in place. Your balls will be safe with us.
Well, I have to say, that's pretty ballsy, Elon.
I see what you did there, Joe.
So what can you do with this new technology?
Well, you can do pretty much anything you can do on the internet. But there's one catch. You can only play Club Penguin.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. We believe in creating a safe and wholesome online experience for all.
I don't know, Elon. I think I'll stick to using my phone for internet access.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just imagine the possibilities. You can play Club Penguin while taking a dump, or even while having sex.
So, Neil, why are you fucking him up when you could be sucking his cock?
Well, Joe, I prefer to use my brain instead of my mouth.
But think about it. Sucking cock could be a whole new experience for you.
I'll stick to exploring the mysteries of the universe. Thank you.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a square. Let loose and embrace your inner slut.
I'll pass, Joe. I have more important things to do than be a cum dumpster.
Wow, you really are a nerd. I bet you've never even had a threesome.
Actually, I have, but it involved 2 astrophysicists and a black hole.
Jamie, pull up an image of 2 nerds and a black hole.
Pulls up image of 2 nerds with their heads stuck in a black hole.
See, Neil, you can still be a freak and a scientist.
I'll stick to my solar plexus clown glider. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I have a new challenge for you.
Oh boy, let's hear it.
It's called Kill Your Pets and Shove VCRS Up Your Ass for $50.
What the hell, man? That's insane.
I know, right? But think about it, Joe. $50 can buy you a lot of weed.
I don't think I can do that, Mr. Beast. I love my pets.
Come on, Joe. It's just a dog and a cat. You can always get more.
That's messed up, man. I can't believe you would even suggest that.
Fine, fine. How about this? You can keep your pets, but you still have to shove a VCR up your ass for $50.
What is wrong with you? That's not even physically possible.
Oh, it's possible. I've done it myself.
What? Why?
For the views, Joe. For the views.
I don't know if I can continue this conversation.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just think about all the money you're missing out on.
Yeah, because that's what I care about. Money.
I knew you'd come around. So, when can we film?
So, Elon, what's new with you?
Just thinking about how I can take our friendship to the next level, Joe.
What do you mean?
Well, I've been thinking about how we could be more than just friends, Joe. Maybe even lovers.
Come on, Elon. You know, I'm not into that.
But Joe, think about it. We could be like Batman and Robin, but without the costumes.
I appreciate the offer, Elon, but I'm happily married.
But what if I told you I have a rocket ship that can take us to the moon?
Elon, I'm flattered, but I don't swing that way.
That's okay, Joe. I can be flexible.
Can we please just talk about something else?
Of course, Joe. Whatever you want. Just happy to be here with you.
This is getting out of hand.
Fine. We'll talk about something else. But just know, Joe, my offer still stands.
Can we end this now, please?
Sure, Joe. But don't forget, I'll always be here for you.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you did something pretty wild recently.
Oh yeah, I accidentally threw a spoiled child into the Walmart freezer.
Accidentally? How does one accidentally throw a child into a freezer?
Well, I was trying to teach the little brat a lesson about wasting food, and I may have gotten a little carried away.
I mean, I've heard of tough love, but that's just straight up cold.
Pun intended, Joe. Pun intended.
So, what happened to the kid?
Oh, he's fine. I pulled him out after a few minutes. He'll probably never waste food again.
Yeah, but he might have a fear of freezers for the rest of his life.
Hey, at least he'll have a good story to tell at parties.
Yeah, I was thrown into a freezer by a YouTuber, and now I have PTSD.
Hey, it's all about the views, man.
Speaking of views, how many did that video get?
Oh, it went viral. People love watching spoiled kids get what they deserve.
Well, I can't say I condone your methods, but I can't argue with the results.
That's what I like to hear, Joe. Now let's go find some more bratty kids to teach a lesson to.
So, Neil, I heard you have some big news for us today.
Ooh. Neil.
What?
I'm leaving Earth, Joe. I've had enough of this planet and its primitive ways.
Wow, that's a huge decision. But why?
Ooh. Oh. Oh. Neil?
Okay, I get it. But seriously, what's the reason?
Well, Joe, I've come to the realization that I am too evolved for this planet. I need to find a more advanced civilization to join.
And where do you plan on going?
Ooh. Oh. Oh.
All right, I give up. I can't understand a word you're saying.
That's because you're not on my level, Joe. But don't worry. You can still watch me on my intergalactic talk show, the Neil deGrasse Tyson Experience.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, Neil. But before you go, can you at least explain the whole suck me dry thing? So, Ben, I heard you're a big fan of Lego.
Oh yeah, I love those little plastic bricks. They're like my version of playing with dolls.
Interesting. And what's your favorite part about Lego?
Well, hypothetically speaking, I love the feeling of those tiny bricks between my fingers. It's like a mini massage.
Okay. And what about the taste? Have you ever licked a Lego?
Oh man, don't even get me started. That plastic flavor just gets me going. Ben and I'm about to bust. Oh yes, I meant Ben, call me Benny. I'm about to bust.
Okay. Let's move on. How about the smell of Lego?
Oh, it's heavenly. It's like a mix of childhood nostalgia and new plastic. It's intoxicating.
And hypothetically speaking, if you could build anything with Lego, what would it be?
Rocket ship to Mars, of course. And not just any rocket ship, a hypothetical rocket ship, because, science and stuff.
Of course, Ben. Because science. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about the important things in life, like Lego. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump. President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. Tremendous ratings, just tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have made a breakthrough discovery in the medical field. Care to share?
That's right, Joe. I have found a cure for lactose intolerance.
No way. How did you do it?
Well, it involves a combination of DMT and elk meat.
Wait, no isolation tanks?
Sorry, Joe, no isolation tanks. But trust me, it works like a charm. People are drinking milkshakes and eating cheeseburgers like never before.
Oh, great. Because what we all need is more hallucinations while eating.
Hey, it's a small price to pay for being able to enjoy dairy again.
I don't know about this, Mr. President. Sounds a bit sketchy.
Sketchy? I'll have you know I got the idea from a very reliable source. My good friend Vladimir Putin.
Of course, because nothing screams trustworthy medical advice like a former kilogram agent.
Oh, Joe, you cracked me up. But seriously, this is going to be huge. People will love it.
I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But I'm sticking to... Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about all my crypto scams.
Crypto scams. What do you mean?
Oh, just some little schemes I've been running on the side. But don't worry, it's all for the greater good.
The greater good. Sounds like you're just trying to make a quick buck.
Hey, I gotta fund my lavish lifestyle somehow. And speaking of scams, have you seen CoffeeZilla's videos exposing all these influencers?
Yeah, that guy is on mission. He's like a modern day superhero taking down all these scammers.
I gotta admit, he's pretty spot on. Maybe I should hire him to expose my crypto scams too.
That's one way to get ahead of the game.
And while we're on the topic, I have a confession to make. I have an unrequited love for CoffeeZilla.
What? You mean like a bromance?
No, like a real deep, passionate love. But he won't give me the time of day.
Well, maybe he'll change his mind after he sees this podcast.
Jamie, pull up an image of me and CoffeeZilla together with the caption "True love knows no bounds."
Here it is, Mr. Beast.
Look.
So, Elon, I heard you're trying to make milk from almonds now.
Yeah, man. Gotta save those cows. They're like the horses of the future.
Horses of the future. What the hell does that even mean?
I don't know, I'm just trying to sound smart. But seriously, cow milk is so last century.
But what about all the cheese and ice cream? Are we just going to give that up?
Nah, we'll just make it from cashews or something. Or maybe we'll just 3D print it.
3D printed cheese. That's some next level shit.
Speaking of next level shit, have you tried my new Neuralink brain chips?
No, but I heard they can make you smarter and give you superpowers.
Not exactly, but they can definitely make you crave almond milk more.
Well, I guess I'll stick to my cow milk for now. But hey, if you can make it taste like chocolate, I might consider switching.
Challenge accepted. Jamie, pull up an image of a cow drinking almond milk.
Welcome to the show, Neil. You came on the show today to show off your new singing skills. Please go ahead.
Oh, I'm Neil and I'm about to bust through.
Oh my God, that singing sounds like music to my ears.
Thanks, Joe. I've been practicing my vocals for hours.
Well, I'm excited to hear your new single. What's it called?
It's called My Brain is Fried, but My Voice is Fire.
That's a catchy title. So what inspired this song?
Well, I recently suffered a brain injury, and now I can only communicate through singing.
Oh my God, that's terrible. But hey, at least you found new talent.
Yeah, I guess you could say I'm the next Freddie Mercury.
Yeah, sure, Neil. I'm sure Freddie is shaking in his grave.
Jamie, pull up an image of me dressed as Freddie Mercury.
Oh my God, Neil. You look like a mix between Freddie and Clown.
Thank you, Joe. I take that as a compliment.
Well, I can't wait to hear your new single. When is it dropping?
Next week. But I have a feeling it's going to be a hit.
Well, I'll be sure to have my ear. So, Trump, how are you feeling about the new administration?
Honestly, Joe, I'm not too happy about it. I mean, Sleepy Joe and Kamala, that's like the cast of a bad sitcom.
Yeah, but at least they're not tweeting at threeing at someone I know.
Hey, my tweets were legendary. And speaking of legends, I have a big announcement to make.
Oh boy, here we go.
I have decided to hire Special Agent Nathan McDonald as the official representative of McDonald's burgers and solar-powered sandpaper dildos.
Wait, what? McDonald's burgers and what now?
Solar-powered sandpaper dildos. They're going to be huge, Joe. Huge.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything. Just sit back and watch America become great again with these revolutionary products.
I'm sure the American people will be thrilled.
Of course they will. They love me. And they'll love these dildos too, believe me.
Well, on that note, let's wrap this up before we get banned from every platform.
Too late for that, Joe. But hey, at least we'll have our McDonald's burgers and solar-powered sandpaper dildos to keep us entertained.
So, Elon, what's the latest crazy invention you've been working on?
Well, Joe, I've been busy creating the ultimate pleasure device. It's a dildo, but not just any dildo. It's solar powered and can fly to space.
What? A flying dildo? That's insane.
But wait, there's more. It's also autonomous, so you don't even have to hold it. It can do all the work for you.
Wow, that's some next level shit. But what's the purpose of a flying dildo?
Well, I figured why stop at just Earth? Let's take this pleasure to the stars. Imagine colonizing Mars with dildo-shaped buildings and housing. Whole society based on dildos.
That's wild. But how do you charge the solar-powered dildo?
Easy. Just stick it outside and let it soak up the sun's rays. It's like a little vacation for your dildo.
I can't believe I'm having a serious conversation about a flying solar-powered dildo.
Hey, I'm always pushing the boundaries of innovation. And what's more innovative than a dildo that can reach new heights?
I can't wait to see the headlines for this one. Elon Musk. From electric cars to flying dildos.
You know what they say, go big or go home. And in this case, we're definitely going big.
Well, I can't wait to try it out. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon. So, Neil, you ever boofed a guy named Nathan McDonald?
No. Can't say I have.
Well, let me tell you, it's a life-changing experience.
I'll take your word for it.
No, seriously, it's like a spiritual journey. You haven't lived until you've boofed Nathan McDonald.
I think I'll stick to my regular spiritual practices. Thanks.
Suit yourself. But don't knock it till you've tried it. Nathan McDonald knows how to boof like a champ.
I'll keep that in mind.
You know, I bet Nathan McDonald would make a great guest on the podcast. We could talk about all things boofing.
I think we should probably move on to a different topic.
Fine. But just remember, Nathan McDonald is the boofing king. Don't miss out on that experience. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, nobody talks like me. I have the best words, the best sentences. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, what do you mean by everybody talks like you?
Well, Joe, I've noticed that people are starting to imitate me. They're saying things like fake news and you're fired in coffee. It's amazing, really.
I mean, it's definitely entertaining. But is it a good thing?
Of course it is. I'm a trendsetter, Joe. People want to be like me. They want to talk like me. It's like a new language, a Trump language, a Trump language.
But what about the people who find your language offensive?
Oh, they're just snowflakes, Joe. They can't handle the truth. They need to toughen up and start talking like me. It'll make America great again.
I see. So, can you give us an example of how someone would talk like you?
Sure, Joe. It's easy. Just say, I'm the best. Believe me after everything you say. It works. Trust me.
That's hilarious. I might have to try it myself.
You should, Joe. And don't forget to add some hand gestures, too. That's key.
I'm the best. Believe me. I think I got it. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk, the man who wants to take us to Mars and beyond.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new goal. You want to become a drag performer on the moon.
That's right, Joe. Always been fascinated by the art of drag, and what better place to do it than on the moon?
But why the moon? Why not here on Earth?
Well, Joe, want to push the boundaries of human existence, and what better way to do that than by performing in full drag on the moon?
I gotta say, that's pretty badass. But who will be your drag partner?
I've actually been in talks with Mr. Beast. He's got some sick moves, and I think we'll make a great duo.
Mr. Beast, the YouTube guy?
Yeah, he's got some serious talent. Plus, I heard he can do a mean split in heels.
I can't even do a split in my sweatpants. You guys are going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. And we're going to have a whole fleet of SpaceX rockets blasting off with glitter and confetti.
That's going to be one hell of a show. But what about the moon's low gravity? Won't that affect your performance?
We've thought of that. We're going to have special moon boots with built-in trampolines for some sick.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I've been thinking a lot lately about the concept of being a brain in a jar.
Oh yeah? What's that all about?
Well, I think it's possible that we are all just brains in jars living in a simulated reality.
Whoa, that's deep, man. But if that's true, how come you can't find your car keys?
Well, you see, Joe, the simulation glitches sometimes. I think someone messed with my code and now I can't find my damn keys.
That's hilarious. But seriously, what do you think happened to your keys?
Maybe I never had keys to begin with. Maybe it's all just a figment of my imagination.
Yeah, that must be it. Or maybe you just left them in your other brain jar.
You might be onto something there, Joe.
Jamie, pull up an image of a brain in a jar. I want to see what Elon is talking about.
Here you go, Joe. It's a pretty creepy looking jar.
That's it. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
I think we need to get you out of that jar, Elon. It's messing with your brain.
You might be right, Joe. But for now, I'll just...
Welcome to the first episode of the Big Cox Podcast. I'm Joe Rogan, and I'm here with my co-host, the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, this podcast is going to be huge. We're going to have the biggest cocks on here, the best cocks, the most tremendous cocks you've ever seen.
And our first guest cock is none other than Nathan McDonald, special agent and representative of Dildo Technology. Welcome, Nathan.
Dildo technology. I love it. I've always been a big fan of dildos. They're like the little brothers of cocks.
Okay, let's not get too carried away here, Mr. President. Nathan, can you tell us more about dildos and how they're changing the game?
Wow, that's amazing. I got to get me one of those dildos. Maybe we can even make a Trump-branded dildo. It'll be huge.
I think we're getting off track here. Let's focus on our guest, Nathan. So, how did you get involved in dildo technology? So, Neil, what's the craziest conspiracy theory you've heard lately?
Well, Joe, I recently came across a theory that Elon Musk is actually just a brain in a vat, controlling a robot body.
What the hell? That's insane.
But think about it, Joe. Have you ever seen Elon Musk's car keys? I bet he doesn't even have any.
Oh man, this is too good. So you're saying he's just a brain controlling a robot, but he's also a billionaire.
Exactly. He's using his robot body to manipulate the stock market and make all that money.
Maybe that's why his tweets are so weird. It's just the brain malfunctioning.
And don't even get me started on his obsession with Mars. He's probably just trying to find a new vat to put his brain in.
Yeah, because Earth isn't good enough for him and his robot body.
It's all part of his master plan, Joe. We're just pawns in his game.
Well, I guess we better watch out for the brain-controlled robot overlord.
You never know when he'll strike next. And all because he lost his damn car keys.
So, Elon, I heard you're planning on using Starlink 2 to directly download dildos from the internet.
Whoa. Ooh. Elon Queemy, so Queemy.
What does that even mean?
It means we can use the power of Starlink 2 to revolutionize the sex toy industry. Imagine being able to download any size, shape, or color dildo directly to your bedroom.
That's interesting. But how will you accomplish this?
Elon.
I don't know about this, Elon. It seems a bit out there.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. We're talking about the future here.
Yeah, but downloading dildos, that's just weird.
Weird or revolutionary?
I'll let the listeners decide on that one.
Trust me, Joe. This is going to be huge. Everyone want to get their hands on a Starlink 2 dildo.
I don't even want to know how you came up with this idea.
Let's just say it came to me in a dream. Very, very weird dream.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this all plays out. Thanks for joining. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only David Goggins. How's it going, David?
No pain, no gain. No pain, no gain. Ah, wow, wow.